guidance, listen to the expert, and follow what they tell us to do. But we're not going to be mandating anything from here.
It's causing some who aren't yet vaccinated to feel like they have no choice but to get the shots or face heightened scrutiny at work, especially as President Biden hints that life will never return to normal until vaccine rates increase.
As more people get vaccinated, we are better protected as a nation to continue reopening safely and responsibly.
While blaming the continuation of the pandemic on those who refuse to get the jab.
America's divided between the majority of eligible people who are vaccinated and those who are not. A pandemic of the unvaccinated.
But the White House sees this as a step in the right direction, hoping to influence the more than 11 million Americans who receive federal paychecks to make getting vaccinated a top priority. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Taking a live now look, everybody. This is Dallas, Texas, this Friday morning. If you're just joining us from the Lone Star State, you are out there in North Texas. Thank you so much. Pretty cool, unique bridge that we are taking a live now look at this morning. Not too far away from Louisiana, which is where we are headed next. That's because this latest surge of coronavirus cases is hitting southern states the hardest. Fox News multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor is in New Orleans, where doctors worry they might not be able to handle the influx of patients.
It's unbelievable. It's just faster and just so much more sick and younger than we've seen before, and we weren't ready.
Louisiana has one of the lowest vaccination rates, and it's seeing the worst outbreak of COVID cases. Patients are again filling emergency rooms.
The tempo of this is so fast that we just don't have that many more people in reserve to find.
Dr. Catherine O'Neill is the chief medical director at the largest hospital in Baton Rouge. 2 weeks ago, she says there were 27 patients in her hospital. This week, there are over 100.
It's a monster. I think we'll reach too much in the next couple of days. Absolutely.
New Orleans was once an epicenter for the virus. Now, cases are also climbing.
I think the key for people to know is we are seeing it in the unvaccinated population. So 90+% of the patients we're seeing in our hospitals as of today are unvaccinated.
Dr. Jeffrey Elder at University Medical Center says the answer is simple.
If you want to stay out of the hospital, get vaccinated.
Right now, 36% of people who live in Louisiana are vaccinated. Doctors are saying that is just not going to be enough to stop this spread. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you so much to Rebecca there for that update. We are taking a live now look, everybody, on the right-hand side of your screen at New Orleans, Louisiana. We've got cameras across the country that we can bring to you right here on Live Now from Fox that just show you different communities across the country. Hopefully we are able to reach where you are. Continuing on in your morning brief, everybody, school, it's starting in days if it hasn't already for many students across the country. I know my niece and nephew, they're out in Chandler, Arizona, year-round school. They're already back in the classroom, but parents are wondering, are there going to be masks required? Are there not going to be masks required? How is it going to work, unvaccinated versus vaccinated? Let's try to answer some of those questions you may have right here this morning on Live Now from Fox.
When hundreds of thousands of New York City school students finished off the school year in June, it was with hopes that when they return in September, maybe those masks could finally be gone. But the panic among parents is back.
It grips me with anxiety every single night and every single day.
Mom Natalia Marakvar is nothing short of feeling hopeless.
What happened to the fact that we've known for over a year that schools are the safest places to be?
Tuesday, the CDC announced that all students in K through 12 should wear masks, regardless of vaccination status. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo saying Wednesday that schools could become super spreaders this fall.
It will happen. We have seen it happen before.
The new Delta variant is now gripping parts of the U.S. The new CDC guidance and new COVID clusters in almost every state are prompting schools to consider reinstituting safety protocols.
We are bringing all our kids back, and we can do that in a safe way and a way that's really going to help them.
Critics saying he has no plan. City Councilman Mark Traeger is one of them, calling for a full remote option.
We need to give families the option and the flexibility to make a decision.
As for Natalia, she just can't come to grips with this yet.
I'm shocked that we are back. And in fact, I would say we've taken several steps back.
The New York City Department of Education tells us that all students and staff will be masked up and are expected to return to the classroom in person this fall, and that new safety protocols on every school building will be announced in the coming weeks. But the governor isn't so sure. He says if these new Delta variant numbers continue to rise, then he feels that school districts will have to reverse course on in-person learning. We're on the Upper East Side. Richard Giacobas, Fox 5 News.
Taking a live now look at 3 different communities across the country. Racine, Wisconsin, on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm hoping that I'm saying that right. If anybody lives out in Wisconsin, you're currently watching live now from Fox, please tweet me with a how you say that. That'd be great. On the top right-hand side of your screen, that's a live now look at the Empire State Building in New York. I almost said the Empire State Building was in Washington, D.C. Where is my head this morning? It could be because on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is Washington, D.C. That is where the White House is, everybody. Again, good morning. It's Friday. I definitely have my coffee here with me on the Live Now from Fox set desk this morning to be up here with all of you. Thank you so much for waking up just past 6:10 here on the East Coast. We are continuing on with your morning brief. Top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Well, the Biden administration yesterday announced the COVID eviction moratorium will expire tomorrow, which could force millions of Americans behind on their rent out of their homes. This as the Delta variant becomes the more prominent strain in the U.S., prompting new restrictions to be put in place. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more from Washington.
Millions of Americans who are behind on their rent may soon be looking for a new place to live. This follows the Biden administration's announcement the nationwide ban on evictions will expire on Saturday.
President Biden would have strongly supported a decision by the CDC to further extend this eviction moratorium to protect renters at this moment of heightened vulnerability. Unfortunately, as some of you might know, the Supreme Court has made clear that this option is no longer available.
The decision comes after the Supreme Court's 5-4 ruling that extended the COVID moratorium through the end of July. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was in the majority, said he'd block any additional extensions without, quote, clear and specific congressional authorization. President Biden strongly supports the program, providing relief for millions of renters during the pandemic. The president is calling on Congress to act on another extension, quote, without delay.
We will continue an all of government effort to keep Americans safe and housed through the swift dispersal of emergency rental assistance to states and cities.
The CDC put the federal moratorium in place last September to prevent tenants unable to pay rent from being evicted during the pandemic. At the beginning of July, 3.6 million were behind on rent, down from 6.4 million in March. However, landlords argue an extension is unnecessary as more people get vaccinated and get back to work. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
Great segue there, David. That is because we're talking about vaccines and getting back to work. All NFL teams have begun training camp, right? Summertime, that's usually what they do. With vaccination rates a hot topic league-wide. And for those who chose not to get vaccinated, the decision could cost them their jobs. Fox's Matt Napolitano reports.
The Minnesota Vikings were originally set to cut ties with offensive line coach Rick Dennison after he chose not to get the COVID-19 vaccine. Instead, Dennison now reassigned to a position that will allow him to work remotely. The NFL requiring all coaches and Tier 1 staff, such as front office executives and equipment managers, to be vaccinated. The only other known case of a coach declining the vaccine so far was New England Patriots assistant offensive line coach Cole Popovich, who's no longer with the team because of his decision. This vaccine mandate has not been extended to players, but the NFL is looking to give a nudge to those who are still undecided, announcing that a team could be forced to forfeit a game for a COVID outbreak that stems from an unvaccinated player. That news was met with mixed reaction. Arizona Cardinals receiver DeAndre Hopkins writing in a since-deleted tweet, quote, "Never thought I would say this, but being put in a position to hurt my team because I don't want to partake in the vaccine is making me question my future in the NFL." Buffalo Bills wide receiver Emmanuel Sanders, meanwhile, posted a picture of his vaccine card on Instagram with the caption, "Accountability, availability, don't have time to deal with no BS during the season." The NFL reporting 9 teams have at least 90% of their players partially vaccinated, with the regular season just over a month away. In New York, Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
In Chicago, live now from Fox this Friday morning, everybody. Look at this unique vantage point there. So many cameras across the country that we can bring you here on Live Now from Fox. This appears to be Navy Pier. You've got the Ferris wheel out there. You've got other lights flashing in the area. You've got skyscrapers right there next to the lake. Such gorgeous views out there for sure. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more top stories from across the country when you return. All right, everybody, back here on Live Now from Fox this Friday morning. I just looked it up. It's Racine, Wisconsin out there. Gorgeous sunrise off of Lake Michigan there, the same lake that is right next to Chicago, Illinois. This is actually in between Chicago and Milwaukee. Again, Racine, Wisconsin, just north of Kenosha, Wisconsin as well, out there on Lake Michigan. That's probably why the sunrise is so gorgeous this Friday morning. Thank you so much for tuning in to Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are so happy that you are here and trusting us to bring you all the top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about. If any news breaks, we will bring that to you here as well. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you all are having a great morning and a great end to your week if you happen to work Monday through Friday. All right, everybody, let's head back on out to our nation's capital as we continue on with your morning brief this morning. Actually, we're going to be talking about the southern border, but getting reaction from lawmakers in Washington, D.C. More than 4 months after President Biden tasked his vice president with leading the administration's diplomatic efforts in Central America, yesterday, Kamala Harris released a new report. It outlines the administration's strategy to address the migrant surge along the border. Fox News correspondent Rich Edson has more on the plan from La Jolla, Texas.
This month, total CBP apprehensions for the calendar year are expected to top a million, for the first time in 15 years, and we still have 5 months to go.
As migrant crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border continue to surge, Vice President Kamala Harris Thursday released the Biden administration's strategy for addressing the root causes of migration. The plan includes addressing economic insecurity and inequality, combating corruption, strengthening democratic governance, and promoting respect for human rights.
We value our partners in local communities whose work is critical to moving individuals safely out of custody.
Though Republicans say the administration is failing to address this surge in migrants.
What we see at the border today is an absolute crisis. It's the worst it has ever been. We have functionally open borders. This was caused by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Though some congressional Democrats say the administration needs to do more to help these migrants, urging the U.S. to stop refusing entry under an authority called Title 42. The public health order allows border officials to expel certain migrants apprehended during the pandemic. Customs and Border Protection says since October, officials have expelled more than 750,000 migrants under their Title 42 authority. The White House says that authority will remain in place so long as health officials recommend it. In La Jolla, Texas, Rich Edson, Fox News.
All right, Rich, thank you so much for that update there. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, and it certainly feels like, it almost feels a little Monday-like, matter of fact. I am sitting here at the Live Now from Fox Mission Control. That's what I like to call it, and that's because whoever is hosting the show, like myself, Rain Augustine, Regina Gonzalez, you don't just hear or see us. We control the entire show when we are sitting here in this seat at the helm. I'm talking audio, graphics, video, everything that you are hearing and seeing as a result of the production of the show. It's from right here, whoever is in the captain's seat. We don't have any teleprompters. We don't have any scripts. We do have information that we provide you from certain stories. We do a lot of research, a lot of digging, but it is not a traditional newscast in any way, shape, or form. We are live, raw, unfiltered, who we are, what we do. We bring you events the second we get the live feeds. We let you watch a lot of the events in their entirety, if not for an extended period of time. We just let you make your own decision. Very little commentary from hosts like myself. It's just who we are and what we do. Breaking news reports, breaking weather reports, traffic, everything, anything that you want and need to know about, you can find it right here on this show. We are now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to LiveNowFox.com. Again, it's LiveNowFox.com. See all the different ways you can watch us. And you can always take us with you on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops, your PCs. Turn us on Bluetooth in your car. Be a safe driver, please, behind the wheel. But if you've got a friend in the passenger seat, family members in the back, they can be tuning in on their smartphones as well. So again, LiveNowFox.com. We're not just on your television while you're at home, everybody. We are anywhere and everywhere that you want us to be. Again, thank you so much for tuning in. It is time for one of my favorite segments here on Live Now from Fox each and every morning, the most recent Fox Business Briefs. It appears that fresh readings on the health of the economy, a free trading service goes public, plus a real new car smell. Ford making a play in the Cologne market. Fox Business Network's Cheryl Casoni has those stories and more.
Economic growth wasn't as strong as expected in the spring quarter. The gross domestic product rose at 6.5% pace in that period. Economists were hoping for growth closer to 9% because of reopenings, vaccinations, and government aid. The job market continued to improve last week, though the decline in new claims for unemployment benefits, 24,000 to 400,000, is really only a modest change. Well, Robinhood making its debut on the NASDAQ under the ticker HOOD. The free trading app pricing shares of its IPO at $38 a piece, valuing the company at about $32 billion. This makes it one of the most valuable U.S. companies to go public year to date. Facebook is warning investors it expects revenue growth to slow in the second half of this year. For the most recent quarter, Facebook announcing revenue grew 56% year over year. That's its fastest growth pace in 6 years. The jump was fueled by digital ad spending. Well, Ford Motors surprising Wall Street by making a profit in the spring quarter and by saying it's seeing signs of improvement in the chip supply situation. Meanwhile, the car maker has a new take on that new car scent. Ford has created a new cologne that smells like the gas station. It is a fusion of smoky accords and aspects of rubber. This all to promote its upcoming electric Mustang Mach-E GT. Ford says its customers would miss the scent when they go all electric. Well, for more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Cheryl Casoni.
That's interesting what they think about for people with electric vehicles that are going to be purchasing new anyhow. We are taking a live now look, everybody, at Port Canaveral, Florida. We were supposed to have a rocket launch this morning. A lot of people were looking forward to it, or a little bit later this afternoon, that was. But now it is no more. NASA grounding its Starliner spacecraft launch, which was set up for today because of an incident at the International Space Station, ISS for short, involving a Russian space module. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has the details.
And liftoff. A module named Science takes flight to the International Space Station.
A mishap by a Russian space module at the International Space Station on Thursday forces a launch delay for NASA and Boeing's Starliner spacecraft.
Contact and capture, docking confirmed.
Following an 8-day journey, Russia's Nauka module, which will serve as a research lab, docked successfully at the ISS. 3 hours later, as the cosmonauts prepared to open the hatch, the thrusters inadvertently and unexpectedly fired, moving the space station 45 degrees.
That was not an easy docking.
The ISS is now back to proper positioning after a recovery operation by Mission Control. NASA saying the 7 crew members aboard were never in any danger. The Starliner, Boeing's crew spacecraft, is designed to ferry astronauts to and from the space station. Though temporarily grounded, the NASA mission is ready for liftoff. In the meantime, the space station team will ensure the ISS is ready for the module's arrival.
The commercial crew program is going to provide a boost to the crew time and the cargo that we will be able to accomplish more science on the International Space Station.
The earliest opportunity for the Starliner to launch is August 3rd. In Los Angeles, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for that update. Again, everybody, you're taking a live now look at Capitol Hill right here on Live Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Fox. We are just hopefully seconds away from having a live interview with Dr. Mike Sriglio on medicine. Meanwhile, though, we're going to head on over to the state of Utah, where a family says they ended up getting sick after helping. One Utah family is warning others after saying they're feeling some health effects from cleaning the flash floods in Cedar City. And with more rain on the way, they want others to be safe. Fox's Steinbrecher has more on what the cleanup process left behind.
It was only natural to jump in and help.
We just wanted to go see what we could do.
Wanting to make an impact after a devastating flash flood. The Fogg family definitely felt that impact.
The next morning, my daughter was just like, "Mom, I don't feel well."
Michelle Fogg and her husband, he's in the yellow shirt and their kids are the ones with the headlamps, spent more than 2 hours in the water and mud at University West Apartments Monday night. Even with boots and gloves, there was no avoiding the gunk.
So here I'm standing in this muck, me and my son holding screens to keep the stuff so he could siphon the water out and we wouldn't get all the trash in it.
All 4 of them the next morning felt sick to the point her daughter may need to go to the doctor.
Well, my daughter is the worst. She's been having fevers and she says she feels shaky and nauseated.
Floodwaters need to be considered contaminated unless proven otherwise. And they can be contaminated with all kinds of things.
Things like salmonella, E. coli, or other pathogens, bacteria, viruses, chemicals, says Dr. Brian Mensch. Take, for example, the fact the toilets in all of the basement apartments were submerged, and you can understand what might be in the water. Dr. Mensch said he's not surprised if anyone is feeling sick or gets sick over the next week. While it's great people took quick action to clean up, his suggestion:
If they have the time, they should try and figure out every way possible to protect themselves from exposure to the water. That means rubber boots, rubber gloves, rubber pants, anything and everything they can do to avoid exposure.
You have to do what you have to do in an emergency situation. You don't, but if I think the situation we were in, it wasn't life or death. It was, wanting to be helpful, but maybe precautious, taking precautions.
It was
Taking a live now look, everybody, just outside its headquarters in New York, this Friday morning. Not a whole lot of cars or taxis on the roads out there. There are some people walking by, though, starting their Friday morning for sure. This is just across the street from Radio City Music Hall, Rock Center area, and the heart of Manhattan. If you've never been by, just to take a building, it's a gorgeous one for sure to look at. Again, you're watching Live Now, everybody. We're going to head on out to Fort Bragg, where they were asking for a specific sessions for a 9/11 memorial.
Fort Bragg is getting ready to have a very special event, but they need your help. They need 1,000 boots that will represent the 7,500 service members who have died since 9/11. And one of them is Chief Warrant Officer Stanley Harriman.
What a sweet, sweet gentleman.
Chief Warrant Officer Stanley Harriman was one of the first Fort Bragg soldiers killed in Afghanistan in 2002. His picture is on the Wall of Heroes inside the Survivor Outreach Service Center on post. On August 28th, a boot with his name, picture, dog tags, and an American flag will be one of about 7,500 on display at Hendricks Stadium. The boots represent those who gave their all in the fight against terrorism since 9/11.
I'm so grateful for each and every one of them that have made that ultimate sacrifice. We should all be grateful. We should all be grateful for what they've done for us.
Joey Boley was 3 years old when an explosive device killed her father in Afghanistan. She plans to decorate this boot in his honor and memory and place it on the field.
We've lost so much, but we've gotten so far. But if we didn't have to lose those lives, but we did, because freedom is not free. Freedom is the sacrifice of our fallen troops.
Any style military boot in presentable condition can be donated.
The reason why we need them is about 2 years ago,
We had to kind of deplete our inventory because the boots were moldy, and some of the rubber heels and stuff like that had dry rotted due to extreme temperatures.
So time is running out to make the donation. That's August 13th. That's when you have to have the boots in. Go to WREL.com at the end of this story for information on how to make that donation. At Fort Bragg, Gilbert Bays, WREL News.
All right, everybody, again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm going to show you a Live Now look really quickly here at the White House as I introduce my next guest. It's Penn Medicine's Dr. Mike Sirigliano, and he is all dressed up this Friday in a suit for us. Dr. Mike, what is the occasion?
I've been invited back to the studio at Fox 29 here in Philadelphia, and I didn't want to wear scrubs and scare people. So I'm doing this, and I'm going to get over there right after this.
Yeah, we're going to make this.
I haven't worn this. Yeah,
we're going to
about
make this
a year.
really quick.
There were moths. There were moths around here. I saw them flying away.
Dr. Mike, you've been on TV the whole time. You've been with us and other stations. All right, let's get right to it. The newest CDC guidelines this week, the announcement from President Joe Biden yesterday. Your thoughts? Are they right? Is it good to go in this direction?
Oh, absolutely, Pilar. Bottom line is this, that whether or not people like it or not, mandates for vaccinations are going to come through companies. It's not going to be a federal thing, although President Biden said all federal workers are going to need to have proof that they were vaccinated. It's the right thing to do. Number two, mask mandates. I really think that that is also the right thing to do because this virus, this Delta variant, causes virus numbers to be very, very high. And that's something that we just learned. As opposed to earlier versions of COVID-19, the Delta variant produces, even in vaccinated people, very high numbers of virus, which means that even if you've been vaccinated, you can spread the virus. So you need to wear a mask to keep everyone safe, even if you've been vaccinated. And one other thing, Pilar, the Centers for Disease Control said, look, if you're vaccinated and you were exposed to someone who has COVID-19, in the past you didn't require testing. Now you do, for the reason I just mentioned, because if you turn out to be positive, you can spread the virus, and you need to be aware of that so you don't infect other people.
Vaccines, masks, testing. What about travel? Should people be avoiding it again?
I always look at and we talked about this before, Pilar. Bottom line is it's a risk-benefit ratio. If it's absolutely necessary to do it, you do it. You just be careful. You wear a mask. You make sure you socially distance and do what you have to do. If it was just for no real good pressing reason, I'd probably avoid it. I'd stay home or do local travel. That's the way I'm handling it with my family.
All right, Dr. Mike, we know you have a busy day with patients and television ahead, so we'll let you go. But thank you so much for the updates.
Pilar, it's always an honor and a pleasure. You guys are cutting edge. I'm honored to be part of the action. You take care. Have a great weekend.
You too. We'll see you next week, Dr. Mike. Back out now, everybody, live to the White House in Washington, D.C. It is a great Friday morning, the sun rising across the country. Wherever you are, everybody, we are so happy that you are here. We are going to continue on with the morning brief, top stories that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Let's head on out to Wyoming next here, everybody. And that is because Wyoming's popular Cheyenne Frontier Days is all about cowboy culture. It bills itself as the world's largest outdoor rodeo and Western celebration. This includes events highlighting Native American culture and history. Fox's Dan Daru has more on how the American Indian is honored. Let's watch right here on Live Now from Fox.
Out of the Wind River Indian Reservation in Wyoming, the Little Sun Drum and Dance Group came here to dance.
I would call it an educational, cultural sharing, enhancing the Cheyenne Frontier Days Western theme.
Made up of teachers, college, high school, and elementary students.
Each dancer has their own story to tell.
Even little ones to present the different dance styles of the Northern Plains tribes.
You have traditional dancing, you have fancy dancing, you have women's jingle and women's grass. You have over 500 nations in the United States.
Indian dance is about storytelling, teaching younger generations, and Native American history.
You know, it teaches lessons about life. Right. And it's part of expressing who we are.
The colorful clothing the dancers wear are by design.
Because we make it colorful to enhance how we feel.
Sandra Ironcloud says learning how to dance is not difficult.
Oh no, it's not hard at all. It's part of it. It's ingrained. It's in our DNA.
And it's a part of American history. Dan DeRue, Fox 31.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Everybody, it is Friday, July 30th, 2021. Tomorrow is the final day of the month of July, and on Sunday starts the new month known as August, when a lot of students are ready to get back into the classroom. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Good morning. We are so happy that you are here. We're going to be heading out west, and that's because Fox 11 Los Angeles takes another in-depth look into athletes and mental health following the Simone Biles Olympic news earlier this week. She dropped out of 2 events, and we are waiting to see if she will compete again in the Tokyo Olympics, so-called Olympics 2020, despite the fact that we are now in 2021. So let's get this segment from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
We are not just athletes, we are people. The world's greatest gymnast, Simone Biles, said that earlier this week, right after withdrawing from the team competition in the Olympics, citing mental health concerns.
Yeah, I say put mental health first, because if you don't, then you're not going to enjoy your sport and you're not going to succeed as much as you want to. So it's okay sometimes to even sit out the big competitions to focus on yourself, because it shows how strong of a competitor and person that you really are.
Amen, sis, amen. A courageous stance, but certainly one that has not necessarily been universally applauded. There's a lot of support for her, but as well, there are critics. Joining us now is Dr. George James. He's a licensed marriage and family therapist and mental health expert who, by the way, has worked with a lot of elite athletes. So good to see you, Dr. George. How are you?
Always good to be here. I am in a good place, so thank you.
I am too, and that's an important place to be when we're doing what we do, and it kind of leads us to our conversation. You know, there's been a lot of support for this young athlete, for this young woman, but we also know that she's faced her share of critics. In fact, Deputy Attorney General in Texas called her a national embarrassment, which just boils my blood. What would you like people to know about her decision to withdraw?
You know, when I think about, elite athletes like Simone Biles, like many of us will never understand what it means to put in 8-10 hours a day to train and to be ready for competition. Plus, she's so well decorated. She's done so many things. But, she is a fierce competitor, but she's also an ally for so many causes. So, when I think people say that, is that they just don't know. They don't understand what it means to take yourself out of something that you put yourself trained for so long in your life.
I think it's really important to also talk about what she can experience and other gymnasts can experience. She talked about having something called the twisties, which basically for us uninitiated basically means losing track of herself in the air, a sort of disconnect between your mind and your body, which, by the way, could be physically dangerous to her when you think about these sort of death-defying feats of her flying through the air and tumbling through the air. That could literally put her life in danger. With what you're seeing and all the work you've done with athletes, what does the twisties that she's experiencing suggest to you about what Simone Biles has been struggling with?
Yeah, like obviously, it's her story, and I have no idea what she might be going through. But, many athletes go through a period of time, whether it be a slump, the yips, the twisties, as we're now learning. And it is so dangerous. Like, they say the balance beam is as big as your cell phone. Imagine flipping on your cell phone, but not being aware of what's going on or not being mentally connected to your body. That is dangerous. That is life-threatening. So, of course, it makes sense to take yourself out so that you can get yourself back to where you need to be.
Yeah. I've been saying it for a while that I don't think that we've fully seen the impact that the pandemic will have had on all of us. And you look at Simone Biles and you look at what Naomi Osaka did pulling out of her tournament. How much of a factor do you think that could be? How contributing?
The sports world has been so amazing because we look up to these athletes because they can do more than what we normally can do.
Yeah.
And they push through adversity. And so now when we see Naomi and we see Simone saying, no, we need to take a stand for our mental health, I'm hoping that will encourage people to say your mental is just as important as your physical, and especially to perform at the high level.
Absolutely. Let's not forget Simone Biles, who has gone beyond what many have thought gymnastics was possible. She is a survivor of Larry Nassar, right? Let that sink in for a second. And as we both know, and as many know, the body does not forget trauma.
Yeah. There's a great book out there that says the body keeps the score, right? Which really just talks about even as early as infants that the body remembers trauma and can be impacted. And we never know when we're going to be triggered. I'm not trying to say that that's what's going on with her, but we know that is something she's been very public about, that she is on the team to make the whole world accountable for what has happened to her and other gymnasts. And so I can only imagine that plus the pressure, plus her own competitive drive could be a lot that could be overwhelming to the place where she could have, as she mentioned, the twisties.
No, and it's really interesting to see, that she would want to keep her face out there to remind people of that terrible history, but also know that she must take a stand and say, look, I'm going to sit this one out. Look, both Osaka and Naomi were competing in individual sports, although Simone Biles was on an Olympic team. What do you think the response is going to be when the first time maybe an NBA player or a quarterback on an NFL team makes a choice like this?
I'm hoping that there's ability to make the change before that, right? Where there's, someone who is there for the mental aspect of the sport, not just in performance, but mental fitness, mental health, mental wellness, so that these players can be ready or prepared for those moments. But when I think those situations happen, I think there's going to be a lot of criticism, but hopefully there'll be a little bit more understanding that we have to take care of ourselves, because what we see with a lot of players is when they don't do it before the game or the sport, they take it out on themselves. Alcohol, drugs, family problems, other issues come out. Yeah. So it's important that people pay attention to this before they disrupt or hurt themselves.
In a way, it gives me great hope that we are looking at trauma and looking at mental health in a very new and, more importantly, timely way, right? There's an evolution there happening. Don't you feel, Dr. George?
No, there is. And, like as a mental health expert, therapist, and person in the field, there's a part of me that's excited that, like, I've been raising this flag for a long time. We have to talk about our mental health. We have to talk about how it intersects in every part of our life.
Yes.
And so to see so many people say, this is me too, this is also my experience, we need to talk about this, that part is encouraging. And I think there's a generation that is going to be talking about mental health and how it shows up and caring for themselves.
Look, she is a fine example for her generation, Simone Biles. We just send sister lots of love right now and support. Thanks so much for being here, Dr. George James. He even took some time out of his vacation, his mental health break, to be with us to talk about this. We appreciate you doing that.
Anything for you, Michaela. I love
now go back to the beach. Go on. Go back to the beach.
Everybody, it was certainly a top talker this week, and we covered it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of being live now, this is a Live Now look at Chicago, Illinois from the lakeside. Absolutely, positively stunning. It does look like there's something on the camera lens there on the kind of bottom right-hand side of your screen. They may be trying to adjust that right now. Maybe they know that we're taking the camera live. All right, well, this is the portion of the show where we bring you coverage from our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country, because Live Now from Fox would not be possible without it. Illinois just released new numbers that show 100 fully vaccinated people have died and 644 fully vaccinated have been hospitalized with breakthrough COVID infections. And that, among all COVID deaths, 2.44% of individuals who died were fully vaccinated. So if you're fully vaccinated, how concerned should you be? Joining Fox 32 Chicago to explain is Dr. Benjamin Singer with Northwestern Medicine. Let's listen in to this segment.
Illinois just released new numbers that show 100 fully vaccinated people have died and 644 fully vaccinated have been hospitalized with breakthrough COVID infections. And that among all COVID deaths, 2.44% of individuals who died were fully vaccinated. So if you are fully vaccinated, how concerned should you be? Joining us to explain is Dr. Benjamin Singer with Northwestern Medicine. Good morning to you, Dr. Singer. We keep hearing about this Delta variant and these breakthrough infections that are alarming a lot of people. And now the CDC is saying everybody should be masking up. So once you've been vaccinated, how common are these breakthrough infections and how concerned should we be?
Breakthrough infections do happen, but they fortunately are still quite uncommon, and it is extremely uncommon to become severely ill after a breakthrough infection, meaning that you need to be admitted to an intensive care unit or even die from the infection. Those are extremely uncommon events, even among breakthrough infections. I think the take-home message is that the vaccines remain extremely effective, even against the Delta variant, and they are exceptionally effective in preventing people from getting really, really sick.
Okay, let's talk about something that came up with the CDC's new guidelines suggesting fully vaccinated, depending on where you live, put masks on again. And that is, how contagious are people who get these breakthrough variants?
I think that's still an open question. We know that people who have infection with the Delta variant tend to be able to spread it more easily than with forms of the virus that we saw earlier in the pandemic. So it stands to reason that people who have a breakthrough infection with Delta might be more contagious, but we don't know it quite that way yet. And that's why I really think about all these preventive measures as kind of layers. The biggest layer, the most effective one, is vaccination. So getting that vaccine is extremely important. Masks are another layer, particularly as we see breakthrough infections and as we see the virus and the Delta variant circulate throughout the community.
Okay, let's talk about who is at highest risk of these breakthrough variants and infections. Are we finding there's a certain age group or a certain category of the fully vaccinated that are at higher risk?
Right, so that's also a moving target, because remember that the older portion of our population, those over age 65, have the highest vaccination rates, and so are in general most protected from infection overall. And so what we're seeing because of that is a shift in these cases toward younger people. And so while older people, particularly unvaccinated older people, probably represent the highest risk, we do see plenty of younger people, particularly those who have underlying medical conditions, still remaining susceptible to the virus.
Yeah, you know, it's frightening because we hear a lot about how it is getting to this younger group, which for so long I think felt protected, and now we're finding out that that's not necessarily the case. So who should be taking extra precautions right now? And I'm talking again about the fully vaccinated.
Right, so I think that if you are in an area that has widespread transmission of the virus, and in the lead into the story, you talked about some of those areas, and I think that if you are in a really packed environment, you're going to Lollapalooza, putting on a mask, if you are in a higher risk group, makes sense. Who's the higher risk group? People with immune system problems, people who are around older individuals, or people who have folks at home who also have immune system disorders or can't be expected to respond very well to the vaccine because they have cancer and have undergone chemotherapy, they have an organ transplant. Again, all of these things that make you at higher risk.
Okay, and finally, for those who are unvaccinated, we now know the Delta variant makes up a majority of the COVID infections. How do you compare the Delta variant to the initial strain of COVID that first hit our country, and what do you want these people who are unvaccinated to know?
These vaccines are an absolute miracle. They are unbelievably effective. Delta has only shaved off a very small amount in their ability to protect you from getting sick, and they remain remarkably effective, in the high 90s%. Protecting you from getting sick to the point where you would need to be in the hospital ICU or die from the infection. So again, the biggest layer of protection is the vaccine. The best time to get vaccinated was months ago, and the second best time is today.
Okay, Dr. Benjamin Singer, thank you so much for joining us with Northwestern Medicine. We appreciate your time.
Back out, everybody, live in Chicago, Illinois. Such a gorgeous view this Friday morning. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will have a live interview, and we're talking about hitting the open seas, getting back to cruising. And just as quickly as I was talking about Chicago, I accidentally took you guys to Port Canaveral, Florida. But that is A-OK, because like I said, we are going to be talking about cruising when you return right here on Live Now from Fox. Happy Friday, everybody. Good morning. All right, everybody, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm surprised this live picture from Port Canaveral, Florida looks so dark this morning. Perhaps it's not updating. I'm going to have to take a look into that. But I'm looking at other cameras here like Daytona Beach and the SunTrust camera in Central Florida. And the sun hasn't fully risen out here either. So I'm not quite sure what's going on. I'm looking outside at the windows. So I'll see what's going on there. Regardless, it is a gorgeous picture there from Port Canaveral. And we are now talking about cruising. Currently joining us right now is travel expert Janine Tornatore. Good morning, Janine. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Great to be here.
So we have already seen cruises take off here from Port Canaveral. We're talking test cruises. Tomorrow, I believe Carnival's Mardi Gras is having its first fully paid passenger cruise leaving from right here in Central Florida. What would you say? Exciting times. Finally, we're getting back to normal there?
Yeah, I think, I'm aboard the ship today, and I think the excitement is palpable. I mean, everyone from the crew to the guests who will be arriving tomorrow, there's a lot of excitement all around. And, it's a significant cruise because the ship is really, innovative in the industry right now. From the fun side, they're the first cruise ship to introduce an onboard roller coaster. But I think more significantly for the industry, they are the first ship in the Americas to be powered by liquefied natural gas. So, that's one of the cleanest fuels in the world. So that definitely is one of those, steps towards more innovation across the industry and the cruise industry.
The ship is beautiful. It is amazing. We've certainly seen a lot of footage of it here on Live Now from Fox, and that's because we're here at Fox 35 Orlando, and they're covering it a lot. And, I got to ask, I was super excited when I heard that I was going to be speaking with you this morning. That's because I already have a Carnival cruise booked for this upcoming November. I'm ready to get back to cruising. What do you think that passengers need to know before booking, the first thing before they're saying, hey, I want to go on a cruise?
Well, I can tell you, being here on the Carnival ship, that they are going to be sailing at reduced capacity, which is a great thing for folks in the near term who are heading out. They are also now through October sailing only vaccinated voyages. And they're doing that, to follow CDC guidelines for health and safety, but also to really give people that true cruise experience that everyone has come to love, all the fun aboard, so you won't be having to wear masks everywhere on board. You won't have to social distance. So really kind of trying to bring back that original cruise experience.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I'm thinking about here with the vaccinated cruises, the limited capacity, is I'm like, it's kind of like when Disney reopened. And it's kind of ironic that I'm airing some Disney cruising footage there right next to you while we're talking about this. You get to experience a vacation unlike any other before with much fewer people on board.
You absolutely do. And I think a lot of people are looking forward to that and looking forward to getting back to that, more traditional cruise experience and just getting on these ships. There are other things that they're doing behind the scenes that people won't even see to really, keep people safe on board. You have updated HVAC systems. You do have the staff who's entirely vaccinated and will be wearing masks. And they're also using a lot of technology to really create a more touchless experience. So, here on Carnival, they have their Hub app where you can go on your phone and review menus. You can book your tickets for Bolt, the new roller coaster. You can, book the onboard venues to see the entertainment and do all of that from your phone. So I think that people will see those little things on board that make them feel safe while they're here.
So I have to ask, is that a virtual background? Were you able to take a picture of the gorgeous dining room there and put it behind you, or are you really sitting there in the dining room?
I am sitting here. I'm actually in part of their ship. It's called Havana. It's one of their evening entertainment venues where they have bands back there behind me, and I hear it gets pretty fun here in the evenings. But yeah, I am aboard the ship and really excited. This ship holds over 6,000 passengers. You can imagine that. One of the larger ones in the industry. So I'm definitely excited to go check this large cruise ship out before it heads out tomorrow.
Yeah, it looks so beautiful. All right, so in terms of the booking process and pre-boarding, has it changed at all now during pandemic times?
Yeah, the booking process hasn't changed a lot. What I will tell you is for these vaccinated voyages, you will, when you come to arrive here, you do have to show your original vaccination card. There are a little bit more things in the process before you board, but they're really keeping it very streamlined for consumers. And I will say one other thing is that with anything in travel these days, it's going to be really important for travelers to remain flexible. Obviously, we're seeing things even now, day by day, within the industry and within the world changing. But you will see that reflected in these cruise lines with their change in cancellation policies, which still have some flexibility. It's just going to be important for travelers in general and cruisers to really, again, make sure you're continuing before you book anything to understand exactly what those policies are.
Absolutely. And our ships, you talked about, they're sailing at reduced capacity. There are protocols that have changed on board, from dining to activity reservations. Using the app is a great way to do that. But how are cruise lines using technology to minimize other touch points? I know they're not doing, what was their daily flyer that they used to leave under the door in the rooms? I know they're not doing those anymore, but what other ways are they using technology there on the ships?
Yeah, you'll see small changes. I think that the app is really one of the big ones. But I think that the touch points all around the cruise ship, it's just enhanced cleanliness, enhanced sanitization protocols. And with these newer ships, there's a lot more technology incorporated in them, where doors are opening, you're not having to push doors open with your hands and things like that. So I think just again with some of these newer ships, some of those things are just already incorporated into this experience.
Absolutely. And one of the other things I definitely wanted to ask you, shore excursions. They are a huge part of cruising, whether you book directly through the cruise line or you get off the ship, you try to book your own thing, go with the locals. I've heard about bubble tours for Carnival in particular. How are these all working out during the pandemic?
Sure. Well, yeah. Well, I will say just in general, when it comes to shore excursions, that, customers do need to be prepared to abide by any local rules and protocols that these international island destinations may have in place. So while rules may be one way on the ship, you will need to be prepared potentially to wear masks when you get off the ship and follow those protocols of that particular destination. And the cruise ships are going to be really great about giving people all the information they need to be prepared if they are taking short excursions. And the bubbles really are meant to be kind of for folks that want to go on these shore excursions, that want to kind of stay a little more contained. So they're going really well. People can go out, they can go do horseback riding or whatever it may be, and kind of stay contained within that smaller group before they head back on the ship.
As a travel expert, I want to ask you and help you please to remind the viewers. So a lot of people don't know that you don't always need a passport to take a cruise, even though it goes to other countries, right?
That is correct. And what you do need to make sure you do check on that before you go, because it can be different for different cruise lines and, of course, for different itineraries that you're taking. But there are certain itineraries, particularly if you're going somewhere like Puerto Rico, where you may not need a passport. And I know that has become a big issue, just passports in general, and people getting their passports renewed over the last couple of months. So certainly, especially even if you're looking at booking a cruise far to 2022, make sure that you check on that, so that you can, get in line, get your place, and get your passport if you do need it.
Yeah, because we're hearing about passport delays taking months for sure for people to get those. As a travel expert, I'm looking at industry insights. The holidays, upcoming 2022, would you say that the bookings, they're going fast?
Yes, absolutely. According to Carnival, there is so much pent-up demand that their 2022 bookings at this point in the year are already stronger than their 2019 bookings were. So, cruising is one of those long curve kind of vacations where people will book a year, even 2 years in advance. So certainly if you want to go over the holidays and even on those 2022 bookings, you need to be looking at them now.
Absolutely. What would you say the highly anticipated new ships, how are they leading the way for the industry?
Well, I think one of the big things is with this really clean fuel that they're using. This ship is the first in the Americas, as I mentioned, to be powered by liquefied natural gas, which is one of the cleanest fuels in the world. And that's going to set new industry standards. And it's great. It's an eco-friendly fuel. And for a ship this size, it's going to definitely set new standards in the industry.
I am not going to lie, I am a little jealous that you're on the Carnival Mardi Gras right now. What time do you guys set sail tomorrow in case anybody wants to wave and say goodbye to you?
I don't actually even know the exact time that we pull away, but usually that happens kind of midday, mid-afternoon after everybody embarks the ship. And, I think I mentioned this ship holds over 6,000 passengers. Now they are sailing at reduced capacity, but it's going to be pretty exciting to see everyone get here and get excited to get on this voyage.
Yeah, Janine, I have to say, bon voyage. Enjoy the trip. How long is the cruise? Will you guys be gone, and where are you going?
Yeah, this is a 7-night Caribbean cruise, so a great one for people that have been really kind of waiting to get out on these ships.
I know cruise lines were really impacted by the coronavirus pandemic, so I'm certainly very happy to see them back up and running. Thank you so much for your time today. Have a great trip, and maybe we can reconnect when you come back. That'd be great.
Sounds great. My pleasure.
Take care. Back out live, everybody, at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. The sun has certainly risen out there in our nation's capital. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, July 30th, 2021. I hope you guys are all having a great week so far. It's wrapping up. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm going to call it. There's got to be something up with that Port Canaveral camera. It is not that dark out there. And this is my proof. This is right up the coast, further north, St. Augustine, Florida. But yes, the sun has risen out here this Friday morning. It's a brand new, beautiful, gorgeous day. You can see the clouds out there and the sun rising. You've got boats out there as well. Likely a lot of people going to be on the water this weekend for sure. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. It's Friday, July 30th. 2021. Back to some more segments from our Fox owned and operated stations from across the country. We're going to head out west to go all the way to Los Angeles, California, where Fox 11 LA put together this segment. So we're all talking to each other, right? We're coming out of our little bubbles that we've been in inside of our homes for about the last year and a half during the coronavirus pandemic. Or maybe we're having these conversations online on social media. How do you talk to your unvaccinated friends or your vaccine hesitant friends? How do you have those social interactions and those conversations? Let's find out this morning right here on Live Now from Fox.
Here's a conversation. Health officials say the recent surge in cases of the Delta variant is driven almost exclusively by those who have not yet been vaccinated. The frustration among folks who have gotten their shot seems to be growing. You may have heard these comments from the governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks. It's the unvaccinated folks that are letting us down.
That quote there points to the latest us versus them issue in America. What if you have someone in your own life, someone important to you, who has decided not to get vaccinated? How do you get past the frustration, the anger, the fear, and have a real conversation about it? We've got help. psychotherapist Dr. Jen Mann, a very familiar face around these parts. Nice to see you, Dr. Mann.
Hey, great to see you too.
This is a tough one. How do we even start it? Where do we start?
Well, I think that, first of all, we need to realize that typically how a conversation starts is how it ends. And the studies actually show that 97% of the time, that's the case. And if you start aggressively, if you start with criticism, if you start with hostility, it's going to go badly. So instead, have a soft startup. Start with asking open-ended questions. Seek to understand, what is this other person's concerns? Because typically, we are driven by fear when it comes to this vaccination on both sides, whether it is fear of getting the virus or fear of the vaccination. And it's important to ask the question, what is it that you're scared of? And if it's someone who won't respond well to that, hey, what are your concerns? What are you worried will happen to you? Have you talked to your doctor? And also to really, sometimes we've had this argument over and over so much, and I can't tell you how often I've seen it in the last year in families that I work with in my private practice, that having the same argument over and over again doesn't help.
No.
Sometimes bring in another expert, bring in someone who that person respects, bring in a medical doctor, a clergy member, a mentor, someone who they respect, who can give them a different point of view that may click better with them.
Couple of things to not do. Avoid name calling, no matter how frustrated you are. Recognize when you are triggered. And then I want to drill down into this one. Figure out what motivates them, right? And maybe use that as a tool to help them get some context.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I read a study about mask wearing and about people who weren't wearing masks, men specifically. And what they found was that when men in this study were told to wear a mask to help the community, it didn't ring true for them. They didn't do much. But when they were told, help your family, support your family, protect your family, that really clicked for them. So what that really speaks to me is with each individual person, you need to look at what will be their motivator. Is it their own personal health? Is it their family? Is it their community? Is it the concern about that not getting vaccinated helps this virus morph and spread and become more lethal to more people? So you really got to look at what will motivate that particular person.
But by hearing them first, you can get a sense of what that is. Another point you make is that, you know, so many people are overwhelmed by technology, and we know technology has been such a key factor in registering to get vaccinated, to finding out when your appointment is, to getting that important information. That is something to be aware of here.
Absolutely, and especially with older people or people who just aren't as good with their computer or their phones, that actually sitting down and going on the website to help them get a vaccine is super helpful, even driving them to get their vaccine. And also a lot of people don't realize that some people have bedridden parents who can't get out of bed. Call your local fire station and ask. A lot of them now have programs where they will come to you, to the home, to the backyard, to actually vaccinate someone.
That's amazing. They're trying to bring down those barriers that are preventing people from going. You know, and here's the thing. As a friend, as a loved one, you have a point of privilege with that person. You're a trusted source. You use that to the benefit and not for harm, right?
Absolutely. And if you're super aggressive, if you're super critical, if you just are fighting or name calling, it's not going to help move this person in that direction. But using your concern, your love, your connection with them to help them to make this move, and also to move past their own fears and to move past their own misinformation.
We just appreciate you, by the way, for all you do. Dr. Jen Mann is a psychotherapist. She's here to answer questions for all of us and provide help for her clients and patients. Thanks for helping us with this tough conversation. Appreciate you.
Yeah, tough conversation for sure, everybody. You are watching Live Now from Fox. I am trying to get you a Live Now look. This is Los Angeles International Airport, LAX for short. Millions of Americans, they're vaccinated and they are comfortable with traveling again, despite the fact that the Delta variant is essentially the driving factor for the surge in coronavirus cases across the country. There are other variants as well that are driving case numbers as well, but the Delta variant the most heavily of those reasons. Now, Dr. Mike Srigliano, you heard him moments ago this morning saying, if you don't have to travel, I wouldn't do it. He's like, if you are going to travel, travel locally. But some people, perhaps, they are traveling for business and pleasure. You do see a lot of cars out there at 4:18 in the morning at LAX. All right, everybody. Well, Fox 11 Los Angeles, they put together this special report that I have for you right here on Live Now from Fox. I believe it's looking at the homelessness situation in Southern California.
Coming up, the LAUSD will require everyone to get tested for COVID, even if they've been vaccinated. So how's that actually going to work?
Plus, get a vaccine, get $100. Could the cash payment turn the tide on the vaccine hesitant? Also, what is the future of the restaurant industry now that we're back to COVID cases surging?
And LA area Congresswoman Karen Bass is with us to talk about an increase in crime and the future of her police reform legislation.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
And good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
Thank you for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Let's begin with some big headlines.
Today, LA County Public Health is reporting its highest number of new daily COVID-19 infections since February. More than 3,000 hospitalizations, also rising to the highest level in months, closing in on 1,000. But the rate of people testing positive appears to be leveling off, according to the Public Health Department. Again, that's 1,000 people in a county of 10 million.
And at the height, there were 8,000 people in the hospital. For more perspective there, LAUSD shifting course, now requiring all students and staff to undergo weekly COVID testing, regardless of vaccination status. Previously, testing was only required for the unvaccinated. The interim superintendent says the move aligns with recent LA County guidance. The district says mobile teams will visit schools to provide baseline testing, which begins this coming Monday. The school year officially begins August 16th.
President Biden speaking on the urgent need to get people vaccinated. He is urging new incentives. The president pushing for $100 payments to every person that gets a vaccine.
I'm calling on all states and local governments to use funding they have received, including from the American Rescue Plan, to give $100 to anyone who gets fully vaccinated. I know the paying people to get vaccinated might sound unfair to folks who've gotten vaccinated already. But here's the deal. If incentives help us beat this virus, I believe we should use them.
All right, let's bring Phil Schuman into this conversation. You know, it's interesting. Here we are in California. We had the Vax for the Win. We still, that didn't necessarily pay off. And here we are throwing money at people just to get vaccinated, Phil.
I think it's a great idea. If you can't convince them using logic and medical advice and science, then bribe them. The point is to get people vaccinated, to save them from being hospitalized and save them from possibly dying. And the money we save in the healthcare system, I'm sure will be more than made up for it by that if we spend $100 per person. I think it's a great idea.
The other thing, though, I do think it's important to point out is some perspective on those numbers. I mean, to basically go through all of these hoops when you have 1,000 hospitalization in a county of 10 million. I mean, the hospital system is not getting overrun right now.
Right, but the point is that it re-emphasizes the need for the unvaccinated to get the shot. So yes, it's great that the hospital system isn't overrun right now, but we don't know what it's going to look like a month from now or 6 months from now. I mean, I think the real fear is that we're going back to, the surge, and nobody wants that to happen again. Nobody wants the shutdowns. Nobody wants the social distancing and all of that that we've come through. So if the messaging isn't getting through, that perhaps the financial incentive will make the difference for a lot of people that are saying no.
And the people who are saying no are the younger residents. And that's what we learned today. It's the 20 to 40-year-olds that think that they're so healthy and they're invincible and they didn't need to get the vaccine, and yet they are in the hospital tonight. I interviewed Cedars-Sinai infectious disease specialist today, and she said 20 to 40-year-olds are who are in the hospital tonight. Regretting, wishing that they had gotten the vaccine.
Yeah, and more reason to get it. All right, Phil, we're going to talk with you throughout the show a little bit later, but first we want to get to Congresswoman Karen Bass to talk about the the federal vaccine requirements, and a whole lot more. Of course, she represents Culver City, Inglewood, West LA. She's negotiating that big George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. We'll talk about that in a moment. But Congresswoman, good to see you. Let's talk about where we are at on COVID and what you make of what the federal government is doing. Does more need?
All right, everybody, I have to interrupt this Fox 11 Los Angeles special report on a variety of topics out there in Southern California, SoCal for short. And that's because we have a weather alert to bring you here this morning on Live Now from Fox. When we first saw these images here at our East Coast hub, we knew that something bad had happened, and we called Fox 29 out in Philadelphia to get the latest details here. They are reporting that a, quote, large, dangerous, end quote, tornado ripped through Bucks County yesterday, leaving behind widespread damage. There's Skyfox flying around the scene this morning to show us. The hardest hit was an area off of Metropolitan Drive. That's according to Ben Salem Township Director of Public Safety, Fred Herron, out there. The Faulkner Buick GMC dealership on the 4400 block of East Street Road in Feasterville, Trevose, partially collapsed. Photos and, as you can see, footage from the scene showing a caved-in roof and cars flipped over in the parking lot. Merchandise at the Lowe's nearby was tossed around the parking lot, and a shed was thrown upside down. The roof of the garden center appeared to have sustained damage. Now, residents out there of 2 trailer park communities were forced out of their homes due to extensive damage. We are hearing of Street Road currently being closed from Old Street Road to Old Lincoln Highway in both directions. There are numerous reports of trees and wires down throughout Ben Salem Township. Fire crews are working at numerous locations. They have said it was a devastating tornado that went through, lots of structural damage in the area. They brought in additional police personnel and EMS. 5 non-life-threatening injuries have been reported. Ben Salem Township officials are working with the Red Cross to assist those who have been affected. We are hearing that an evacuation center is operating at this time. This is the 3rd time in the last 15 days severe weather has impacted Ben Salem Township. The severe weather prompted tornado warnings from Pennsylvania and New Jersey. A tornado was also located near Lumberville, Bucks County, according to the National Weather Service. Now, anyone needing assistance or who knows of someone needing assistance can contact the Red Cross. That number, 1-800-RED-CROSS. Again, 1-800-RED-CROSS. Devastating news out there in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Fox 29 Philly, they are staying on it this morning. We will likely show you some of their coverage a little bit later this morning. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We had this weather alert that we wanted to bring to you here on Live Now. We will be right back after a 2-minute commercial break.
back outside to Steve Keeley in Trevose, Feasterville area, where a very dangerous tornado touched down and did widespread damage. Hey, Steve.
Well, you feel for these employees. They don't know of a future they have and beyond today. And the only job they have now is to look at what was their workplace. And they've got customers that were waiting for cars to be repaired. They've got customers that had cars that are brand new that they were waiting to pick up that now are devastated and damaged, like they've been in 4 different accidents. And they're looking all around, and the boss is still assessing the situation. The boss hasn't even seen it all yet, and he thinks he hasn't even seen the worst. But the one thing that you see here is that everybody is proudly wearing their Faulkner uniform. They all came in their Faulkner T-shirts like they were coming in to do their regular job. And they all are proud to work here. They're all like a family here, and they're all sticking together. And they're all beyond the fence. They even asked the police to block off more of it to keep the gawkers away. I met my first insurance adjuster who just showed up, and you got a lot of people who just want to see for themselves what they've been seeing on TV or seeing on their phones. And the one thing you don't see is anybody complaining here. They know they've got a big cleanup to do. They've got a big rebuilding job to do. They've got a lot of repairs on cars. And when you get a car like this that has all the windows blown out, and then we're going to walk over to the fence, and it's not just the windows that are blown out. Everything that got blown from the buildings or the debris from the nearby neighborhood blew into the cars as well. So here's a car, and you can tell because it's got its registration stickers on the windshield. It's in for service for whatever there is, and now it's got front-end damage to it. So this part of the building hit the fence gave way. You can see the fender's broken now, the headlight's broken, part of the hood smashed, and then you got the windows smashed on the side, and there's probably a lot of water damage in there, and you got to wonder what's wrong with that car. Same goes for the car next to it, but I mean, this car really took a hit just parked here. So the Faulkner folks are just trying to stick together right now and trying to walk around. None of them are shaking their heads. Some of them are videotaping it, and they just got to figure out where they go next. And the cleanup won't start till they get their insurance folks out here to let them know what kind of estimate they got and how they can even start repairing things, how they have to start maybe demolishing this end of the building, which is obviously ready to give any second. You see parts of the cinder blocks just barely hanging on to the steel, and there's cars under all that debris. But the good thing is there's no people under any of that debris. The fact that nobody got hurt seriously, no life-threatening injuries through this devastating tornado is just something hard to believe when you look at the damage around here.
I know, you look at that shot from Sky Fox, you'd think somebody at least got hurt. Thank God not. But then after you realize that you're alive, think how your life has changed. So you no longer can sell cars if you're the salesperson. You're not going to repair any cars today. And as you're probably wondering,
It's cleanup mode. It's, you know, disaster response.
And
how do we move forward?
when will I get another paycheck?
Right.
If I can't sell them or repair them?
A lot of questions.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk with Jason Franklin. He is a meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Mount Holly. And we're going to do that. There he is right there. Hi, Jason. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning. Thank you.
On short notice here. When will we find out what was the strength of this tornado?
So today we are going to be sending out many different teams out to the survey sites. We've had a lot of reports of damage all the way from the Lehigh Valley, Allentown area, through Bucks County, Mercer County, down to the Jersey Shore even, Ocean County. And as you all are aware, there in the Trevose, Ben Salem area, there's a lot of damage as well. So we won't really have an idea of the exact strength of the tornado damage and everything like that. Probably not till tonight. It's going to be a long day for us.
Okay, but with all your experience, and you don't have to answer this at all, but when you look at the footage from the car dealership, what does that say to you?
Yeah, it was a significant damage event. These are the types of things that we train for. We provide all types of information to the public. We train my meteorologists. We have working relationships with the emergency management community. We provide training materials and all the planning that goes into this, so that we are able to
warn people,
mitigate all this.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Warn people, mitigate the damage, make sure people's lives are okay.
Exactly. You were sending warning after warning after warning last night, and thank God you did, because the people at the dealership there listened to these warnings and they got to the interior of that building, and it probably saved their lives. I did have a question. It seems like we're having a lot of tornadoes. This isn't Kansas. This isn't Tornado Alley. Is there an uptick, or am I just confused?
This isn't the first time we've had significant tornadoes in the area. Southeastern Pennsylvania has had, in the past, in the 90s, we had the Limerick tornado, as well as the one in Lyons, which is outside of Reading. We had significant damage back in the mid to late 90s. So it's not unprecedented to have something like this. This is probably going to be something similar to that when all is said and done. There has been a lot more severe weather. We are in a pattern of a very active pattern over the last few years. But who's to say that this pattern will continue for the near future, or it will come to an end?
We just don't know yet. Yeah. I keep mentioning Tornado Alley. A lot of times out there in the Midwest, and there's tornado watches almost every day. You sometimes see tornadoes that are visible, and there's even sunshine out there. You see a distinctive, tornado shape in the twisting. This thing looked like it was shrouded in clouds.
Yeah, there are various ways that people see tornadoes. Sometimes they're wrapped. They're wrapped with all the heavy rain and everything. And actually, that's actually a more dangerous situation because you don't even see the tornado.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But then there are other types of storms where there's hardly any rain around it, and it's very clear, and you see the funnel itself. And we were seeing videos yesterday of where it was very clear video of the tornado, and others that were not.
Okay, if you could send that video to us, I know you're talking to our producer, I'd like to see that. I thought we probably wouldn't get any footage because it's so wrapped inside of the clouds. And like you said, if you can see it and it's not shrouded in clouds, you know which way to run, the opposite direction. You can't see this one, and it's on you before you know it. Jason, great work. Thank you for the warnings last night.
Yes. Thank you. And I just want to say, thanks to everybody. I mean, it's all a lot of hard work. We put in a lot of time, and we think sometimes, oh my gosh, this is not the Great Plains. This is never going to happen here. Well, look it happens. This is exactly what we're planning for, and we're ready for it.
You demand. Jason Franklin, there in Mount Holly. Thank you. Let's take another look. There's a bunch of flooding over in Mercer County. I think they're probably getting the worst of the flooding, and it's still there. And it doesn't seem to be receding. It's looked just like this for an hour and a half now. Say hi.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Everybody, it is Friday, July 30th, 2021. Tomorrow marks the final day of the month. On Sunday, a new one begins. It will be August 1st. A lot of students across the country, they are preparing to return to the classrooms, while many school districts are still trying to make decisions as to whether or not masks will be required. Remember, children 12 and under still not eligible to receive the COVID-19 vaccine. But of course, with students being any ages in schools, we're talking 12 all the way up to university levels, master's degrees and the like. Plenty of students across the country are and can be fully vaccinated. Again, we were tuning in to Fox 29 Philadelphia. There was some pretty severe tornado damage in their area. They're waiting for the National Weather Service to talk about the strength of that tornado. But we saw a car dealership that Fox 29 Steve Keeley was at completely devastated with damage. We're talking about new vehicles that were sitting there waiting to be delivered to customers. And when we're talking about the chip shortage, used car prices on the rise as well out there, certainly not the best time for some severe weather like that to blow through and completely hurt that business out there for sure. So we'll be keeping a very close eye as they continue to cover the damage out there. Meanwhile, we're about 20 minutes away from the top of the 8 o'clock hour. That's when our very own Rain Augustine is going to be joining you for a couple hours before I rejoin you from 10 to 11 a.m. this morning, before we pass things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. We were listening in on a special report from Fox 11 Los Angeles. They were talking about a variety of topics out in SoCal, that is Southern California, that are impacting all of you Live Now viewers out there. So I do want to get back to it. Again, I'm going to continue to monitor the breaking news out of the Philadelphia area. They're saying tornado impacts and damage felt all the way as far as the Jersey Shore. So I'll keep a very close eye on it. It's who we are. It's what we do. We monitor all these live feeds, not just breaking news, but weather, politics as well. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles we go.
What you make of what the federal government is doing? Does more need to be done?
Well, I absolutely think more needs to be done. I do think that it was absolutely right for the president to say either get a vaccine or get tested. But what I think is that we're slowly moving to mandating vaccines. For example, the idea that there's a big percentage of people in the military who don't want to get vaccinated. And what I think is that in a minute, we're going to be moving to mandates in some areas. You know, some private companies are already moving to mandates.
I want to get your reaction to something that the president said today that struck me. He said that on a daily basis, he receives phone calls from foreign leaders asking for vaccine because their people want it desperately. In the meantime, here we are in America. It's free, it's readily available, and now it's taking all of this money that you could put to other issues within this country. It's taking that incentive, and you'd think that the avoidance of death would be incentive enough.
Well, you know what? I mean, I think that it's really sad. And you're hearing all of the hospitals say that almost 100% of the people that are hospitalized right now in ICU and dying are people who are not vaccinated. And you probably have seen some of the interviews of people in the hospital expressing how regretful they are that they did not get vaccinated. But you know what? That's because of the way the way the virus was handled last year, the way it got politicized, the way Dr. Fauci has been attacked, masking has been attacked. It's just really sad. I think that we could have been so much further in conquering this virus if we had not gone through the experience of last year. And more variants are going to continue to kick up until the entire world is vaccinated.
So just to drill down on something you said about mandates, do you believe that the military should have a vaccine mandate? Do you believe that the House of Representatives should have a vaccine mandate? Now they're bringing back the mask mandate, but do you think there should be a vaccine mandate to work on Capitol Hill?
Well, I will tell you that I do think within the military that it should be mandated. And it's sad to say that it would need to be mandated in the House of Representatives, you know, because the problem is that you see the picture of the House chamber right there. Well, the virus spreads around, and 100% of the Democrats have been vaccinated in the House. 25% of the Republicans haven't, because 25% of the Republicans have had COVID. 2 of them have died. And so they believe because they've had COVID, they don't need to be vaccinated. And I think that that's just really bad information. And it's sad to say, but the members of Congress need to be educated more. And there are a number of members of Congress that are doctors. I do believe they are vaccinated, and I wish they would talk to their Republican colleagues.
Yeah, the president saying today this isn't about red states or blue states. This is a matter of life and death. So let's not politicize this any longer. Given what Alex just said about the mask mandate being imposed on the House floor, there are plenty of Republicans who are just refusing it. So how is that?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult. And so we need to go back to wearing masks. We wouldn't have to wear masks if everybody was vaccinated. And so, you know, it's problematic to see my colleagues actually stage a protest. I mean, it gets to be like high school sometimes, you know, it's a little embarrassing. So they're going to go into the center of the floor and not have their mask on as a protest. I mean, it's just, it's actually pretty pathetic.
So
and look at who it is, too.
Unfortunately, we are seeing COVID numbers on the rise. We're also seeing crime numbers on the rise. We've seen these horrible images of people going into stores and this feeling with some that there are not enough consequences for these thieves. When you see these images, what do you think is going on, and how do we fix this?
Well, I think those images are absolutely awful. To see people steal like that, to know that crime is ticking up. But here's what I'm really concerned about. I mean, after 30 straight years of really harsh sentencing, mass incarceration, and we're just beginning to institute reforms, I don't want to see the progress snap back. And I do think that we need to evaluate some of the reforms. So, for example, we release people from prison. But, you know, the big thing that I've been working on and working on specific legislation, we need to figure out how to reintegrate people back into communities, allow them to work, because once you have been incarcerated and have a felony, it's very difficult to get employed. And so I think while we're talking about reforms, we need to talk about unintended consequences. We need to be proactive and figure out how to mitigate those problems before reforms, before some of the reforms go forward.
You are the author of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, which is now being negotiated between you and Cory Booker and Tim Scott in the Senate. We understand that you've come to an agreement on a framework, but we haven't heard a whole lot since then. Where are we at on the bill, and are we looking at an actual deal with real legislative text sometime imminently?
Well, I certainly hope so. But you know very well that I finished my job in the House on March 3rd. It's been in the Senate, and I've been working with my Senate colleagues, and the Senate process is very, very slow. So we adjourn tomorrow for the month of August, but the Senate continues on for a week. I know they are making progress. You know that a lot of attention is paid to just one aspect of the bill, but there's about 20 different pieces of legislation in the bill. And so I know that they are trying to reach agreement on many of those areas. And I'm certainly hopeful that they will be able to complete their work by the time the Senate adjourns next week, which means that they would complete their work. Hopefully they would pass a bill, and then the bill would wait until the House goes back into session.
Is that realistic, that we could see a bill actually done and passed within the next week?
I think that it is possible, but you know, I have thought that before. So I'm a little reluctant to say positive we're going to get it done.
Yeah, you wanted the May 25th deadline. You're passionate about this. You will press on. Congressman Karen Bass, as always, we thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me on.
Great to see you.
All right, still to come, many California restaurant owners are fed up with masking restrictions.
So how do we keep people safe and keep businesses afloat? We'll speak to the president of the California Restaurant Association. That's next.
More and more restaurants are now demanding vaccination proof to dine indoors as COVID cases spike. At the same time, many California restaurant owners are fed up with masking restrictions. So how do we keep the public safe and keep businesses afloat. For that, we bring in President and CEO of California Restaurant Association, Jot Condi. Jot, thank you so much for being with us. Phil Schuman is also joining this conversation with us tonight. Let's open with this. How is the state of the restaurant industry as we continue to navigate the pandemic?
It's volatile. I think 6 weeks ago when the restaurants reopened, there was maybe not so much jubilation, but relief that restaurants sort of get back to it and serve our customers. But I think the realization of these lasting effects from the shutdown are setting in, and now there's sort of a new kind of fight for survival in the industry. Bottlenecks in supply chains, food inflation, and of course the labor shortage, which is the greatest challenge for restaurants right now.
Phil, I know you've done so much reporting in our restaurants.
Yeah, it seems like from the very beginning, the restaurant industry took the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic unfairly. Yes, medically, there was some justification for that. But do you feel that the restaurant industry has been hurt and way out of proportion to other businesses?
Well, we were the first to be shut down and the last to open. And, of course, the restaurant industry is notoriously volatile in terms of its, profit margins and the high labor costs. So, yeah, I think we've been, I'm not sure unfairly, but we have been disproportionately impacted as an industry compared to most other industries.
Where do you see things in terms of hiring? We've heard so many different chefs, restaurant owners who have struggled with bringing employees back. How are things going there, and how can you maybe incentivize that better?
Yeah, not well. I mean, I wish I had the answer. I mean, it's kaleidoscopic. I think a lot of people are spending probably too much focus on, sort of the rich unemployment benefits, but it's way more complex than that. I mean, if you talk to most restaurant owners, they'll tell you they're about 25% down in terms of the employees they need to meet the demand of the customers. It is not uncommon to see lines out of a restaurant, front entrance, and then some empty tables and frustrated customers wondering, why can't I just get that empty table or sit at that table that's vacant? And they have to hear from a manager that we don't have enough workers to, provide that kind of a service. I don't know what the answer is, but I think you're going to see the restaurant business model in the next year to 2 years have to adjust to what we think is the new normal. Less employees.
Less employees. Okay. I want to get your reaction, though. We're seeing plenty of locales in our area, establishments now mandating vaccination proof among customers who want to dine. Do you think that this is a good idea? Should all restaurants do this as COVID cases surge?
Well, I think Phil got it right earlier when he said if you can't convince them with science and facts, then bribe them. And I think a lot of restaurants are doing that with their workers for sure, because we are struggling with some of our employees that have not been vaccinated yet. And I guess to answer your question, Marla, about should all restaurants do this, if they can get away with it, if a restaurant can require proof of vaccination and assure that it's not going to drive them out of business, then we're all for it. I mean, if you see restaurants, many in Los Angeles, San Francisco, are doing that, and we've read in the headlines about the 500 bars in San Francisco that did that. It's political, which is the sad part of all of this, is that, it's something that is intended to, one of the greatest life-saving medications or treatments that we've seen in our lifetime. People aren't taking it seriously, it feels like sometimes. Unfortunately, in other parts of California, if a restaurant mandated or said you can't, no shoes, no shirt, no vaccine, no service, they'd probably go out of business. It just depends on what part of California you do that in.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes people that live in LA County forget that this state is a lot of different states in the 58 counties that we have, which makes governing it so complicated. Jack Condi, thank you so much for your perspective. We really appreciate it, and best of luck to you. We all love going out to eat and hope everybody...
All right, everybody, we're taking a live now look at New York, just outside of the Fox News headquarters. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back and get you all up to speed with the latest out of the Northeast in terms of that severe weather that rolled through. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. This is a look at the stunning downtown Seattle, Washington. You can see the sun rising out there on the East Coast. Coming up on 8 a.m. here, or excuse me, West Coast. Coming up on 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, which means 5 a.m. there on the West Coast. It's Friday, everybody. I promise I'm awake here with you. I said we were going to take you back out to the Pennsylvania and New Jersey area in the Northeast to look at the video, the damage that we are now seeing here on Live Now from Fox this morning. A tornado warning was issued for the area surrounding Trenton, New Jersey yesterday, with forecasters describing it as a, quote, life-threatening situation. This footage filmed inside the area of the warning, according to Jake Rumowicz, shows damage to trees and debris on a highway. Local media reported that, quote, as many as 3 or 4 tornadoes may have touched down across New Jersey yesterday. Everybody, I do have another video. I have to advance the graphic here for you on Live Now from Fox. 2 tornadoes touched down in Bucks County, Pennsylvania yesterday, according to local news reports, causing severe damage in Bensalem. This video posted to Instagram by Kieran. I'm not going to attempt to say that last name. Apologies, because I do not want to mess it up, but it shows strong winds ripping through a garden, battering trees, and whipping up debris. The National Weather Service reported 2 quote-unquote tornadic storms in northeast Philadelphia and Bucks County areas on the evening of last night, as well as in southwest Mercer County and northern Ocean County. So big thanks to Kieran, who posted this video on Instagram for us. Storyful is a great resource. We can bring you videos such as these right here on Live Now from Fox. It is, in case you missed it, time here on Live Now. President Joe Biden's remarks talking about the latest in the coronavirus pandemic. We're talking masks and even incentives for vaccines. You're watching Live Now. I'll see you all again at 10 o'clock.
Home state of Delaware, where I live in Newcastle County, where I was yesterday in Pennsylvania, because people got vaccinated. They got vaccinated. They don't need a mask when the vast majority of people got vaccinated. Look, I want to talk about what's really happening, what it means, what it doesn't mean, and what we need to do this week and the months ahead. For the moment I was elected, I said I'd always give it to you straight from the shoulder. And we need some straight talk right now. Because there's a lot of fear and misinformation in the country. And we need to cut through it with facts, with science, with the truth. So, what's really happening today? After months and months of cases going down, we're seeing a spike in COVID cases. They're going up. Why? Because of this new form, this new variant called the Delta variant. This is a much different variant than the one we dealt with previously. It's highly transmissible, and it's causing a new wave of cases in those who are not vaccinated. Our experts tell me that cases will go up further before they start to come back down. But while cases are on the rise, we're not likely to see, according to experts, a comparable rise in hospitalizations or deaths in most areas of the country. So you have to ask yourself, why is that? Because 164 million Americans are fully vaccinated, including 80% of the most vulnerable, our seniors. So there's a challenge, as you knew there could be. But there's also good news. We've spent the last 6 months preparing for this possibility. The vaccines are highly effective. We have enough vaccine for everyone to get vaccinated. And thanks to the American Rescue Plan and the hard work of the American people, we've administered over 325 million vaccinations doses in the past 6 months. We have the tools to prevent this new wave of COVID from shutting down our businesses, our schools, our society, as we saw happen last year. I've said from the beginning that we will be guided by the science. So here's what the science tells us. On Tuesday, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, announced its new mask recommendation in parts of the country where COVID cases are substantially high, where people didn't get vaccinated, which they define as 50 new cases for every 100,000 people in a week. The CDC recommends you wear a mask when you're in public and indoors, like work or in a grocery store. That's true for both the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. Why? Because even if you've been fully vaccinated and protected from severe illness from COVID-19, you could have the Delta variant in your system and spread it to someone who isn't vaccinated. We need to wear a mask to protect each other and to stop the rapid spread of this virus as we work to get more people vaccinated. And I hope all Americans who live in areas with substantial or high case rates will follow the mask guidance that's being laid down by the CDC. I certainly will, and I have, because this is one of those areas in Washington. And at my decision, at my direction, all federal personnel and visitors to federal buildings will have to do the same thing. As I said from the beginning, a mask is not a political statement. It's about protecting yourself and protecting others. Masking is one defense against the spread of COVID-19. But make no mistake, vaccines are the best defense against you getting severely ill from COVID-19. The very best defense. And you want to know how we put this virus behind us? Well, I'll tell you how. We need to get more people vaccinated. Look, and it's important to understand what vaccines do and what they don't do. Put simply, the vaccines are designed to save lives and prevent severe illness. They're highly effective at both. 190 million Americans have had at least one shot. Of that group, about 90% are done now, and 10% are waiting for the second shot. To those folks who have one shot, but not the second, go get the second shot. Even if you're overdue for the second shot, it's not too late. Go get the second shot now. The bottom line is, if you're fully vaccinated, you're highly protected from COVID-19. But I also know that many of you who are vaccinated are concerned about what's called breakthrough cases. Yes, some fully vaccinated people will still test positive, and some will show some symptoms of COVID-19. That's expected with almost every vaccine there is for other diseases. But breakthrough cases remain rare, and almost all are mild cases. In fact, virtually all hospitalizations and deaths are among the unvaccinated. I also know many of you are wondering if you need a booster shot to add another layer of protection. As of now, my medical advisors say the answer is no. No American needs a booster now. But if the science tells us there's a need for boosters, then that's something we'll do. And we have purchased the supply, all the supply we need to be ready if that was called for. Folks, the truth is, as more people get vaccinated, we are better protected as a nation to continue reopening safely and responsibly. We are not fully out of the woods yet, because what is happening in America right now is a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Let me say that again. It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. There are about 90 million Americans who are eligible to get the shot, but haven't gotten it yet. As I just mentioned, nearly all of the cases, hospitalizations, and deaths due to COVID-19 today are from unvaccinated people. Last month, a study showed that over 99% of COVID-19 deaths have been among the unvaccinated. 99%. This is an American tragedy. People are dying and will die who don't have to die. If you're out there unvaccinated, you don't have to die. Read the news. You'll see stories about unvaccinated patients in hospitals. As they're lying in bed dying from COVID-19, they're asking, "Doc, can I get the vaccine?" And the doctors have to say, "Sorry, it's too late." Right now, too many people are dying, or watching someone they love dying and saying, "If I just got vaccinated, if I just." It's heartbreaking. And it's complicated even more because it's preventable. America's divided between the majority of eligible people who are vaccinated and those who are not. And I understand that many of you in the majority are frustrated with the consequences of the failure of the minority to get vaccinated. But I want you to know that I'm going to continue to do everything I can to encourage the unvaccinated to get vaccinated. That includes addressing hesitancy and misinformation head on. For example, I know some of you who are unvaccinated think the development of a vaccine was rushed, therefore I'm not going to take a chance. As a result, I think it's not safe because it was rushed. I understand. But let me explain. Our top scientists, the National Institute of Health, the NIH, and across the country, got to work applying decades of research. Decades of research. I'm going to repeat that. Decades that had already been done, the research, to develop the COVID-19 vaccine when it hit. In the last 6 months, more than 325 million doses of the vaccine have been administered in the United States, and billions of doses administered around the world. The vaccine was developed and authorized under a Republican administration, and it's been distributed and administered under a Democratic administration. The vaccines are safe, highly effective. There's nothing political about them. Look at all the people who took a shot at it. Later, we learned a lot of them had already been vaccinated. From the start, I have to compliment Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. He had made it political. He's encouraged people to get vaccinated and continuing to do so. And his state's in pretty good shape. Alabama Republican Governor Kay Ivey recently spoke out to encourage vaccination, and even the commentators on facts who have been belittling this for a long time, some haven't, but many have, are arguing get vaccinated. Look, this is not about red states and blue states. It's literally about life and death. It's about life and death. That's what it's about. You know, and I know people talk about freedom, but I learned growing up in school and with my parents, with freedom comes responsibility. Your decision to be unvaccinated impacts someone else. Unvaccinated people spread the virus. They get sick and fill up our hospitals. And that means if someone else has a heart attack or breaks a hip, there may not be a hospital bed for them. If you're unvaccinated, you put your doctor and nurses at risk. The same frontline essential workers who put their lives on the line over the past year and have gone through hell. Again, with freedom comes responsibility. So please, exercise responsible judgment. Get vaccinated for yourself, for the people you love, for your country. I'm being literal when I say this. As I travel the world almost every day, a foreign leader calls me, asking, can I provide his or her country more vaccines? There are people who are desperate for vaccines. I'm doing everything to answer those calls. We're sending millions of vaccines to people around the world. But folks, it's an American blessing that we have vaccines for each and every American. We've made it our first and top priority to have available vaccines for every eligible American, and that's never going to change as long as I'm here. And it's a shame. It's just such a shame to squander that blessing. That's why after 6 months of extraordinary work and effort, today I'm laying out additional steps we should be taking to deliver these life-saving vaccines to more Americans. First, we're going to provide more incentives to encourage unvaccinated Americans to get vaccinated. That starts with paid leave to get the shot. We're still hearing that people are unable to get time off from their employer to get vaccinated. Well, this is unacceptable. For some time now, I've said you should be able to get the shot and still get paid. Thanks to the American Rescue Plan, the federal government is fully reimbursing any small or medium-sized business that provides workers with paid time off to get vaccinated. Employers, this costs you nothing. If you haven't given employees paid time off, do it now, please. Today, I'm announcing that we're taking this a step further. The federal government will now reimburse those employers to give their staffs time off, not only to get themselves vaccinated, but also to get their family members vaccinated. That means employers can get reimbursed if they give parents time off with paid time, paid leave, to take their kids or their own parents to get vaccinated. So I'm calling on all employees across the country to give paid time off to get the shot or to help a family member do so. I promise you, it will cost you, the employer, nothing. You'll be reimbursed. Secondly, I'm announcing that we'll continue to work with states to encourage unvaccinated people to get vaccinated. In February, the grocery store chain Kroger's offered $100 to their associates if they would get vaccinated. And it worked. Vaccination rates moved up from 50% to 75% among their employees. States like New Mexico, Ohio, and Colorado are offering similar incentive programs that have helped increase vaccination rates. So today, I'm calling on all states and local governments to use funding they have received, including from the American Rescue Plan, to give $100 to anyone who gets fully vaccinated. I know the paying people to get vaccinated might sound unfair to folks who've gotten vaccinated already. But here's the deal. If incentives help us beat this virus, I believe we should use them. We all benefit if we can get more people vaccinated. But in addition to providing incentives to encourage vaccination, it's time to impose requirements on key groups to make sure they're vaccinated. Excuse me. Just this week, we took an important step to protect our veterans. Like many civilian hospital systems are doing, the Department of Veterans Affairs will now require COVID-19 vaccines for doctors and nurses and other healthcare workers who provide medical care for our veterans. We must do everything possible to protect our veterans from getting COVID when they come to get medical care they so richly earned serving their country. We owe them. Next, since many vaccinations are required for active duty military today, I'm asking the Defense Department to look into how and when they will add COVID-19 to the list of vaccinations our armed forces must get. Our men and women in uniform who protect this country from grave threats should be protected as much as possible from getting COVID-19. I think this is particularly important because our troops serve in places throughout the world, many where vaccination rates are low and disease is prevalent. Next, every federal government employee will be asked to attest to their vaccination status. Anyone who does not attest or is not vaccinated will be required to mask no matter where they work, test 1 or 2 times a week to see if they've acquired COVID, socially distance, and generally will not be allowed to travel for work. Likewise, today, I'm directing my administration to take steps to apply similar standards to all federal contractors. If you want to do business with the federal government, get your workers vaccinated. Look at the Chamber of Commerce, representing tens of thousands of American businesses, the National Association of Manufacturers, the Business Roundtable, which comprises of the largest and biggest corporations in America. They're all applauding the actions the federal government is taking and urge them to follow suit. I also commend the National Football League. It has announced that if there are outbreaks among unvaccinated players and personnel, then the team risks forfeiting games. I urge other sport leagues at every level to take every step they can. Every day, more businesses are implementing their own vaccine mandates. The Justice Department has made it clear that it is legal to require COVID-19 vaccines. We all want our lives to get back to normal. And fully vaccinated workplaces will make that happen more quickly and more successfully. We all know that in our gut. With incentives and mandates, we can make a huge difference and save a lot of lives. I also want to speak to families with children in school. We can and we must open schools this fall, full time. It's better for our children's mental and emotional well-being, and we can't afford it.
In case you missed it, we are taking a look back as President Biden speaks on the importance of vaccination. Switching gears now and bringing you all the latest information from the state of Florida. In Florida, the return of long lines for coronavirus testing. This as the CDC has said that Florida accounts for almost 20% of all new cases in the United States. According to their latest tally, the state had 16,000 new cases on Tuesday. That's a significant jump from 1,300, which was just a month earlier. And it's prompting an Orlando area hospital system to change its status from red status to black status. Here to explain exactly what that means is Fox 35 Orlando's Jessica Albert. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning, Rain. Advent Health in Central Florida has upgraded to black status, which means that they will not be doing any non-emergency surgeries to make room for COVID-19 patients. The doctors at the hospital tell us that they have 1,000 patients across all of its hospitals in Central Florida that they're taking care of right now. That's the most that they've ever taken care of during the entire pandemic. So they're extremely concerned about this, and they are planning to give us an update at 1 p.m. today about this black status and what they are going to do. They say that it is very important for people to get vaccinated because 92 to 95%
Fox 35 Orlando's Jessica Albert, thank you so much for joining Live Now from Fox, and we will look forward to that update at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time now is 8:20 here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine, and I'm joining you from our East Coast Bureau here at Live Now from Fox in Orlando, Florida. Now, we just had a live hit with Fox 35 Orlando's Jessica Albert explaining that a lot of people are reacting to the news that Florida is leading the cases in coronavirus surges. We're actually seeing officials not only in the state of Florida, but across the country. They're now blaming the unvaccinated, and this is sparking a larger conversation because many people are frustrated with those who do not want to get vaccinated. So Fox 11 Los Angeles recently caught up with a psychotherapist about how you can speak to your unvaccinated friends.
Recent surge in cases of the Delta variant is driven almost exclusively by those who have not yet been vaccinated. The frustration among folks who have gotten their shot seems to be growing. You may have heard these comments from the governor of Alabama, Kay Ivey.
It's time to start blaming the unvaccinated folks, not the regular folks. It's the unvaccinated folks that are letting us down.
That quote there points to the latest us versus them issue in America. What if you have someone in your own life, someone important to you, who has decided not to get vaccinated? How do you get past the frustration, the anger, the fear, and have a real conversation about it? We've got help. Psychotherapist Dr. Jen Mann, a very familiar face around these parts. Nice to see you, Dr. Mann.
Hey, great to see you too.
This is a tough one. How do we even start it? Where do we start?
Well, I think that, first of all, we need to realize that typically how a conversation starts is how it ends. And the studies actually show that 97% of the time, that's the case. And if you start aggressively, if you start with criticism, if you start with hostility, it's going to go badly. So instead, have a soft startup. Start with asking open-ended questions. Seek to understand what is this other person's concerns. Because typically, we are driven by fear when it comes to this vaccination on both sides, whether it is fear of getting the virus or fear of the vaccination. And it's important to ask the question, what is it that you're scared of? And if it's someone who won't respond well to that, hey, what are your concerns? What are you worried will happen to you? Have you talked to your doctor? And also to really, sometimes we've had this argument over and over so much, and I can't tell you how often I've seen it in the last year in families that I work with in my private practice, that having the same argument over and over again doesn't help.
No.
Sometimes bring in another expert, bring in someone who that person respects, bring in a medical doctor, a clergy member, a mentor, someone who they respect, who can give them a different point of view that may click better with them.
Couple of things to not do. Avoid name calling, no matter how frustrated you are. Recognize when you are triggered. And then I want to drill down into this one. Figure out what motivates them, right? And maybe use that as a tool to help them get some context.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I read a study about mask wearing and about people who weren't wearing masks, men specifically. And what they found was that when men in this study were told to wear a mask to help the community, it didn't ring true for them. They didn't do much. But when they were told, help your family, support your family, protect your family, that really clicked for them. So what that really speaks to me is with each individual person, you need to look at what will be their motivator. Is it their own personal health? Is it their family? Is it their community? Is it the concern about that not getting vaccinated helps this virus morph and spread and become more lethal to more people? So you really got to look at what will motivate that particular person.
But by hearing them first, you can get a sense of what that is. Another point you make is that, you know, so many people are overwhelmed by technology, and we know technology has been such a key factor in registering to get vaccinated, to finding out when your appointment is, to getting that important information. That is something to be aware of here.
Absolutely. And especially with older people or people who just aren't as good with their computer or their phones, that actually sitting down and going on the website to help them get a vaccine is super helpful, even driving them to get their vaccine. And also a lot of people don't realize that some people have bedridden parents who can't get out of bed. Call your local fire station and ask. A lot of them now have programs where they will come to you, to the home, to the backyard, to actually vaccinate someone.
That's amazing. They're trying to bring down those barriers that are preventing people from going. You know, and here's the thing. As a friend, as a loved one, you have a point of privilege with that person. You're a trusted source. You use that to the benefit and not for harm, right?
Absolutely. And if you're super aggressive, if you're super critical, if you just are fighting or name calling, it's not going to help move this person in that direction. But using your concern, your love, your connection with them to help them to make this move, and also to move past their own fears and to move past their own misinformation.
We just appreciate you, by the way, for all you do. Dr. Jen Mann is a psychotherapist. She's here to answer questions for all of us and provide help for her clients and patients. Thanks for helping us with this tough conversation. Appreciate you.
My pleasure.
A great segment courtesy of Fox 11 Los Angeles, diving into the psychology behind why people don't want to get vaccinated. Now let's take a look at the numbers. Illinois just released some new numbers that show 100 fully vaccinated people have died and 644 fully vaccinated have been hospitalized with breakthrough COVID infections. And that's among all COVID deaths. 2.44% of individuals who died were fully vaccinated. So if you're fully vaccinated, how concerned should you be? Joining live now from Fox 32 Chicago is Dr. Benjamin Singer. He's a doctor with Northwestern Medicine. He's going to break it all down in this segment.
Illinois just released new numbers that show 100 fully vaccinated people have died and 644 fully vaccinated have been hospitalized with breakthrough COVID infections. And that among all COVID deaths, 2.44% of individuals who died were fully vaccinated. So if you are fully vaccinated, how concerned should you be? Joining us to explain is Dr. Benjamin Singer with Northwestern Medicine. Good morning to you, Dr. Singer. We keep hearing about this Delta variant and these breakthrough infections that are alarming a lot of people. And now the CDC is saying everybody should be masking up. So once you've been vaccinated, how common are these breakthrough infections and how concerned should we be?
Breakthrough infections do happen, but they fortunately are still quite uncommon, and it is extremely uncommon to become severely ill after a breakthrough infection, meaning that you need to be admitted to an intensive care unit or even die from the infection. Those are extremely uncommon events, even among breakthrough infections. I think the take-home message is that the vaccines remain extremely effective, even against the Delta variant, and they are exceptionally effective in preventing people from getting really, really sick.
Okay, let's talk about something that came up with the CDC's new guidelines suggesting fully vaccinated, depending on where you live, put masks on again. And that is, how contagious are people who get these breakthrough variants?
I think that's still an open question. We know that people who have infection with the Delta variant tend to be able to spread it more easily than with forms of the virus that we saw earlier in the pandemic. So it stands to reason that people who have a breakthrough infection with Delta might be more contagious, but we don't know it quite that way yet. And that's why I really think about all these preventive measures as kind of layers. The biggest layer, the most effective one, is vaccination. So getting that vaccine is extremely important. Masks are another layer, particularly as we see breakthrough infections and as we see the virus and the Delta variant circulate throughout the community.
Okay, let's talk about who is at highest risk of these breakthrough variants and infections. Are we finding there's a certain age group or a certain category of the fully vaccinated that are at higher risk?
Right, so that's also a moving target because remember that the older portion of our population, those over age 65, have the highest vaccination rates and so are in general most protected from infection overall. And so what we're seeing because of that is a shift in these cases toward younger people. And so while older people, particularly unvaccinated older people, probably represent the highest risk, we do see plenty of younger people, particularly those who have underlying medical conditions, still remaining susceptible to the virus.
Yeah, you know, it's frightening because we hear a lot about how it is getting to this younger group, which for so long I think felt protected, and now we're finding out that that's not necessarily the case. So who should be taking extra precautions right now? And I'm talking again about the fully vaccinated.
Right, so I think that if you are in an area that has widespread transmission of the virus, and in the lead into the story, you talked about some of those areas, and I think that if you are in a really packed environment, you're going to Lollapalooza, putting on a mask, if you are in a higher risk group makes sense. Who's the higher risk group? People with immune system problems, people who are around older individuals, or people who have folks at home who also have immune system disorders or can't be expected to respond very well to the vaccine because they have cancer and have undergone chemotherapy, they have an organ transplant. Again, all of these things that make you at higher risk.
Okay, and finally, for those who are unvaccinated, we now know the Delta variant makes up a majority of the COVID infections. How do you compare the Delta variant to the initial strain of COVID that first hit our country, and what do you want these people who are unvaccinated to know?
These vaccines are an absolute miracle. They are unbelievably effective. Delta has only shaved off a very small amount in their ability to protect you from getting sick, and they remain remarkably effective, in the high 90s%. Protecting you from getting sick to the point where you would need to be in the hospital ICU or die from the infection. So again, the biggest layer of protection is the vaccine. The best time to get vaccinated was months ago, and the second best time is today.
Okay. Dr. Benjamin Singer, thank you so much for joining us with Northwestern Medicine. We appreciate your time. Illinois just released new numbers that show...
Heard it there. The best time to get vaccinated is right now. Okay, you're streaming live now from Fox. Stay with us. On the other side of this break, we will have a recap of the top stories and major headlines that you need to know. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Federal employees are now facing requirements when it comes to getting the coronavirus vaccine. The president announcing the new policy Thursday in a push to get more people protected as COVID-19 cases rise. Fox's Madeline Rivera is in Washington with reactions to the measure.
The Biden administration beefing up vaccine measures on Thursday, telling roughly 4 million federal employees and contractors to prove they're vaccinated or mask up and get tested regularly.
If in fact you're unvaccinated, you present a problem.
And calling on state and local governments to offer $100 to those who get vaccinated.
We're going to use the full set of carrots and sticks we have here to try to make more progress.
The president also directing the Department of Defense to look into how to add the COVID-19 vaccine to the list of required vaccinations for the military, adding he supports a bigger push towards vaccine mandates.
Local communities can do that. Local businesses can do that.
While several businesses and colleges have already mandated vaccines, other places are rejecting a move in that direction.
You know what, we never have did a mandate in this state, and we're not going to do a mandate in this state.
Some Republicans now warning of excessive government control.
The Democrats don't believe in individual choice.
But as the virus evolves, with the Delta variant now ripping through the country, health experts say strategies to fight it should change too.
I don't think the mandate is really the way to go here, but getting the federal government vaccinated surely is the way to go to send a message.
As students get ready to go back to school, the president is also trying to get more kids 12 and older vaccinated, calling on school districts to host at least one pop-up vaccination clinic in the coming weeks. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you, Madeline, for that report. We're witnessing a lot of leaders actually speak out against a mask mandate. In Texas, for example, Governor Greg Abbott actually signed an executive order prohibiting cities in the state from mandating mask and vaccine. And this is actually coming as the COVID-19 Delta variant is hitting the southern states the hardest. In Louisiana, for example, multimedia reporter Rebecca Castor is in New Orleans, and she says that doctors explain they're worried they might not be able to handle the influx of patients.
It's unbelievable. It's just faster and just so much more sick and younger than we've seen before, and we weren't ready.
Louisiana has one of the lowest vaccination rates, and it's seeing the worst outbreak of COVID cases. Patients are again filling emergency rooms.
The tempo of this is so fast that we just don't have that many more people in reserve to find.
Dr. Catherine O'Neill is the chief medical director at the largest hospital in Baton Rouge. 2 weeks ago, she says there were 27 patients in her hospital. This week, there are over 100.
It's a monster. I think we'll reach too much in the next couple of days. Absolutely.
New Orleans was once an epicenter for the virus. Now, cases are also climbing.
I think the key for people to know is we are seeing it in the unvaccinated population. So 90+% of the patients we're seeing in our hospitals as of today are unvaccinated.
Dr. Jeffrey Elder at University Medical Center says the answer is simple.
If you want to stay out the hospital, get vaccinated.
Right now, 36% of people who live in Louisiana are vaccinated. Doctors are saying that is just not going to be enough to stop this spread. In New Orleans, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
When hundreds of thousands of New York City school students finished off the school year in June, it was with hopes that when they return in September, maybe those masks could finally be gone. But the panic among parents is back.
It grips me with anxiety every single night and every single day.
Mom Natalia Marakver is nothing short of feeling hopeless.
What happened to the fact that we've known for over a year that schools are the safest places to be?
Tuesday, the CDC announced that all students in K through 12 should wear masks, regardless of vaccination status. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo saying Wednesday that schools could become super spreaders this fall.
It will happen. We have seen it happen before.
The new Delta variant is now gripping parts of the U.S. The new CDC guidance and new COVID clusters in almost every state are prompting schools to consider reinstituting safety protocols.
We are bringing all our kids back, and we can do that in a safe way and a way that's really going to help them.
Critics saying he has no plan. City Councilman Mark Traeger is one of them, calling for a full remote option.
We need to give families the option and the flexibility to make a decision.
As for Natalia, She just can't come to grips with this yet.
I'm shocked that we are back. And in fact, I would say we've taken several steps back.
The New York City Department of Education tells us that all students and staff will be masked up and are expected to return to the classroom in person this fall, and that new safety protocols on every school building will be announced in the coming weeks. But the governor isn't so sure. He says if these new Delta variant numbers continue to rise, then he feels that school districts will have to reverse course on in-person learning. We're on the Upper East Side. Richard Giacomas, Fox 5 News.
The Biden administration announcing Thursday that the COVID-19 eviction moratorium will expire this Saturday. This could force millions of Americans out of their homes as they are behind on their rent. This also as the Delta variant becomes more prominent in the United States, prompting new restrictions to be put in place. Fox News correspondent David Spunt has more.
Millions of Americans who are behind on their rent may soon be looking for a new place to live. This follows the Biden administration's announcement the nationwide ban on evictions will expire on Saturday.
President Biden would have strongly supported a decision by the CDC to further extend this eviction moratorium to protect renters at this moment of heightened vulnerability. Unfortunately, as some of you might know, the Supreme Court has made clear that this option is no longer available.
The decision comes after the Supreme Court's 5-4 ruling that extended the COVID moratorium through the end of July. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was in the majority, said he'd block any additional extensions without, quote, clear and specific congressional authorization. President Biden strongly supports the program, providing relief for millions of renters during the pandemic. The president is calling on Congress to act on another extension, quote, without delay.
We will continue in all of government effort to keep Americans safe and housed through the swift dispersal of emergency rental assistance to states and cities.
The CDC put the federal moratorium in place last September to prevent tenants unable to pay rent from being evicted during the pandemic. At the beginning of July, 3.6 million were behind on rent, down from 6.4 million in March. However, landlords argue an extension is unnecessary as more people get vaccinated and get back to work. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We're going to take a very quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we'll have the latest news and top stories from our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now, this is a story that is sure to capture your attention. Fox 11 Los Angeles actually caught up with a UFO enthusiast and filmmaker about his new findings.
Moved with a velocity that I've not seen. That was my weirded out moment. It's not something that I can explain.
What do you think you saw?
All right, so what did he see? Let's bring in UFO enthusiast Jeremy Corbell. We welcome you back to the show. You are always a pleasure to have. So what does he think that he saw? Navy Commander Chad Underwood.
Yeah, that's what's really astonishing. This is 17 years later, and finally, Commander Chad Underwood has come forward publicly on film for the first time with me. He's the man that filmed the Tic Tac UFO that is now the famous Tic Tac UFO. He doesn't know what he saw, but it was not a U.S. black project. That's confirmed. He also confirmed it's not any other nation's black project. Thing that he has ever witnessed before in his entire over 20 years of being an aviator for our military.
So this happened back in 2004. It is now just finally being declassified now. It's called the Tic Tac UFO, not TikTok. That wasn't around back in 2004. And not tic-tac-toe. We're thinking about the breath mint, right?
Yeah, so that's what's really funny. When he did the interview with me, Commander Underwood talked about how he named it the Tic Tac UFO, and he remembered this scene from the movie Airplane where they're talking about a large Tylenol, and he thought that was too ridiculous, so he'd call it a Tic Tac UFO. So that's how he ended up naming it, was based on his sense of humor. Look, he says directly in this interview, we can't take off the table that this is an extraterrestrial vehicle. This is absolutely a propulsion system unlike anything that we have in our military arsenal or that we know of any developed or foreign technological nation. So it's a real mystery. The Tic Tac UFO is the most famous footage of all time now. It's been around the world and confirmed by the Pentagon.
Oh, let's hear from him a little bit more. We have the sound pulled up.
The odds of us being the only life forms that are here is unlikely. As a rational human being, I leave that completely on the table. It has to be. As a logical, rational person, you just kind of have to live with that knowledge and just know that we're probably not the only beings out there.
So you released this video today. This is his first interview on camera. Again, this happened in 2004. Why did he speak to you now?
I think over time, people have learned that they can come to me, as you know from your show and global news over the last 6 months. I have been obtaining and releasing Navy-filmed, bona fide UFO footage that has been confirmed by our Pentagon. So look, people have spread the word. Continue spreading the word. People can come to me because the chain of command can be broken. He came forward now today to show his face and to talk openly about it because he's backing up exactly what the other pilots and aviators talked about. There are craft flying with impunity within our airspace, within our restricted airspace, over and near our nuclear facilities. This is something that the United States government is taking very seriously now, as we know from the UFO report that came out from the Pentagon.
Yeah, as I'm looking at this, I'm starting to see the Tic Tac and thinking about my
Well, this is actually the gimbal footage. There's 3 pieces of footage. The one you're showing on the screen is called the gimbal. And then we have the Tic Tac and we have the Go Fast. And then I released a whole bunch from the USS Omaha and USS Russell. The green flying pyramids, it's green footage. And then the USO, the unidentified submerging object that went into the water.
So talk to us more about what the Pentagon is saying, because they released this report, which a lot of people felt like wasn't very satisfying. What are they saying publicly? What are they saying privately?
And also, how much have they been in touch with Commander Underwood?
Right. So here's the deal, is everybody looked at this report and said, we should know more. Representative government should tell us more about the UFO mystery, because certainly our government knows more. But this was the unclassified aspects that the public was able to see. Now, understand, this is step by step. The American public and global public finally understands UFOs are real. This is a technology that is so far beyond anything that we have, and we're seeing them in a restricted airspace globally with impunity. So this is what's happening. Now that report, the fact it exists is powerful. The fact that representative government is looking to represent the populace of the United States and beyond and saying, this is an issue that we want to know about and we want to learn about, and we know you have more information.
And just a few more seconds left for people who say, you know what, this is 17 years ago. This is not extraterrestrial.
The fact that it was 17 years ago makes us have to understand this technology back then was already outpacing, outmaneuvering, and outperforming our greatest warships and warcraft. So the fact it was so long ago makes it a greater case that it's a technology we don't know where it came from. But just look at the new videos that I released. Look at what I released over the last 3 months. That should show you there's something in the sky, and we need to start asking some major questions.
So when you say UFOs are real, what you mean is there are things that are flying up there that we don't know what they are. We don't know for sure that they're aliens, but there is reason to question, right?
Absolutely, 100%. UFO means unidentified flying object. However, I will say this, is that these technologies are far more advanced than anything the U.S. has ever produced in the theater of war. Whose are they? You tell me. Whose are they?
And your line is weaponize your curiosity, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody should weaponize their curiosity.
Okay.
It's the most important tool that we have, the weapon that we use to walk among this earth. Yep.
All right, Jeremy, you're always fun to have. You can watch the full interview on Jeremy's YouTube site. It's under Jeremy Corbell, or on extraordinarybeliefs.com. Jeremy Corbell, thank you so much.
A very extraordinary story. I always tell my family and friends, I'm one who would not want to know if UFOs are truly aliens out there. I don't need that pressure in my life. Okay, switching gears, this next segment is from Fox 32 Chicago. Did you know that the average person spends about 1,400 hours on their cell phone per year? That's close to 4 hours a day. Well, Fox 32 Chicago is speaking to an expert on how we can all disconnect from our cell phones.
Did you know the average person is believed to spend about 1,400 hours on their phone per year? Think about that. That's 4 hours per day. Some of us more, some of us less. So where do you fit in? Our next guest realized it was stopping him from enjoying the simple things in life, so he wrote this book, Goodbye Phone, Hello World, 60 Ways to Disconnect from Tech and Reconnect to Joy. And we are joined now by Paul Greenberg. He is a New York Times bestselling author, and he's here to give us all some tips on how to disconnect. Good morning to you, Paul. Great to see you.
Great to see you too. How you doing?
Full disclosure here, Paul, I told you this, but the reason I have you on this morning is because my children gifted me this book for Mother's Day. Does this make me a bad parent? This is pretty bad when your children are giving you this book.
You know, I honestly, when I wrote the book, I thought it would go the other way, that you would give the book to your kids for being on their phone. But, you know, you put your finger on exactly why I wrote this book in the first place. My son turned 12. He wanted a phone. And I was like, do I really give him a phone when he's 12? And then I started, you know, as you said in the preamble to all this, adding up all the time I had been on my phone, 4 hours a day, 2 months out of every year. And I don't know if you feel this as a parent, but, they say that the days are long, but the years are short. And suddenly I realized my son's 12. He's going to become a teenager soon. And I had wasted 2 years of my life on my phone, not being with him.
Wow. When you put it that way, it does give you a whole new perspective. And I have read the book, but I got to ask you, and I love it because it says right here on the back that you now have a flip phone. Is this true? And walk me what led up to that. Look at that. I didn't even know they sold those anymore.
It's not easy to get them. To tell you the truth, this is my son's flip phone. You can see his stuffed Daddy Pooh doll on the home screen. But yes, no, I use a flip phone. It's been totally fine, and I haven't really missed my iPhone, I have to tell you.
Okay, tell me what led you to get to the flip phone.
Well, so I guess I was feeling very harassed by my iPhone, and I think everyone feels this way, right? That it's always beeping at them, boinging at them, telling them what to do. I think it's sort of interesting that when you look at the other industry that refers to its clients as users, that's the illegal drug industry. And I think I was a user, and I was being used by this thing. Mm-hmm. I wanted to take control of my life, and I didn't want to be pushed around by my phone anymore.
Wow, what an interesting way to put that, users. Okay, so you've got your phone, but But you're a journalist like I am, and my excuse is I've got to get those news alerts. I have to know what's happening. So I am constantly on my phone because I want to see what the news alerts are so I can stay on top of everything. But then the problem is if I see a text, then I go from looking for news alerts to going to the text. So what can I do and what can we all do to disconnect?
So I think there are levels at which you can disconnect. Going from the top easiest thing to do, one is get an alarm clock, first of all, instead of having your phone in your room. So instead of answering that first text the moment you wake up, you're at least setting the tone to be apart from your tech. You talk about alerts. I think you could really go through all your apps and turn off as many alerts as possible. Because, when you think about it, you need to get the text from your daughter, but do you need to get the ping from some app that's telling you it's 48 degrees out? No. So that's one thing. There's another level, which is to just outright delete a lot about unnecessary apps. You can also turn your phone to grayscale so that it's not this colorful piece of candy. You can actually make it black and white. And then if you want to go even a step further, you could actually cancel your data plan and just work on your phone when you want to use apps and stuff, just meeting your Wi-Fi. But other times, you really don't need to have full connectivity all the time. Last thing, just I would say for families, you need to have a family plan for how you're going to approach technology. There needs to be no tech time, like at meal times or whatever, but you have to sit down with your husband, your wife, your kids, and come up with a plan to not be on the phones all the time. Okay,
I have a question for you. How in the world do you text on a flip phone?
It's very slowly.
I bet.
Very slowly. No, I mean, we all remember this if we're past a certain age. But you know what it does is it separates the logistical from the emotional. I do not believe that texts should be used for conveying emotions. They should be for logistics only. And so, yes, very easily I can text on a cell phone, be there in 4 minutes, but, I'm feeling guilty about not having spoken to you about the birthday present that I gave you. That doesn't need to be a text, and it shouldn't be a text.
Keep it short. Okay. Tell me, what kind of difference has this made for you? Has your family noticed that you are a different person since you switched and disconnected and went back, all the way back to a flip phone?
I do believe that my relationship with my son has gotten much stronger. I feel like we have more full conversations, that they are not interrupted. On the humorous side, I am often accused of using my partner as my cell phone, as my iPhone, because she has an iPhone. So I often say, well, look this up. But in fairness to myself, I only do that when she's around, and I try not to do it that much. So I think overall they find me to be a more attentive and more measured and more enjoyable person, I hope.
I'm sure you are. And I have to say, as I was reading your book too, you brought up such a good point about how, and you referred to this earlier about the whole user thing, because here we are not connecting with people who we know and love, and then our phone is connecting us. They're tricking us. They're pulling us in, and it's all on the surface. There is no connection there, and they're enabling us to do things we normally wouldn't do, spending money, going to look at things we normally wouldn't do. I think once you come to terms with that, that probably changed everything, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, is that these companies, the tech companies, are using our personal relationships as the bait on the hook to pull you into all sorts of relationships which you don't need and you don't want. So for me, the solution was saying goodbye phone, literally, literally looking through the book, but saying goodbye to all of that and really focusing on the relationships I wanted and I chose.
Well, the book is inspirational. I think I learned my lesson. Embarrassed to admit that I got this from my children. I don't know, though, I can go as far as you go and get a flip phone, but I am going to try to make a concerted effort to look at my phone less, thanks to you, Paul.
Terrific.
Great to talk to you this morning. Great to talk to you this morning. Paul is also a New York Times bestselling author and James Beard Award-winning writer. So he has a flip phone. Think about that. Did you know the average person is believed to spend about...
I'll pass on the flip phone. Okay, this next segment comes from Fox 6 Milwaukee. As we know, Saturday, the eviction moratorium that helped millions of Americans who were struggling during the COVID-19 pandemic comes to an end. Fox 6 is bringing us the details.
A key protection for tenants during the COVID-19 era is set to expire this weekend. The federal eviction ban has been extended multiple times now, but last time the CDC said this is going to be it.
Today, President Joe Biden calling on Congress to quickly extend the moratorium. Contact 6's Jenna Sachs with the resources in place that may help stem a tide of evictions here.
I'm just overwhelmed. It's a lot at one time.
When school bus driver Tracy had her hours cut, the CDC's eviction ban protected her.
I had been, like the last couple months, making a partial payment at the beginning of the month for my rent.
But that protection for struggling tenants ends July 31st when the eviction ban expires.
Now the late fees are going to kick back in, which is going to add more money on to it.
It's a problem that could go away when Tracy's unemployment finally comes through. Tracy was told she'd been approved 2 months ago.
It gets really frustrating, really depressing.
Since September, tenants who missed monthly rent payments could not be forced out if they declared financial hardship due to COVID-19. The ban didn't stop eviction filings, but greatly slowed them down.
In terms of governmental protections, there really aren't that many left. The CDC moratorium was really the last significant protection.
Attorney Rafael Ramos of Legal Action of Wisconsin says the ban gave many families time to access rental assistance.
I think the federal moratorium literally saved lives.
We've been pushing landlords and tenants to work together, communicate, talk about their needs.
Chris Mokler of the Wisconsin Apartment Association says while most landlords oppose the moratorium, many worked with tenants to secure resources, keeping an eviction off the tenant's record and getting the landlord some money.
As a general rule, if you file an eviction, you're not getting the money.
Even after the federal eviction moratorium expires, tenants in Milwaukee County and Waukesha County can still apply for rental assistance through places like the Community Advocates.
If you haven't applied yet, still apply.
Deb Hefner spoke with Contact 6 from their new rental housing resource center.
As hard as COVID has been, the timing for the center could not be any better.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, Community Advocates has distributed more than $25 million to more than 7,000 households for past rent, future rent, and relocation. Tracy found help in Ozaukee County.
Family Promise in Ozaukee, wonderful, wonderful agency. Helped me out actually twice.
She hopes her management company will be understanding until her work hours come back or her unemployment comes through. I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
Jenna.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Here's your latest business briefs.
Economic growth wasn't as strong as expected in the spring quarter. The gross domestic product rose at 6.5% pace in that period. Economists were hoping for growth closer to 9% because of reopenings, vaccinations, and government aid. The job market continued to improve last week, though the decline in new claims for unemployment benefits, 24,000 to 400,000, is really only a modest change. Well, Robinhood making its debut on the NASDAQ under the ticker HOOD. The free trading app pricing shares of its IPO at $38 a piece, valuing the company at about $32 billion. This makes it one of the most valuable U.S. companies to go public year to date. Facebook is warning investors it expects revenue growth to slow in the second half of this year. For the most recent quarter, Facebook announcing revenue grew 56% year over year. That's its fastest growth pace in 6 years. The jump was fueled by digital ad spending. Well, Ford Motors surprising Wall Street by making a profit in the spring quarter and by saying it's seeing signs of improvement in the chip supply situation. Meanwhile, the car maker has a new take on that new car scent. Ford has created a new cologne that smells like the gas station. It is a fusion of smoky accords and aspects of rubber. This all to promote its upcoming electric Mustang Mach-E GT. Ford says its customers would miss the scent when they go all electric. Well, for more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Cheryl Casoni. Economic growth wasn't as strong as expected in the spring quarter. The gross domestic product rose at 6.5% pace in that period. Economists were hoping for growth closer to 9% because of reopenings, vaccinations, and government aid. The job market continued to improve last week, though the decline in new claims for unemployment benefits, 24,000 to 400,000, is really only a modest change. Well, Robinhood making its debut on the NASDAQ under the ticker HOOD. The free trading app pricing shares of its IPO at $38 a piece, valuing the company at about $32 billion. This makes it one of the most valuable U.S. companies to go public year to date. Facebook is warning investors it expects revenue growth to slow in the second half of this year. For the most recent quarter, Facebook announcing revenue grew 56% year over year. That's its fastest growth pace in 6 years. The jump was fueled by digital ad spending. Well, Ford Motors surprising Wall Street by making a profit in the spring quarter and by saying it's seeing signs of improvement in the chip supply situation. Meanwhile, the car maker has a new take on that new car scent. Ford has created a new cologne that smells like the gas station. It is a fusion of smoky accords and aspects of rubber. This all to promote its upcoming electric Mustang Mach-E GT. Ford says its customers would miss the scent when they go all electric. Well, for more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm Cheryl Casoni.
You're streaming live now from Fox. Let's revisit this segment here where President Biden delivered a few remarks on COVID-19 vaccinations, saying that he is laying out the next steps in an effort to get more Americans vaccinated and combat the spread of the Delta variant.
We'll continue to work with states to encourage unvaccinated people to get vaccinated. In February, the grocery store chain Kroger's offered $100 to their associates if they get vaccinated, and it worked. Vaccination rates move up from 50% to 75%.
In case you missed it, taking a look back as President Biden discusses vaccination rates, we do have a live event coming to the Live Now from Fox desk that I would like to share with you all right now. The Health and Human Services Secretary is visiting a Virginia health center. He's celebrating the 56th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid while also discussing President Biden's Build Back America agenda. All right, everyone, we're listening into this live event as the Health and Human Secretary is discussing President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. However, you all know that Live Now from Fox would not be possible without the help of our Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. So I do want to switch gears just for a bit and bring you all the latest news from Houston, Texas. Right now, Fox 26 Houston's Ruben Dominguez joins Live Now from Fox. A very exciting week beginning on August 1st. Ruben, talk to us about Restaurant Week there in Houston, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. And good morning to you guys. So we're very, very excited because this weekend it will be the 18th annual Houston Restaurant Weeks. It was begun in 2003 by the dining diva of Houston, Miss Cleverly Stone, a nationally recognized food correspondent who sadly we lost her last year, but the work continues. Because this is a massive fundraising effort that benefits, has benefited every year the Houston Food Bank. And in 18 years, thousands of restaurants have participated. It's now actually a month. It's called Houston Restaurant Weeks. That S at the end is very important. And during that month, each restaurant will feature a special menu that you can order, and a portion of that goes to the Houston Food Bank. Now, over 18 years, that has translated into more than 16 million meals for area Houstonians that are dealing with food insecurity. So when you try to wrap your head around that, it's been a massive fundraising effort. Again, it was started by one person. Ms. Cleverly Stone, who never took any money at all, didn't take a penny for her work, and she wrote a check to the Houston Food Bank every year when she gathered up the money from all of the participating restaurants. And in the last few years, that check has always been $1 million plus. So just think about one person coming up with the idea and creating this and helping folks who really need it in the Houston area. So this year, there are a couple of changes, some exciting new features to it that will give diners a chance to experience even more restaurants, different menus, all sorts of really cool things happening here. So we're very, very excited. We're kicking it off today here near downtown Houston. We're at B&B Butchers, who last year and for a couple of years now have written the biggest check from a restaurant donation-wise. So that just shows you how popular they've been and the efforts that they conducted to raise funds and be part of Houston Restaurant Weeks. And I think last year, even during the pandemic, we were somewhere in the neighborhood of 250 restaurants participating. Wow. And because restaurants were struggling to stay open, Houston Restaurant Weeks decided to extend it for a month so we could actually feature more restaurants, give more people a chance to come in, give more people a chance to dine, and really, really help both the restaurants and people who were dealing with the stress of the pandemic, either pick up food or in some cases dine in their patios. So it's an amazing event, and Fox 26 here locally, we've been the television partner since 2003, and we're just super excited that we get to do it again. And for me personally, I can't wait to taste some of the amazing menus that are going to be offered this year.
Oh, I wish that I was there in Houston to participate as a consumer. What an amazing legacy that this philanthropist is leaving behind. And like I always say for fundraisers, it's a good time for a good cause, also benefiting the economic situation there in Houston post-COVID-19. So Ruben Dominguez, thank you so much for joining us from Fox 26 Houston. Great chatting with you.
You got it.
All right, guys. Again, you're streaming live now from Fox. This is usually the time when we have more than one live event coming to our stream that we want to share with you all, our viewers. So some of you will see a very quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll have more nonstop news and live events. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. This live image coming from Washington, D.C., taking a look at the House floor where lawmakers across the country are speaking on behalf of their constituents, stating community needs. Let's go ahead and listen in.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Rock and Roll Hall of Famer and ZZ Top member Dusty Hill. Dusty was born and raised in Dallas, Texas, and began playing bass at the age of 13. Embarrassment on stage was a great motivator for Dusty, and he soon mastered the bass. From 1966 to 1968, Dusty played with his brother Rocky Hill and future ZZ Top bandmate Frank Beard in the Dallas-based band American Blues. In 1970, wanting to focus more on rock and roll and less on blues, Dusty moved to Houston and joined ZZ Top with Frank Beard and Billy Gibbons. The trio performed their first concert together just outside of my district at the Knights of Columbus Hall in Beaumont, Texas on February 10th, 1970. That trio would stay together for the next 50 years, releasing numerous hits and entertaining tens of millions of fans across the world. I know Dusty is missed greatly, and Frank, I know you're watching. I spoke to Debbie this morning, but Dusty will live on forever as a staple of Texas and the rock and roll history. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
All right, guys, you're streaming live now from Fox. We were just showing you all a few images from the House floor. Their lawmakers were speaking on behalf of their constituents. A few moments ago, we actually witnessed a representative honor the life of ZZ Top, who just happened to be a resident in his community. But right now, we do want to switch gears and bring you all the latest information from Virginia. There, the Health and Human Services Secretary is meeting with other community leaders as they discuss President Biden's Build Back Better agenda.
Experiences helps us do our jobs better, and just want to thank you for your service to the country by leaving no one left behind. Yeah. It's so exciting right now. We are in just such a moment. There are more people on Medicaid in this country than there have ever been. We have under CMS responsibility for nearly 140 million lives under the Medicare and Medicaid program, and the ability to strengthen these programs is our highest priority, and all of us sitting here. Congress has done some incredible things over the last couple of months to support these programs. One of the things that I am most excited about is that the American Rescue Plan has allowed states to cover women postpartum for 12 months. This is, I think, one of the most important things that the country can do to make sure that women who are in the most vulnerable time of their new motherhood have coverage throughout that time. It's very personal to me because I'm a mother and have the appreciation of how much work and effort it is when you are juggling all sorts of things, and the idea of losing health care coverage during that time. And so we are working really hard to encourage states to expand Medicaid for women in that period of time. We are working as well to integrate behavioral health, maternal health across the department. And then Congress is going to be debating this year some changes that we strongly support. So bringing in prescription drugs and making those more affordable is a top priority of the administration and Congress, and we are working with Congress to hopefully pass that this year. We want to expand benefits in Medicare, dental coverage, and others and really make sure that people are getting adequate care. And we continue to work to encourage states to do what Virginia has done, which is expand the Medicaid program. There is more funding in legislation now. Again, thank you to Congress to encourage the remaining 13 states to do what needs to be done to make sure that all citizens, all people who are eligible, get the care that they are entitled to across the country.
Maybe I can ask Dr. Carey to expand on that briefly on what the state has done so that its residents have access to these services.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the leadership, Congressman Byers, Secretary, Madam Administrator. For Medicaid, it's a tremendous opportunity, but states need to opt in. They need to say, yes, we'll take advantage on behalf of our communities, our residents of Virginia, and thank you for sharing those stories. It fuels all the work that we do.
Yes.
So 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, here in Virginia, we did expand Medicaid. And what we have seen is a tremendous increase in access. Right now, over 60,000 Virginians have become newly eligible. And I just don't know where Virginia would be during this pandemic if we did not have these resources. Over 175,000 Virginians became Medicaid members during the pandemic, and another over 300,000 through traditional Medicaid. And what an incredible safety net. And approaching 500,000 of those have been seen by a doctor, have had pharmacy services. So it's not just coverage without care. Great partners like Neighborhood Health take that coverage and make it meaningful, caring care with access. And the second major thing is oral health that we've been able to expand in Virginia. We know that oral health is part of all of health, and it affects hypertension, likelihood of a number of chronic diseases like diabetes. And we've expanded the adult dental benefit within Medicaid July 1st, so just this month. So we're really excited, and providers of dental services like Neighborhood Health, what an incredible opportunity that is to help more Virginians. So we are so grateful for the federal programs. Our message to other states that have not expanded Medicaid, please, it's so important to, as we've heard in these stories, all of Virginia. Now 1 in 5 Virginians are covered by Medicaid alone. And for those that have employer-based coverage, super. But for those that don't, it's so important to have high-quality coverage, whether through Medicare or Medicaid. And I think the experience during this pandemic is how critically important that is for all Americans and certainly all Virginians. So thank you so much for leadership.
Thank you. And I'll wait for my team, Hannah and others, to signal me that we have to move on. But if not yet, I'd like to ask Dr. Wellman to tell us, so how does everything you've heard translate to the services that you and your medical team provide?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one thing I'm really proud of at Neighborhood Health is that everything you talked about, I can say we touched that. Like you talked about the maternal care, we're very concerned about maternal mortality and taking care of our women, just them knowing the risk signs that are pregnant women, and then, their mental health and their oral health, which affects their pregnancy outcomes. Oral health is a real pain point, I have to say, because you need a lot of space and equipment. It's hard to set up, so I would say for us that's really one of our goals, is to expand oral health for our population, which right now we really struggle with. I think the Medicaid expansion has been a huge benefit to Neighborhood Health. You all talked about the medication coverage under Medicare, which we know is not ideal. I would mention that the 340B program that we have here really closes that gap for our patients, because we're able to give them, medications like insulin or, some of these really expensive hypertensive medications, anti-inflammatory medications for chronic diseases, and, it can be like $5 instead of, $300 or something at the pharmacy. So it's affordable even for patients and our uninsured patients. So the 340B program is something I would beg you to pay attention to and protect. I think that the pharmacy companies don't always like it, and there's some pressure of you know, how can you use it and trying to limit it, and I tell you it's a lifesaver for our community and our patients.
And 340B in the lingo is a program that allows for prescription drugs to be provided to patients at places like these clinics at a far lower cost. And so it requires a whole bunch of folks to provide teamwork on it. Before we go, I'd like, because so much of what we are doing deals with behavioral health, and because we're hoping Congress is able to get many of these things across the finish line, I'd like to ask Congressman Byer to make some comments about where he thinks things stand so you have a sense of where we're going. But before we do that, was it behavioral health that you deal with? I'd love to hear, because what we're hearing, the administrator and I are hearing a lot, is that because of this pandemic, we're going to be dealing with a lot of Americans who have some below the radar problems, conditions, and a lot of them stress, mental health related. Maybe you could quickly, just very quickly comment on that and what you provide here at the clinic.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. And I'm really pleased to, have behavioral health be a part of the conversation, because I think that as behavioral health providers, very often we work to try to integrate ourselves into the healthcare system. And neighborhood health takes sort of a whole human approach, if you will, an integrated approach. So we're working really closely with our primary care providers to make sure that we're screening patients for mental health issues and that we're accessible to patients while they're here in the office. You'll have an opportunity, I think, as we kind of walk around to see what that looks like, sort of boots on the ground, if you will. One of the things that I would draw your attention to in that context, because I think you're absolutely right, I think as a result of this pandemic, we're sort of seeing the second line of first responders, if you will, in terms of how patients have been affected by the level of isolation and the difficulties with some social determinants of health and trouble accessing resources. And you might be aware there's a resolution that's been put forward right now that's sitting in Congress to take a look at expanding Medicare coverage to include licensed professional counselor credential, which would be a tremendous benefit for patients. I think one of the things we struggle with really is access, to providers, making sure that we're able to contract with providers and bring providers on board. And so that would really be an enormous benefit, not just for neighborhood health, but for clinics like ours all over the place, where patients really have better access by being able to see the providers that are credentialed and available to them. And that's not something that we're not quite there yet. So I'm really thankful for the question. I'm so pleased to be able to chat with you all today.
We want you to continue doing that work. Congressman Byer, give us a sense, give us an update, let us in on the secrets of where things stand in Congress.
Well, the biggest secret is we have a new Secretary of HHS, Secretary of State, and that's going to make all the difference. So, well, first of all, I'm thrilled to know it was 560,000, Dr. Carey. Yes. When we were pushing it all those years, it was going to be a 400,000 increase. Right. So almost half a whole. So thank you very much for doing that. So terrific. We are in the American Family Plan, which is the second half of President Biden's infrastructure. The first half is like roads and bridges. The second half is people. Our human capital. And so the big thing there is that we are going to try to do this bill called H.R. 3, which would allow you to negotiate for drugs. Private companies can negotiate drugs, Veterans Affairs, but not Medicare. And that will save on the order of $650 billion a year.
Say that again.
$650 billion. Yeah. And then what we want to do with that $650 billion, our first priority is eye care, ear care, audio care, and dental care expanded in Medicare, which would be so, because right now it's wonderful to be 71 like me and have Medicare, but if I needed a root canal and I had no money, I'm out of luck. I can't afford $1,500 or whatever. And so it's really, really important.
And then, doesn't it also mean that because Virginia decided to expand access to dental care through its Medicaid program, that if you pass it through Medicare, a lot of those seniors who have to use Medicaid dollars would now have it through Medicare. You'd have Medicaid dollars available then to do other things on top of it, because you wouldn't have to spend it to do the dental care. I just want to,
which gets to the very good point that we keep trying to figure out how we can lower the age of eligibility for Medicare. President Biden said age 60 in the campaign. I think Bernie Sanders says 55 or 50. But one of the things we know, though, is that if you make Medicare, if you expand it younger, then you're healthier and it costs less later. It actually saves money rather than cost money. It's a wonderful thing. By the way, when we talk about behavioral health, one of the things we know is that many people that had COVID will have long COVID. And we don't know how long that will be, but we have to have the Medicare and Medicaid in place.
Yes.
And then the telehealth is so critical. That was the expansion with the pandemic. And telehealth has many applications, but especially for mental health and for therapy. And I really salute your initiatives to get this expanded to all licensed providers.
Well, I could see my staff is really getting jittery, so we're gonna break so we could take a quick tour of the facility. Then some of us are gonna come back to do a quick availability for some of the media that are here. So thank you to Neighborhood Health and all the team that have made this work. Dr. Khan, we really do appreciate, we celebrate what you've done, but more importantly, I think we celebrate the people who use this facility, because you are the proof, you're the witness that this works. And we want to celebrate this birthday of Medicare and Medicaid with you, because it is a celebration when you stay healthy. So thank you for everything you do, for telling us your story. We don't have time. We don't have time, I apologize. But we thank you for what you have done, and we look forward to having you let your family and friends know that this community clinic is here to serve its neighbors. So keep using it, and we're going to make it better.
Yeah. This event is
Well
wrapping
said.
up. Looks as though this event is wrapping up, but we were listening into a live conversation with Health and Human Services Secretary, joined by medical professionals and community leaders on the 56th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid. Also, of course, discussing President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. Now, this agenda that we've been covering extensively here on News Now, Live Now from Fox, is the American Rescue Plan, the American Jobs Plan, as well as the American Families Plan. Right now, most of our viewers will see a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time now is 9:45 here on the East Coast. My name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all the latest top stories, breaking news, and live events. That's what we do here at Live Now from Fox. Now, earlier in the show, we reported that most Americans spend close to 400 hours per year on their electronic devices. Now, there's a new report from Fox 26 Houston, and they're saying that excessive screen time could actually make you sick. They're calling it cyber sickness. And let's dive into their report for all of the details.
Most of us are watching
Something else that's making us sick, and I'm talking about too much screen time.
And you know, there's actually a term to describe it. It's called cyber sickness. And if it goes untreated, it could cause some really big problems.
Well, we don't want that, so let's figure out what's going on here and then what we can do about it. Professor Bosrokers with New York University knows all about it. He joins us live. Good morning to you. Welcome to Houston's Morning Show. Can you explain, first of all, what cyber sickness is?
Good morning, Melissa and Jose. Really nice to be here. Just to quickly start on that, cyber sickness is a kind of motion sickness that will happen in virtual and augmented reality devices or any sort of like immersive video games.
Can you tell us about some of the symptoms? How do you recognize that someone really does have cyber sickness?
So cyber sickness is a kind of motion sickness. And what happens is that your senses will receive conflicting information. Probably all of us are familiar with things like car sickness. That's another version of the same thing. So what happens in a car is that your visual information, which tells you that, well, if you're reading in a car, it tells you that you're standing still, and your sense of balance, which tells you that you're moving, are giving you conflicting pieces of information. And so as a result of that, you start to become nauseous. You might recognize you get sweaty palms. You might be a little bit disoriented. The same thing happens in cyber sickness, but things are exactly the other way around. So typically, you're sitting in your chair playing a game. Your sense of balance tells you that you're stationary, but you have a lot of visual information that tells you you're moving through an environment. And that is a conflict, which then results in cyber sickness.
Let's talk about what's going on during the pandemic, because it seems like we've all had so much extra time on our hands. Are you seeing a lot more of this being a problem during the past 16 months or so?
I mean, as people are flocking to entertainment that can be done in the home, then of course this is a bigger issue. And of course, there's also lots of companies that are really moving into this space. So yes, it's getting more of an issue.
So how do we avoid this problem? Limiting screen time would help. How much is too much screen time, though?
So I researched the causes. I don't know if I'm going to be like the right person to give you advice on telling your kids what's too much screen time. This is something that you have to decide for yourself. But obviously, if you or somebody you know is starting to become so nauseous that they're getting close to throwing up, then that would be a good sign that you should stop. There are ways to remediate this, though. So one thing you want to do is things get less severe with time. So as you practice, these symptoms tend to get less. And so what you want to do is start off with like easy experiences that don't include a lot of motion, and then go over time maybe to like more extreme experiences like a roller coaster simulator, which I really would not recommend you start with.
All right, well, we know it's time to hopefully get out and about, take our eyes off that screen no matter what. Even if you have to do it for work, it's a good idea to take a break, or for school. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Continuing with the latest medical news here now from Fox. There's new research that suggests a pregnant mother's diet could greatly impact her baby's heart health. Here's the latest from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
A pregnant woman's diet and other lifestyle factors may influence her baby's cardiovascular health. This is according to a new study by the American Heart Association. So, what does a healthy diet look like if you're an expectant mother? And what lifestyle changes should new mothers make? Joining us to discuss all of this is Dr. Marvin Singh. Doctor, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me.
It all makes sense if you think about it. Whatever the mother does impacts the baby. So what did this study reveal?
Yeah, this was an awesome study. It's probably one of the first of its kind. It was published in the journal Hypertension and just hit the news last week. And what it really suggests is that early life environment can actually influence how our genes can turn on or turn off. This is a process that's, called DNA methylation. Basically, we have this sheath of proteins and chemicals that lie on top of our DNA, and they can turn the genes on or turn the genes off. And they found that there were several factors that influence the mother's health that can actually influence the baby's risk for cardiovascular disease later in life.
What does a healthy diet look like for an expectant mother?
Yeah, so this study had a few different points. One was if there was excessive weight gain during pregnancy, more than would be expected, or the pre-pregnancy BMI was higher than would be considered in the normal range, or if the diet wasn't balanced with a lot of vegetables and fruits and healthy plant foods, or if there was less amount of fish consumption, which is basically a reflection of how much omega-3s you're getting in the diet, or if you were a smoker. These were things that actually negatively impacted the baby's risk. So these are some of the things that we should be aware of that can actually influence the baby's risk for cardiovascular disease as an adult.
It's not just what you're putting into your body, though. I think also an important factor in pregnancy is how physically active the mother is, if she's able to be physically active. Exercise is so important, and not just does it help when you're delivering the baby. I always was told, you know, if you are active, it'll help in the delivery process, so that was a motivator, but it also does impact the baby inside.
For sure. I mean, we know that risk factors that the mother has can actually be transferred to the baby in a number of different ways. This is one way, looking at diet, nutrition, and DNA, but we also know that the gut microbiome, which is all the microbes that live inside of our gut, we know that those play a large role in the baby's health as well. So if the mother is exercising, reducing stress, eating a balanced diet, and doing all of those kind of things, then she may be able to have a better gut microbiome, and that microbiome is going to be transferred to the baby as well. So if there are good things happening in the mom's gut, then there may be good things happening in the baby's gut. So it all kind of comes together.
And so much of the human body for women changes once they become pregnant. Things that didn't bother you before may start to bother you. Things that weren't an issue can become an issue. Talk about that, because you really need to be in touch with your inner self.
Yeah, you know, I always say your body is the best doctor. So it's always important to listen to your body and what's going on and adjust as you go along. Certainly hormone changes can influence how you feel digestively, and even affect how you feel mentally. So it's important to be tuned into that and to try to make modifications to your lifestyle or your environment that can help to counteract some of that stuff.
Dr. Marvin.
Bringing you all back out to Alexandria, Virginia, where Health and Human Service Secretary Becerra is answering a few questions from the media following his meeting with community leaders and medical professionals.
Enthusiasm about our new Secretary of Health and Human Services. He's been a friend for a long time, and we were thrilled to have him back from California leading our country. And Dr. Becerra, Secretary Becerra has laid it out really well. I just want to point out that in 1900, the average lifespan for an American white male was 40 rather, for a woman 42. For a black man 30, a black woman 33. And look where we are today. And one of the biggest single things that's changed was 1965, 56 years ago, Medicare and Medicaid. We just found with the American Rescue Plan, which we passed earlier this year, that we had a 40% drop in poverty in America, the largest drop ever. And of course, we need to sustain that. And we discovered when we were putting together earmarks that there are 1,000 nonprofits in this 8th congressional district. I would think the one that is closest to my heart, the one that seems to have done the most good for the most people, is neighborhood health. So I'm very, very proud to be a small part of it. And I will do everything that Secretary Becerra tells me to do in the U.S. Congress.
Remember that.
Yeah. And in the meantime, we're so lucky to have a new administrator for CMS, which affects 1 in 5 Virginians at least, and affects me as a Medicare recipient. And Ms. Brooks this year, thank you for taking the microphone and leading us.
Thank you so much. It is such a privilege to be here and to have been confirmed in this role, and it's a wonderful day to celebrate the 56th anniversary of these incredible programs. Nearly 140 million people are covered by Medicare and Medicaid. And I recently learned just of the history of how this legislation got passed and how critical civil rights advocates were. And as Congressman Beyer really alluded to, what a difference it has made in the lifespan of people of all colors and all nationalities in our country. And we at CMS are incredibly focused at making sure that the work that we are doing is patient and people focused. That's why it was wonderful to be here today, to hear from people with lived experience, to hear from the providers who are providing care and making sure that what we are doing as an administration, the Secretary and I are committed to making sure these programs work for people so that we are advancing health equity, so that we are improving health outcomes. That is the purpose of our roles. It is to serve the American people, and that's what we are incredibly excited to do. And again, what a privilege it's been to be at Neighborhood Health, to hear the work that you are doing here, and we pledge to do all that we can to support your work and make sure that we are being responsible and responsive to your needs and to the needs of all of the people that you serve. I'll just stop by saying that we've seen some incredible gains this year. We have seen across the country what COVID has meant to communities. It's shown disparities, and we all are working to make sure that we continue to improve our programs so that our American people, the people, can live their best lives, which is why I'm so excited that Congress has passed the American Rescue Plan, which has done an incredible job at giving states more options for maternal health, for behavioral health, and expanding Medicaid, which we hope that many other states, the remaining states, will take up, just like our great Commonwealth of Virginia, which I'm a resident of, has done. So let me now just turn it over to the Secretary of Health and Human Services here in Virginia.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Dr. Brooks LaShore, and thank you, Secretary Becerra and Congressman Beyer, for being here. Virginia is an example of taking full advantage of the resources of the federal government with regard to Medicaid. Medicaid is a joint federal-state program. States need to say, yes, we want better health care coverage for more of their residents. And here in Virginia, we've made that choice and worked together to provide better access to care, and that has meant so much to 560,000 Virginians since 2019 that are covered by Medicaid. And during this pandemic, I'm not sure where we'd be in Virginia without that coverage and the care that Medicaid and Medicare provide for Virginians. And just an example, from 2018 to 2019, Virginia was the only state that had a drop, not a rise, in the uninsured rate, and that's because of Medicaid expansion. Critically important. And I just want to thank Neighborhood Health and all of the providers in Virginia that work with Medicaid beneficiaries and Medicare beneficiaries, because great coverage without care is only one part of the story. So when you've got coverage, you've got the financial resources, and you've got great providers that work with individuals with that coverage to provide the care and wellness and behavioral health and oral health services they need, then we're really providing the care that the residents of Virginia and the residents of this great country deserve and need. So thank you again. What a great birthday, 56 years of Medicaid and Medicare. And one last comment. Thanks so much for the ARPA funds here in Virginia. Governor Northam made an announcement on Wednesday. Almost $500 million of those resources are going towards behavioral health here in Virginia. Thank you. Our residents need that, and we got to provide those services, especially in the pandemic with all of the stress and exacerbation of behavioral health conditions amongst our residents. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox. It is the top of the 10 o'clock hour. Pilar Arias back on mission control. That's what I like to call the Live Now from Fox desk right here in Orlando, Florida, your East Coast hub. I do want to start the top of the 10 o'clock hour here with a weather alert. We've been taking a look at the extensive tornado damage from the serious storms that rolled through the Northeast, in particular Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Fox 29 Philadelphia, they've been doing a great job showing us the damage, staying on top of the coverage. And Steve Keeley is reporting from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with what he filed just for us right here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, we keep meeting new people, and I met an old Morristown neighbor, Mark Baker. We call him Bake. He owns a crane rental company that's in this old schoolhouse from 1800. Jimmy, one of his workers, wanted to get out early today, so Jimmy stayed late and was working when this hit. And Jimmy's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Here's the class of 1922. They don't make buildings like this anymore. And on the, how are you? So PennDOT's cleaning up. This is Street Road here, and that's the noise you hear in the background. They are trying to clear this road. They waited for PECO to get done. That's a PECO fleet down there. So that's the noise you hear. And this is part of the Faulkner dealership blown clear across the road. Look at the American flag there to the left of Street Road, and you can see that steel up in a tree. And the Faulkner roof is in trees a block and a half away. In fact, they have a trailer with a bunch of new bumpers that were dropped off, and the trailer blew over here. So this is the front of the old school here, and the only thing that broke were windows, because even the windows in this building were made to last. And you can see the top windows were smashed out, the side windows smashed, but all the debris. And Jimmy says, as thick as those walls are, he was still shaking and happy that he survived. And we're going to show you another look at the Weiser Home mobile home manufactured park here off of Street Road. This is Feasterville Trevose, and here is the, you know what, let's go this way, Greg, just to give people a look. And I don't even know if this does it justice, because if you weren't watching a few minutes ago, where we met 4 generations of Ryan the Salish family who got away with just like a scratch on Grandpa, it's just hard to believe, because these 3 or 4 homes were all smashed, and what you're looking at was the model home that they would show for any prospective buyers. And there it is, smashed into 3 of them. And there's some officials back there now who were watching on TV, and they hadn't seen this. In fact, I don't think many people even knew this had happened back here, because it's kind of hidden. But that red over there, Greg's gonna come back where I am, that is the trailer, one of those things, those shipping containers you see, that blew from somewhere on the Faulkner property. These guys think it was picked up and thrown. There's a creek in between, and all these trees are gone, and that's full of parts, and that landed over here. And it's hard to believe when we talk to all these folks who were here during the storm, like Bill Weiser, the fellow you see there in the shorts, the fact that nobody was killed and not even hurt seriously is just a miracle again. Guys?
Everybody, I've been in news for 10 years, and I see that damage, and it is pretty bad. Here is a Live Now look at XRAD radar this Friday morning. There's still small craft advisories out there. As you can see, Philadelphia coming in at 76 degrees right now. I went to fox29.com and found out that the National Weather Service said severe storms last night spawned at least 1 tornado in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, which I'm pretty sure is where Steve Keeley was right there doing that report, because he was at a car dealership that sustained pretty bad damage. And then they confirmed up to 2 more in nearby Mercer County. They believe may have spun up. It's not confirmed just yet. So we're hearing of several tornadoes in the area. Ben Salem Township Director of Public Safety Fred Herron told reporters that the area near Metropolitan Drive received the brunt of the storm. Again, that dealership I was just talking about, it was the Faulkner Buick GMC dealership on the 4400 block of East Street Road in Feasterville, Trevose, and it partially collapsed during the tornado. Weather surveyors have not yet classified the tornado on the EF scale, which stands for Enhanced Fujita scale, but the damaging winds easily flipped cars, sent large chunks of debris airborne, and damaged a nearby trailer park. Now, if you happen to miss any of this coverage, you would like to see the reports from earlier that were live out there at the car dealership, just head on over to LiveNowFox.com. It's LiveNowFox.com. There you can click on our YouTube link and find out all the details there. It is the last day of the week for most of us, those of us who work Monday through Friday, that is. Here's a live now look at the Dow Jones Industrial Big Board, or stocks. They have been trading for about 35 minutes now, currently down about 9, 10 or so points, kind of hovering there. Certainly more red than green on the big board today. We always keep a very close eye on the economic indicators here for you on Live Now from Fox and bring you any updates as they become available. Well, we are continuing to be your source for all coronavirus top stories here on Live Now from Fox, and that will continue to be the case. Coming up next here, we have Griff Jenkins reporting cash payments for COVID shots. Would that sway you? It's part of the new push by the White House to boost vaccination rates, and masking requirements in the nation's capital had Republican lawmakers out in protest. Again, Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins reports from Washington with more on this story.
It's incentives and mandates. That's how the president put it. The White House laying out new actions to stop the spread of COVID-19 and overcome lagging vaccination rates.
You present a problem to yourself, to your family, and to those with whom you work.
President Biden with a blunt message to unvaccinated Americans and a new push to convince the holdouts.
With incentives and mandates, we can make a huge difference and save a lot of lives.
Incentives like paying people $100 to get the shot with leftover COVID funds and pop-up vaccination clinics in schools. But there's less leeway for federal employees who will have to attest to their vaccination status or face routine testing, universal masking, social distancing, and limited travel. And the president hopes private business will follow. At the People's House, a return to masking turned hot.
The CDC has become a political arm of the administration. Don't have to wear a mask.
House GOP lawmakers marching maskless to the Senate floor in protest. Meanwhile, COVID fears are rising on our southern border.
They've opened our border up, and here we are. We've got the spread of COVID going on at a greater rate than we did just a few months ago.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed an executive order banning anyone other than a federal, state, or local law enforcement official from transporting migrants, he says, to stem the spread of the virus, prompting a showdown with Attorney General Merrick Garland, threatening legal action, saying the order goes against federal law. And today, the CDC is expected to release new data supporting their decision to change mask guidance in parts of the country where the Delta variant is spiking. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
All right, Griff, thank you so much for that update. Welcome to Live Now from Fox. Everybody, it is Friday, July 30th, 2021. Believe it or not, tomorrow is the last day of the month. Sunday starts a new month, August. That's when a lot of students are going to be headed back to the classroom. For a lot of students, though, who are in year-round school, they are already back to the classrooms as the mask and vaccine debates continue across the country. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We are so happy that you are here. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Those of you who are sticking around, we're taking a Live Now look in Springfield, Missouri. right, everybody, back here on Live Now from Fox. We went from Springfield, Missouri out to Seattle, Washington. If you have never been, you may be fully vaccinated, comfortable with traveling again. This is a destination that I do recommend that people get out to if they have an opportunity to. Seattle is absolutely gorgeous. You see the bay there, and you see the mountains off in the distance. Looks like there's some snow caps out there as well. Gorgeous Friday morning view, just past 10 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, which means 7 a.m. out there on the West Coast. Not gonna lie, looks like a great way to start the day. I have a top story that's going to affect a lot of Americans. The eviction moratorium. It is set to expire tomorrow.
Millions of Americans who are behind on their rent may soon be looking for a new place to live. This follows the Biden administration's announcement the nationwide ban on evictions will expire on Saturday.
President Biden would have strongly supported a decision by the CDC to further extend this eviction moratorium to protect renters at this moment of heightened vulnerability. Unfortunately, as some of you might know, the Supreme Court has made clear that this option is no longer available.
The decision comes after the Supreme Court's 5-4 ruling that extended the COVID moratorium through the end of July. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was in the majority, said he'd block any additional extensions without, quote, clear and specific congressional authorization. President Biden strongly supports the program, providing relief for millions of renters during the pandemic. The president is calling on Congress to act on another extension, quote, without delay.
We will continue in all of government effort to keep Americans safe and housed through the swift dispersal of emergency rental assistance to states and cities.
The CDC put the federal moratorium in place last September to prevent tenants unable to pay rent from being evicted during the pandemic. At the beginning of July, 3.6 million were behind on rent, down from 6.4 million in March. However, landlords argue an extension is unnecessary as more people get vaccinated and get back to work. In Washington, David Spunt, Fox News.
Again, everybody, we're taking a live now look at how stocks are doing this morning. I did have another live event pop up, but it is kind of not in focus right now. Meanwhile, we can hear from Nancy Pelosi right here on Live Now from Fox.
Here, Democrats have been living for the people to build back better, passing the American Rescue Plan to crush the coronavirus and defeat the economic crisis, including with the Biden child tax cut. Biden tax credit for some, it really is a tax cut for all. Passing landmark laws for equal pay, empowering workers, lowering health care costs, creating jobs, rebuilding the infrastructure, and more. Thanks to the Democratic leadership, the Build Back Better economy is working. It's working. Thank you, Mr. President. Jobs are coming back, going from 60,000 jobs every month to 60,000 jobs every 3 days. 30 days, 3 days. And 1/10 of the time, 60,000 jobs. Wages are rising, pay checks are growing at the strongest rate in 15 years. The economy is booming. Yesterday, you saw the economy grow at the fastest rate in nearly 40 years. Families are benefiting. Poverty is set to be cut in half this year, with the share of Americans living in poverty set to reach the lowest level on record. But to sustain this growth for years to come and to ensure that we can share in its benefits, that all can share in its benefits, we need to be transformative in terms of how we go forward with infrastructure investments and reconciliation bills that truly meet families' needs. We will build back better with more jobs, cut taxes, and lower costs for all. We're proud to be here with our dazzling chairs of the committees who made so much of this possible. You'll be hearing from Leader Steny Hoyer, Whip Jim Clyburn, Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark, and our committee chair, Stan Reddy, to answer any questions about what is right now. We are celebrating record-breaking accomplishments on passage of the appropriations bills, thanks to the virtuoso performance of our great chair, Rosa DeLauro. We are just so grateful to Frank Pallone for, in every one of the bills for the last year and a half, that he has been there to help with crushing the virus, and now truly doing so, and actually having an impact on the infrastructure legislation as well. Our chair, Peter DeFazio, is just a maestro at all of this. He knows issues that relate to infrastructure better than anyone. He's been at it for decades on the Committee of Jurisdiction, and now so proudly for all of us as its chairman. But he also knows how to save the planet, and the combination of those two is absolutely essential at this time. And Richie Neal, my goodness, everything goes through Richie Neal's committee. Thank you for the child tax cut. Thank you for so many other things that I'm sure you will tell us about. Richie said, you know, everybody goes out and makes some investments and then comes to us to pay for them. We want to initiate some of our own ideas about this. Child tax credit, family and medical leave, child care, so many issues. Thank you to the Ways and Means Committee, and the list goes on. We're also joined by our distinguished chair and vice chair of the caucus, Mr. Chairman Hakeem Jeffries, Vice Chair Peter Aguilar, and the chair of our DCCC, who knows why we have to make sure the American people get the message, because it is in their interest. With that, I'm very pleased to yield to the distinguished, I have to say it right. Chuck said I didn't say it right yesterday. Distinguished Democratic leader, Majority Leader of the House, Steny Hoyer.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. The Speaker said it. The last time the economy grew at this pace and it was so good, Ronald Reagan said it was good morning in America. What an extraordinary first 7 months we've had in the Congress of the United States. We infamously started out with a tragedy for our democracy. And yesterday we dealt with that in a bipartisan way. House Democrats have gotten an extraordinary amount of work done, this Congress, on behalf of the American people. And one of the most important things we've done is enacting the American Rescue Plan. Reached out and lifted up millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Americans. And the economy shows that. Economic numbers show the impact of this law is having substantial positive effect, with the economy growing at its fastest pace in 4 decades. That law directed resources to speed up vaccinations, allowing for the safe reopening of businesses and schools, returning millions to work. Nearly 70% of the adults in our country are now at least partially vaccinated. We need more, much more. We need everybody to become vaccinated. But we provided for quick access and universal access. Now everybody needs to take advantage of it. Nearly half of our total population is fully protected, but we see today that that is not enough, and the President is urging, and we are urging, more. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues have for too long said it really wasn't necessary. More than 300 million vaccinations have taken place since President Biden took office. That is a success, and one we need to keep building on as we work to get every American vaccinated. The law also provided another round of direct payments that have helped keep families afloat, with 171 million direct payments going out the door, lifting not only those 171 million people, but our economy.
All right, everybody, we've been listening in to Representative Steny Hoyer there on Capitol Hill with other Democrats, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. They're talking about the American Rescue Plan, progress that has been made in our nation's capital. We'll also take a live look at how stocks are doing for the day. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be hearing from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's in Cape Coral, Florida, making some remarks. We'll be right back.
What's best for themselves and their families, and we will protect their right to work, we'll protect the right of businesses to operate, and we will protect the right of our kids to attend school in person. And we don't have mandates, we won't. The one issue where we are seeing a potential for mandate regarding local government is with the forced masking of school children in our upcoming school year. And as of today, very few school districts are requiring that. Most of them, I think wisely, are saying this is a parent's decision to make about what's best for their individual kids. But nevertheless, we have a lot of push from the CDC and others to make every single person, kids, staff, have to wear masks all day, regardless of their immune status, regardless of the effect it has on their educational experience. And that would be a huge mistake. If you look back, we were the only large state in the country last year to have an in-person school year for the whole school year. There were many that had massive amounts of their students didn't have access to in-person education. We thought it was very important. We looked at the data. We understood that schools were low-risk environments and that closing them was devastating to parents and families, and it was something that we could not allow to happen in the state of Florida. So we needed to stand up for our students, we needed to stand up for our parents, and we did. Now, Florida has never mandated masks for the public or for schools. Last school year, though, a majority of school districts required the students to wear masks. Other school districts, I think between 20 and 25, did not, and many charter and private schools did not require masks. And so what were the results? Well, a study out of Brown University looked at case rates in schools in Florida, Massachusetts, and New York. And they found, and this is a very credible study, no correlation of case rates and mask mandates. In other words, you had schools that did not have mandates that had similar outcomes as the ones that did require it. And if you think about it, these kids are in school, they have the masks on. When they go out of school and hang out, do you think they're wearing the masks when they're at each other's home? Of course not. So it's terribly uncomfortable, and it's something that a lot of parents have been frustrated about. A lot of students have been frustrated about. I mean, I remember I've had kids come up to me saying like, oh, I just don't want to wear the mask going forward. But we can say in Florida, the 2020-2021 school year, that the districts that did not require masks did not perform statistically different from those who did. The charter schools and the private schools that didn't require it also had similar outcomes. And so we have to look at the data. Even if the data said something else, that doesn't mean you mandate, because there's still individual well-being and freedom at stake and all that. But we clearly know based off last year that those mask mandates in schools had virtually no impact on the overall shape of the viral curves that happen on a seasonal basis. And so CDC's position is every single student, every single staff member, every single teacher must be masked at all time. And that is even though CDC's own estimate in March was that 41% of K through 12 students had already recovered from COVID. And so it's likely very more. And if you look at the seasonal wave we're experiencing in Florida, that's being driven a lot by a lot of younger people. They're not getting really sick from it or anything, but they are getting it, and they will develop immunity as a result of those infections. And so they don't count that. They don't count vaccinate. I mean, if the teachers, they still say you have to do it. I don't know what message that sends. I mean, they've tried to encourage people to get vaccinated, but if you still have to suffer under the mask, then what message does that send to people to want to do it? So it's very, very puzzling. But one of the things that's frustrating is there's no end in sight to what these policies will do. There's no off-ramp. We were told that the off-ramp was vaccination. Now we're told that that's not going to be the case, and yet you're going to have to do masking. You may have to do restrictions and potentially other severe forms of mitigation, which we know will have a devastating impact on so many people's lives and livelihoods and freedoms. So CDC's policies, by doing this so ham-handedly, by not looking at things like this Brown study, it really shows a callous disregard for the physical, emotional, and academic well-being of our children. They need to be put first. We had this whole year and a half where so many people in our society wanted to put the kids last. They wanted to impose most of the most extreme mitigation on the kids that were the least likely to face any negative harm from this, and obviously who were in very developmental stages where this could really do a lot of potential damage. The forced masking, it has harmed students. We're going to hear from parents and students who've had a lot of difficulty with this. And so the question is, shouldn't this be something that the parent isn't best to evaluate the effect that this would have on their children? Why would we have government force on masks on our kids when many of these kids are already immune through prior infection? They're at virtually zero risk of significant illness, and when virtually every school personnel, they've had access to vaccines for months and months. Remember last year, the unions were saying you can't have school open because there's no vaccines. Well, now that you've had that, it's been available for months and months, then the kids still have to wear the mask. It doesn't make sense. And so what we're doing here today is we're going to hear some of the stories about what this has meant over the last year. And what I want to empower parents to be able to make the best decisions they can for the well-being of their children. Now, as I mentioned, virtually every school district in Florida at this point has said that they are going to do optional and let the decision reside where it belongs, with the parents. And we encourage them. We're happy with that. Last year, we let them make these policies because, quite frankly, I just wanted the kids in school. We needed to get them in. I didn't think the masks were going to be effective for K through 12, but you know what? I was like, you guys have a tough job. There was a lot of people that didn't want the kids in school, all that, and I knew it would be good because I saw the data from other parts of the world, and it was. But now we're in a situation where we really do need to make sure that the parents' rights are protected, and those parents have to come first. Now, last month, I signed HB 241, the Parents' Bill of Rights. The bill prevents any government institution from infringing on the fundamental rights of a parent to direct the upbringing, education, health care, and mental health of a child. And I think that this decision about whether parents want their kids to have to wear masks all day in school, I think that's a decision that falls squarely within the contours of this Parents' Bill of Rights that I signed. And so accordingly, very soon I'll be signing an executive order which directs the Florida Department of Education and Department of Health to issue emergency rules protecting the rights of parents to make this decision about wearing masks for their children. We think that that's the most fair way to do it. I have young kids. My wife and I are not going to do the mask with the kids. We never have. I want to see my kids smiling. I want them having fun. And I don't know, look, my kids are a little younger, but I can tell you, whatever you think of masks, you got to wear it properly. My kids ain't going to wear that thing properly. We know that. So we don't want to, so we don't want to, I wouldn't want to do that. But at the same time, look, if a parent really feels that this is something that's important for their kid, We're not stopping that. They're absolutely have every right to equip their student with whatever types of masks that they want, and have them go to school if they believe that that's a protection that's important for their children. I think that's the fairest way to do it, to let the parents have the decision. It would not be fair if we told parents who wanted the kids to wear masks they weren't allowed to do it, but it's certainly not fair to force parents who don't believe the masks are good for their kids to force them to have to send their kids a mask. So this way, parents are able to make the decision that's best for their families, and I think that that's the fairest way to do it. And I also think that that's really most consistent with the data that we have seen over the last school year, and the fact that these mandates have not proven to really make a big difference. And so we got a lot of people that are going to come up. They're going to tell some stories. So I'm going to call them up, and then we'll go from there. So I have Jennifer Mitchell and her daughter Samantha. Are you guys?
All right, everybody watching live now from Fox. We just heard from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He's out here in Cape Coral, Florida, being told that he's actually at a restaurant out there where he spoke about his decision to not impose new COVID-19 restrictions despite a surge in cases out here in Florida due to the Delta variant. He says he wants the masking decision to be in parents' hands, not school districts, city, county, state decision. Again, he wants it to be in parents' hands, and he says he wants to see the students smiling, and he feels like any student would not properly wear a mask, especially the younger ones who attend school. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We've got lots more live events and updates for you right here on Live Now from Fox when you return.
Brad Schneider from the wonderful state of Illinois.
Thank you, and we are clearly at the point in the conversation where everything's been said, but not everyone has said it, so I'll be brief. We stand here on the edge of possibility. As has been noted, we're not done. We have a long way to go. We've got hard work ahead of us, but we stand here together, united, Republicans and Democrats, in the understanding that we can't move our nation forward if we don't rebuild and reimagine our infrastructure. And we can't have success if we don't do it together as one country, two parties standing shoulder to shoulder. That's why the work of the problem solvers this year, joining with our colleagues in the Senate, standing here in a bicameral way, changes the conversation and gives us hope that we're going to get this done. There's a lot of hard work ahead, but I know this group is prepared to do it, and all we are calling for is the chance to get it done, have a vote, and deliver for the American people. Thank you.
Good job. Ed Case.
Well, from one end of the country to the other, my end, yes, Americans want, need, and deserve a generational reinvestment in infrastructure. But as many of my colleagues have said, they want, need, and deserve something far more, and that is a government that works. Our president has said and committed his own actions to a government that works. He deserves credit for that. And this Problem Solvers Caucus and our Senate partners are committed passionately to delivering on the need to demonstrate to the American people that their government can work. We believe the Senate can and will pass this bipartisan infrastructure bill and give it to the House. And when it is over on our side in the House, our basic commitment is to not muck it up, because a breath of fresh air has blown through this Capitol, and there's a faint perception of some hope out there in the American people that this government can work. And the best we can do is deliver on that hope and promise, and the worst we can do is to dash those hopes. So we're looking forward to getting it over the finish line.
Thank you. Excellent. From the great state of Michigan, Hallie Stevens.
Thank you. Let me just say real quick, as a representative from Michigan, what an honor it was to stand here with my colleagues from the other side of the chamber, senators who are coming together to solve this problem alongside my colleagues in the House. See, we solve the problems of today to win the opportunities of tomorrow. And in Michigan, this is all over the place with our electric vehicle sector, craving and earning these investments that we are going to make in the EV infrastructure. 4 major storms in the last month alone that have swept through southeastern Michigan. The time is now to come together to get this done and to deliver not only for Michiganders, but for the American people. And so I want to thank my colleagues and join you in saying let's continue to get this done. And with that, I'll bring up my colleague, Lou Correa.
Thank you very much, Charlie.
All right, everybody, we are going to go to Bensalem, Pennsylvania, where they're providing a live now update on the storm damage out there. We've been covering it all morning here on Live Now from Fox. So again, we're going to head on out to Bensalem, Pennsylvania to hear the very latest. Tornadoes rolled through the area overnight, causing some pretty severe damage.
Quick as possible and to get everybody back home. Big things, we just ask people to stay out of the residential neighborhoods. Don't drive through there taking pictures. We've got crews in there cutting trees down. We've got our emergency services still in those areas. To drive by and take pictures only slows us down and only gets in the way. You're not going to be able to get through. You're going to wind up making U-turns, and that just creates all kinds of problems for us. So please just stay out of the areas that I talked about. Give us a couple days to get everything cleaned up and get back to normal. This should be noted, this is our 3rd storm in 15 days. Bensalem got hit hard. As you know, you've reported on July the 12th. We then got hit with major flooding. We haven't recovered from that. That was in the lower end of the township near the city of Philadelphia. We then got hit again on the 17th of July with severe winds, thunderstorms, down wires and trees. And then last night, July 29th. So I can only hope this is it for us for a while, and we're going to get a break and get a moment's pause here, catch our breath, and get things back together for us. So we appreciate your reporting on that, and we appreciate everybody's cooperation. I do want to turn it over to our mayor, Joe DiGirolamo, who's been out since last night, working with us, and whatever we needed, he's been there to just get it done and do it. So, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Fred. Fred Boy, up to date and everything. I was born and raised here in Bensalem. We've never had anything like this happen, or a tornado. So for all those folks that are still out, the men and women of our township, all of our emergency people are still working and been out most of the night. So I feel that we'll have everything under control and make sure that everybody has a place to live and any other problems they have by the end of this day. So again, to all our emergency management people, what a great job they're doing, and hopefully this is the end of it. I hope we don't have another storm. They're talking weekend again, but get you nervous. But anyway, we're there. We're going to help and continue to do everything we can. Fred.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Questions?
Where was the 6th injury?
The 6th injury came from Penn Valley Trailer Park that we learned about this morning.
Do we know how many people were displaced at this point?
We do not have a number of the number of people that were displaced. We're lucky that a lot of people find other places to go. We know we have some people that were put up by the Red Cross. We've had people call this morning, so we continue to work with the Red Cross. Unfortunately, we've been working with the Red Cross for the last 15 days, so we're on a first-name basis with them at this point. But I don't have that exact number. We have numerous trailers. We have a lot of houses. Not a lot. We have houses with some substantial damage and a lot of trees. And I know there are insurance people out there. Hopefully, unlike last week or 2 weeks ago, people didn't have flood insurance. They were kind of, out of luck. We're still waiting for. It doesn't look like we're going to get help from the federal, the state government. But we've been committed here. The mayor's been whatever we can do to help people. We're going to do it. But we don't have that exact number of the people displaced. We're not even 24 hours into this.
Any estimate about how many people we're talking about?
Of homes or displaced people?
Just either.
Homes, dozens of homes, for sure. Again, the weather's not too bad today, so hopefully with PECO, if their estimates are right and power comes back on tonight, in some of these areas we'll be in good shape, depending on what weather is, and people will have to leave. But I don't have the number of people, but certainly dozens of homes, residential homes.
I know you touched on this last night, but can you talk a little bit about first responders showing up to that? I mean, this is not something, as you guys mentioned, that happens very often ever here. So, what is the response like for you guys?
Yeah. We're very lucky here in Bensalem. The three disciplines, You know, the mayor actually was one of the founders of the Department of Public Safety before he was mayor, and certainly he could talk about that. But you know, he was on the committee to form the new form of government here and the Department of Public Safety. So police, fire, and EMS, we meet regularly, we train regularly, we work together, we're on a first name basis. So that helps. So when we respond as a team. But as far as for law enforcement specifically, July the 12th, you know, there's been footage out there in the media of officers up to their shoulders. We've lost tasers and body cameras and radios, a lot of electrical damage to the officers back on July 12th. So, you know, the natural disasters we're not really used to dealing with that often, but it is what it is. You know, one emergency is the same as another as far as how you handle it. So the officers and the paramedics, you know, fantastic men and women, and our firefighters work together, but we watch our officers and we watch the crews to make sure that they see things or they get involved in things that start having effect on them. We make sure, you know, before the state mandated, we've been doing it for years here in Bensalem, making sure that they have the support system they have in place for peer counseling, psychological counseling, any type of mental health issues. So it's, you know, last 2 weeks ago when they're rescuing people in flooding, raging waters, and one officer, his actually legs were being swept out from underneath him. You know, you think, you get a moment's pause and it's like, this is it. You know, a tornado's coming down, and you've seen some footage that some civilians have of the tornado strike. You know, that's something I watch on the Weather Channel. It's not something I see on Richland Road. So it's, you know, you just never know what can happen. I'm hoping we don't get locusts this weekend. I don't know what's next, but I'm hoping it's not locusts.
What was your first thought when you pulled up to that first scene? When you get the call that it's a tornado, but you don't know for sure when you see it?
Well, you know, probably like a lot of other people, you know, my phone started ringing with the tornado warnings, and I'm like, we're not going to get a tornado. And then my phone rang again, and I'm like, we got a tornado. And then, you know, I went out to location, and my deputy was already on the street as well. And, you know, Mayor was on the phone with me, and Mayor came out, and when I pulled up to the first location, I was speechless. I've never seen anything like it, except for on television. And, you know, now I'm standing in the middle of a tornado strike, where water is still flowing out of the building. You could smell the gas. Cars were flipped. I'm standing in a parking lot, and there's turnpike signs there. I didn't know it was the, you know, Wizard of Oz Part 2. I mean, it was just the craziest thing ever, and I never experienced that. In 34 years in Bensalem Township, that was the first time I've experienced a lot of things here. I've never experienced that type of weather.
Can you give us a sense of you had 3 storms, you had the same amount, pretty much the same amount of manpower on the equipment, on your budget, on your health?
Well, I'm going to let the mayor jump in. I will tell you, you know, people ask me how it works in Bensalem, and I said, because he supports us. And I know that's kind of cliche-ish, but it's the truth. So whatever we need, he's there, whether it's public works for a street sweeper or law enforcement emergency services. So I'll let the mayor comment on the budget.
Certainly, we're taking a big hit this year on our budget with the 3 storms and other things, but we pull the plug when it comes to this. We never stop helping people, whatever it takes. And a lot of our men and women work overtime, and in these 3 storms, they have really, really done a lot of work. And that's why I said I hope this weekend or something doesn't come quickly, because they're at their limits of where we can be. But we'll always have people coming together. And I just want to say the volume of people that called me last night trying to help. Restaurants said they would open, bring people in, no charge for the food. So, I mean, we have that kind of community here. A lot of volunteers working together. So all of us working together. I always talk about teams. Teams win. And that's what we do here. So we'll make the budget work one way or the other, and we won't raise taxes.
How often do you hear that, right?
Can you tell us more about those that were injured? Where are they, and what are their conditions now?
Yeah, nothing critical. I know some were transported last night to local hospitals, but I don't have the exact extent of injuries, but I'm told it's nothing critical, minor injuries. 6 people. If this storm had come at 5:13, this would be a different story today. There would have been, that parking lot would have been filled with people leaving or people looking at cars. Many of you were out there last night. It looked like a 3-year-old just assembled a Lego set. It was just pieces of brick everywhere. Anything else? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
We are about 15 minutes away from passing things off to the Live Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we will be listening in on the World Health Organization holding a coronavirus update.
About the Delta variant. So I wanted to know, the recent document shows how it's transmissible as the chicken pox. If Dr. Van Kerkhove or Dr. Ryan or anyone else wants to weigh in, if we could get maybe like 5 bullet points on how you could easily describe, almost at a kindergarten level or a very simple level, the concerns about the Delta variant.
Thank you, Anjali. Dr. Van Kerkhove or Dr. Ryan?
So perhaps I could start, and maybe Mike would like to come in. I mean, I think your question kind of highlights the challenges of being able to communicate about this. The virus itself, as it starts, is a dangerous virus. It's a highly transmissible virus. The Delta variant is even more so. It's doubly more transmissible than the ancestral strains. And it's about 50% more transmissible than the alpha strain. From a public point of view, if I was describing this at a kindergarten level to my own kids, it's a highly transmissible virus. Whether it's 100% or 1,000% or whatever percent more transmissible, this virus will spread if we allow it to. And so the bottom line is that we need to do everything we can to protect us, to protect ourselves, and to protect our loved ones. And we can do that. So what we need to do is continue to keep ourselves safe by physical distancing, by wearing a mask, by keeping our hands clean, by spending more time outdoors than indoors. We need policies that are in place that enable people to work safely, go to school safely, live their lives safely. And a lot of this is around making sure that these policies allow to adhere to these individual level measures, to improve ventilation in indoor spaces, to make sure that we have vaccines and we have access to vaccines, and that the vaccination plans that countries all over the world that have worked so hard to develop are able to be implemented by having access to that vaccines. We need to work against vaccine hesitancy and vaccine acceptance, making sure that people receive those vaccines. So from the Delta variant, the Delta variant is dangerous. The Delta variant can transmit. It is more transmissible, the most transmissible virus, SARS-CoV-2 virus to date. But this will not be the last virus variant that you hear us talking about. And so what we need to do is move away from the next latest virus, right? The next latest variant, because there will be more. And it's in the virus's interest. Viruses are not alive, so they don't have a brain to think through this, but they become more fit the more that they circulate. And so the virus will likely become
more transmissible because this is what viruses do. They evolve, they change over time. And so we have to do what we can to drive it down. So again, it wasn't your 5 bulleted short point answers, but it's more transmissible and it's the most transmissible virus to date. But we have the tools at hand that can reduce the spread. So I think that's what we really need to be focused on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van
Hi.
Mike,
here.
yes, please, Dr. Ryan.
Yeah, I wouldn't characterize us as struggling to communicate on variants, and specifically on the Delta. We've been speaking about this for months now and tracking this virus through our virus evolution working group and through the wonderful work going on all over the world by so many labs in tracking this virus within the public health systems. And the dangers posed by Delta have been raised time and time again by the Director General and by WHO. On fully understanding the dynamics of how and why it is more transmissible is still taking time to determine, and there's a lot of studies underway to try and understand that, because that may affect what we do about this virus. But if we're explaining this to ourselves, and it's not just at kindergarten level, in some senses we're all in kindergarten when it comes to this virus. We're still learning, and we've taken baby steps in trying to control this virus, but we're going to and we're explaining this to people. Essentially, it comes down to, on average, one person with this virus will infect more new people if they have the Delta strain, unless we prevent that by continuing to practice the measures that reduce transmission, like physical distance and wearing masks and hand hygiene, and ensuring that we're not spending time in poorly ventilated spaces with lots of other people, and all of the other measures that we've spoken about again and again. The same measures that we've applied before will stop this virus. They are stopping Delta strain, especially when you add in vaccination. But we need to work harder. The virus has got fitter. The virus has got faster. It doesn't change our game plan. The game plan still works, but we need to implement and execute our game plan much more efficiently and much more effectively than we've ever done before. And that includes getting more vaccines out there, increasing and improving. DG spoke about it. He said it in a speech. He laid it out. These are the things we need to do more of, and we need to do much better, and we need to do much faster. There are no golden silver bullets here. There are no magical solutions. There's no magic dust. It's been the way for the last 18 months. And people keep asking for magic dust. It doesn't exist. The one magic dust we do have is vaccination. The problem is we're not sprinkling that evenly around the world, and we're working against ourselves. So from that perspective, Delta is a warning. It's a warning that this virus is evolving, but it's also a call to action, that we need to move now before more dangerous variants emerge.
Thanks, Tarek. It's Bruce here. Just coming back, Angeli, to your question, when people say a virus is more transmissible in this case and what it means, you know, as Mike Maria said, it's simple. More transmissible means more cases, more sick people, more hospitalizations, more ICUs filling up, which brings us to a choice. Do we do more stuff to stop it at an individual level, like Mike and Maria laid out, or do we have to go to more lockdowns to stop it? It's that simple. More cases, more sick people, more hospitalizations, more ICU overload, and then you get to your choice point. More lockdowns or more stuff to stop it by using your masks, using your distancing and your other measures. But then to the other point, just take a step back from one of the earlier questions, you know, about vaccines and their equitable use. We could be at a very different point right now. You know, since the Director General held his last press conference, we have moved past 4 billion doses of vaccine administered. Now, if those vaccines had been administered to people over 60 years of age and at risk around the world, we basically could have gotten 2 doses into everybody at highest risk of severe consequences when we got to a disease or a strain like the Delta strain. We actually could have vaccinated them twice. That's how much vaccine's been used in the world. But because we haven't, we are seeing in so many countries now what we're calling, a diverging epidemiology. In one set of countries, we're seeing the cases go up, but the deaths stay low. In other countries, we're seeing the cases and the deaths go up.
We've been listening in to medical experts and those with the World Health Organization talking about the Delta variant. They're saying it is more transmissible. We are going to leave this live update and take you live now to the Senate floor where Senator Chuck Schumer is speaking.
The not-so-invisible hand of Senator Levin shaped America's defense policy. There were large and weighty issues, matters of war and peace, terrorism and national security, billion-dollar budget decisions. But there was also the Michigan-Korean War veteran, denied a veteran's loan because of his military records were destroyed in a fire. It would have been enough for Carl to set his office to the task, find the lost records, and ship them off in a manila envelope. Instead, Carl went to visit with him in person and deliver 4 service medals. He was an example that inspired and one to aspire to because of who he was and what he's accomplished. The Senate, the state of Michigan, these entire United States and our globe, our world, are much better off thanks to Mr. Carl Levin. Now on another matter entirely. Later today, we'll vote on the nomination of Mendoza Jadu of California to be Director of the U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services. This is a department in desperate need of capable leadership after 4 chaotic years under the Trump administration. The daughter of Mexican and Iraqi immigrants, Ms. Jadu would be the first woman to ever lead the USCIS, and I'm confident she has the skills, expertise, and experience to do the job well. In a short time, the Senate will also take a procedural vote to move forward with a bipartisan infrastructure bill. I expect the vote will receive the same significant margin of support today as it did on Wednesday. Once senators agree to proceed to debate on the bill, it's my intention to offer the text of the bipartisan agreement as a substitute amendment, making it the base of the bill on the floor. The Senate remains on track to reach our goal of passing both a bipartisan infrastructure bill and a budget resolution with reconciliation instructions before the start of the August recess. It's an ambitious deadline, absolutely. But the hard work put in by senators and staff means that we are on the right track to get it done. Given the bipartisan nature of the bill, the Senate should be able to process this legislation rather quickly. We may need the weekend, we may vote on several amendments, but with the cooperation of our Republican colleagues, I believe we can finish the bipartisan infrastructure bill in a matter of days. While our job is not nearly complete, I do want to take a moment this morning to recognize the sweat of our members and staff that our members and staff have already put in. Senators from the bipartisan group have worked long hours for many weeks to first reach and then finalize this agreement. I want to thank Senators Sinema and Portman for taking the lead, to the entire G22 group, as it's called, as well as the White House for helping pull all of this together. There's been significant work behind the scenes. In order to prepare the legislative text, staff members from our committees, the group of bipartisan senators, the Legislative Council have worked not just long hours, but endured sleepless nights to finish writing the bill. And the work I'm talking about, a massive down payment towards rebuilding our nation's infrastructure, will benefit our economy for years and decades to come. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that upon the disposition of the Jadu nomination, the Senate remain in executive session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. All right, everybody, live now from Fox. We're passing things off to the east, or not, excuse me, we're passing things off to the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, the East Coast hub. That's where I am speaking to you from. We will see you again over the weekend. Rain Augustine will join you. Myself, Regina Gonzalez, will be back on Monday. Back out to the World Health Organization update. We'll see you soon, everybody.
All the time on the importance of being vaccinated, to invite people to get over all the time on the importance of being vaccinated, to invite people to get fully vaccinated as soon as possible, as soon as they can. But we see some of these countries that with one of the highest rates of vaccinated people, and getting in this vicious cycle over and over. So we need that we will not be able to get out of this problem until we really get all people in the world vaccinated at 80%, for example. And do you think that this is realistic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Dr. Elwold will try to have some elements. Unfortunately, we don't have Dr. O'Brien and Dr. Swaminathan today with us. Dr. Elwold.
Thank you very much, Tarek. So first on the issue of booster doses, which we've discussed a number of times, and this doesn't relate to any individual country, to be very clear in the comments that I'll make. But first and foremost, we've explained there's two reasons that we want to be looking at booster doses if and when they may be needed. First, is there evidence? First, we look at the duration of immunity. Is immunity sustained for long enough, or do we need to boost it to ensure people remain immune? And the second thing we look at is whether or not the vaccines that we have available are no longer effective against certain strains of the virus. And this is particularly with respect to the ability to prevent hospitalization, severe disease, and death. And at this point, the evidence is quite clear that all of the vaccines appear to have a good impact against severe disease and hospitalization and death. Now we're continuing to accumulate information, and we're also seeing that the immunity against and protecting people seems to be relatively robust at this point. So the highest priority for the world, now it's no longer, we're in a pandemic, which means we need to work together against this virus. We can't think about a priority for a country or a community. They will have differential experiences, but we have to think about how do we approach this as a world. And the first priority has got to be to get at least 2 doses of vaccine, or 1 dose if it's the J&J vaccine, into first of all, the healthcare workers, the older populations, the people with the comorbidities that put them at risk of severe disease and death, and then working down to what we believe would need to be at least 60% coverage in all countries, which works out to about 70% coverage globally, to really slow down the transmission, reduce the risk of emergence of new variants. But as we say that, I think it was Isabel asked the question, we need to be a little bit careful that we're still, as Mike used the term, we're in kindergarten when it comes to this virus. I was hoping we're in primary school by now, but we're still very much in a learning mode. And, we will say this is our best possible judgment based on the data and the information we have today. It will evolve as we go forward, but there's absolutely no question that the highest priority for vaccine suppliers, for countries that produce vaccines, for countries that are using vaccines and have contracted, high quantities of vaccines, the highest priority has got to be helping all countries get to at least 10% of their population vaccinated, 20%, 40%, in line with the targets that the Director General has laid out, which are crucial to getting the entire world out of this pandemic. So hopefully that addresses the question. There were a couple of points to your question, but hopefully we've captured the key ones. Apologies if we haven't.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elwold. And if there are some aspects that have not been covered, Isabel, feel free to send us an email and we will try to answer. Next question, Geneva-based correspondent Peter Kenny, working with Anadolu News Agency and others. Peter?
Thanks for taking my question. We have heard about epidemiological divergence, and the variant mutates all the time, but so has the at-risk group changed. Initially, it was over 60s and others, but now we have a much younger group in some countries. Does that mean that the advice as to what are the at-risk groups is changing? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Dr. Van Kerkhove, would you like to try?
Yeah, sure, Tarek. So perhaps I could start, but I think there's 2 parts to this question. One part to this question relates to exactly how it was asked in terms of risk groups. But I think the second part of this question has to do with priority groups for vaccination. In terms of groups that are at risk for developing severe disease, groups that are at risk for death from infection from the SARS-CoV-2 virus, those have remained relatively stable over time. We know people of advanced age, people over the age of 60, and as age increases, the risk of developing severe disease and dying increases as age increases. We know with people with underlying conditions, such as chronic respiratory conditions, cardiovascular disease, HIV, obesity, diabetes, have an increased risk for developing severe disease and dying. What we do know is that over time, we do see a shift in terms of the age range in which people are getting infected. And again, that has to do with how social mixing patterns happen. If you remember, even a year ago, more than a year ago now, last spring in the Northern Hemisphere, we saw what appeared to be an age shift in the average age of infection. And people were wondering, has the epidemiology changed? Has the virus changed? But in fact, what that was due to was the fact that older individuals were staying home more, younger individuals who had to leave their home to go work were leaving their home and were increasing the number of contacts that they had and were at a higher risk of exposure and therefore at a higher risk of infection. But in terms of those people who are at an increased risk for developing severe disease and dying, it's those that have underlying medical conditions of any age, this includes children, and people who are over the age of 60. And we know that, again, the increased risk increases substantially as age increases. And then, so there are differences as we see in terms of the infection rates. But again, over time, as individuals who are of the older age groups, those who have underlying conditions, those groups are prioritized for vaccination first. Those individuals are protected against severe disease and death because, again, we have several safe and effective vaccines that prevent against severe disease and death. We need access to those vaccines to actually have them work. And this is why we need good vaccine.
And that was the World Health Organization giving that live update. It continues on, but we are going to get out of this one and take you to Washington, D.C. right now, where we do have a news conference going on there regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, we're going to hear from Senator Lindsey Graham and other representatives talking about, okay, where we are with immigration right now and how are these people that are coming into the country being checked for COVID. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And what they see, there's a underground tension in many ways in the Hispanic community saying, hold it, we followed this procedure, we follow the steps, and we're seeing people just come in. And I think you heard from folks that were saying also, hey, we're concerned about this overcapacity. What is the end game here? You heard about how they're going to parks. And so when families want to go out there, what do we happen? You saw what happened in La Jolla, where they released people without even saying, and it was not Border Patrol, it was a local NGO, and not telling the folks in La Jolla what was happening down there. And you hear there, you hear about safety concerns. Roma, Texas, as you know, in Stark County. It's right at the border. I'm very familiar. That's part of my district. La Jolla is part of my district. And, people cross and they're walking through the streets and neighborhoods and they're saying, hey, people are just walking through. You heard from some of the school officials say, hey, what about our schools? And there have been lockdowns in schools because they're right at the border and people start just coming through and they worried about their kids. So, and again, I've always said this, and you've heard me say, you don't have to listen to me. They don't have to listen to me. The administration doesn't need to listen. I've been very respectful, very supportive of the administration, but something has to change when it comes to border immigration issues on that. And again, we had the Border Patrol chiefs. We heard from Chief Ortiz. You heard about how hospitals are overloaded, as Mayor Saenz said. Hey, sometimes you have to pit a undocumented person that goes to a hospital with somebody that lives in Laredo or somewhere else. I mean, there's limited spaces. What do you do? And it's not fair to pit a undocumented person to a U.S. citizen. And, we represent, our residents, the citizens here. So this are, I think, and I'll close on this, and I'll let you talk about the letter. We have a, you know, we put a joint letter together, and I'll let the senator and I'll follow up on that. But I thought it was important for the senator to hear directly from the communities and how they feel about this. You want to talk about the letter?
I do. Thank you very much. And to the members of the press who are here, thank you. This is a story that needs to be covered. If this were the 28th Congressional District, figuratively, the room would be full of folks from all over the world unvaccinated. You would have a hard time moving around. And I don't think people can appreciate what's going on at the border until you listen to the people who live there. So we'll do another phone call, and we're going to stream this one. Yeah. We're going to find a way so that if you're interested in what's going on at the border, you can hear it from the people who live through it. So what have we come to conclude? Comprehensive immigration reform, in my view, is still very much needed. But you can't legalize people, in my opinion, until you first secure the border. I was involved in the Gang of Eight, and before that with Senator Kennedy, McCain, Kyle, and Salazar in 2008, trying to secure the border, pathway to citizenship for the illegal immigrant population who are non-felons, switching to a merit-based immigration system to help our economy going forward. I still believe that. But the one thing I know you can't do is provide legal status without first fixing the border, because it will create a run on the border like you've never seen before. So this idea of putting DACA in the infrastructure package is a terrible idea until you first fix the border. And I sponsored the DACA bill with Senator Durbin. I've told him I am willing to work on a small deal, medium deal, or large deal, but the first deal is to bring relief and secure the border. So Henry and I have come to conclude it's now time for a new set of eyes on this problem. That the people in charge have had 6 months and it's getting worse. And I'm not here to throw partisan stones today, but something's got to give, right? So we were talking yesterday, what could we do? Who do we trust? Who do we believe could help us get out of this mess? And we both concluded almost instantaneously, Jay Johnson. Jay Johnson served with President Obama. He was a Democrat. I have a lot of respect for Jay. He was general counsel at DOD, and he dealt with these issues as secretary. So the bottom line for me is that we're urging President Biden to create a special position to bring order to chaos, put somebody in charge whose focus is just on the border and all the problems associated with it, that would have credibility in the eyes of Congress, and that's Jay Johnson. I can promise you that most Republicans respect Jay Johnson. And if Jay would be willing to do it, and if President Biden would be willing to nominate him, I think you would find solutions pretty quickly. So that's what the letter's about. Something's got to give, a new set of eyes. So what's causing this? It was the police chief, I think, who said this third wave of illegal immigration is brought to you by Washington, D.C. The pull factors by policy changes, the new pull factors are too great for any money to the Northern Triangle to matter. I worked with Vice President Biden to put $750 million into the system to help the Northern Triangle countries with their rule of law issues, with their economy, with their corruption problems.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Of this wave of illegal immigration is not a deterioration in the last 6 months of the Northern Triangle. It is that we've changed our policies where people all over the world believe now's the time to go to America illegally, because once you get there, you're going to stay. Now, what did Jay Johnson do on his watch? We had a wave of unaccompanied minors and families coming from Brazil to take advantage of the asylum program. Jay Johnson got on a plane and flew back with these people to Brazil. He sent a signal to the source of the problem that this is not the way to enter the United States. We had 188,000 people come across last month. About 25 to 30% were not from the Northern Triangle. Every week that goes by, the word spreads throughout the world that the border is now open. If you can get 1 foot in the United States, likely you're not going to leave. So what we're asking for is for the administration to put somebody new, a new set of eyes, in charge of this problem and working in a bipartisan way to provide the resources and the policy changes to have a timeout so that we can catch our breath as a nation, give the people of Laredo and the surrounding area some relief. Now, what did I learn? I learned it is hell on earth right now in his district, given this problem, that the hospitals are full, that neighborhoods have hundreds of people every day walking through the neighborhood, crossing our border illegally, and it's very unnerving. That the police are overwhelmed, that the COVID numbers are increasing, that the Border Patrol is doing the best they can. A shout out for the Border Patrol. I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan, I think 57 times. I've seen our men and women in the military in action under the most difficult circumstances imagined. I would put the Border Patrol and Customs agents who are dealing with this crisis on par with them. They're incredibly dedicated Americans, and I don't know how they go to work every day. What they see in terms of small children, the overwhelming nature of this problem, I just don't know how they do it, and I want them to know that Henry and I consider you all and your families American heroes. So I've sent 3 letters. One with Congressman Cuellar to President Biden to put a new set of eyes on the problem, somebody we all trust, Jay Johnson. I hope you will consider that, Mr. President. And I stand ready to work with Jay or anybody else that has a rational plan for it. Number 2, I've written a letter to Dr. Fauci, and I'll give you a copy. I don't know what we should be doing, but I know this. I'm vaccinated. I've tried to be a responsible citizen. If you're not vaccinated, you need to get vaccinated because I think the risk to you and your family and the community goes down greatly. I think it is safe, and I think it is highly effective. How you control the COVID problem in America must include an analysis of the border. We've had 50,000 people released in the United States because the Border Patrol ran out of capability and capacity to hold them. They literally put them on buses and shipped them throughout the country. I dare say any of them were tested. I dare say that the system at the border is not controlling the problem associated with COVID coming from other countries. In Guatemala, the vaccination rate is less than 1%. So I've got a letter to Dr. Fauci. As you tell us what to do as a nation, you need to look at the situation at the border and give us an opinion as to whether or not it makes sense what we're doing. And let me tell you, I think it makes no sense. I have a German engineer who works for BMW in South Carolina. So Germany invested heavily in the BMW plant in Greenville, South Carolina, Greer, South Carolina. The man wants to go home to see his, I think, mother or father, somebody who's critically ill, and I'm having to move heaven and earth to get him legally able to go back to visit his mother in Germany. I can't go to Canada, you can't go to Europe because of COVID restrictions, but we're having 1.2 million people cross our border being detained with no rational policy at all. Probably the best thing for the German engineers, go down to the border, get caught, we'll probably send them into Germany. This makes no sense. It's dangerous. It needs to stop. So, Dr. Fauci, you need to answer my letter as to whether or not you understand what's going on at the border and what changes do we need to make, if any, to really deal with the COVID problem, because I think the super spreader event of all super spreading events is at our southern border. To Secretary Mayorkas, I wrote you a letter last week. Of the 1.2 million people who came here illegally, How many of them have been tested? How many of them have been released to the United States? How many positives were there? And what system do you have in place to ensure testing? What happens if somebody comes up positive? And of the 1.2 million, how many have been allowed to stay in the United States? And what protocols do we have to deal with COVID? To the NGO community in your district, they're American heroes on the same footing as the Border Patrol. The Catholic Charities and others are giving refuge to these folks. They're being overrun, and the system is literally broken. We're creating a national security nightmare for this country. It would be very easy for terrorists to integrate themselves in the flow of illegal immigration. Our border communities are under siege. The hospitals are full. The cops are having to do more than they can possibly do. And it is now time to define the problem and fix the problem. Count me in for investing in Northern Triangle countries as part of a solution, but the pull factors have to change. And I just want to thank Congressman Cuellar for having the guts to speak truth to power, to let the administration know what's going on the ground. And what's so sad for me is I had a mask that said, "Mask up the border." I mean, if you're really worried about who should be wearing a mask, you need to fix the border. This is a border completely porous and open when it comes to COVID. There are no protocols in place, and the capability of the Border Patrol to manage the flow has just been lost. We've lost control of the border in your district. Do you agree with that?
We got some big problems.
Okay, I'll say that. He says big problems, I say we lost control. So we'll be glad to take questions, but here's what's so sad for me. If I had a news conference taking a shot at Donald Trump about anything, this room would be full. All of you, not all of you, a lot of you have masks. You know, you're doing what you think is responsible for yourself and your neighbor. We're putting the people of the 28th Congressional District at risk. We're putting their economy at risk. We're putting their health at risk. We're putting the future of their children at risk because we've lost control of this issue, controlling our border and the COVID problem as it relates to illegal immigrant crossings. It is now time to work together without, you can blame everybody for the last 20 years. You can blame me. You can blame Henry. We're trying. But I'm not looking backward. I'm looking forward.
Yes, sir.
And as I look forward, I'll end with this. The mayor of Laredo said, we're still pretty safe, but I worry about where we're going to be as a community in the next 6 months. The police chief said, the resources I have now are beyond the problems I'm having to deal with are beyond the resources, but every passing day it gets worse. The Catholic Charities and other NGOs have said, without some help, we've reached the breaking point. So I have listened to the people of the 28th Congressional District. Your congressman has been the most effective voice in all of Washington about trying to find a way forward. I join his cause. I stand ready to work with the Biden administration, Democrats and Republicans, but I will not let this go without one hell of a fight. Questions?
Preguntas en español or English?
You can be in charge of this Spanish part.
I was going to let you do it in español.
It'll be a very short news conference.
El senador Brown ha dicho que legalizar, dar camino a la ciudadanía para un grupo de inmigrantes sería un error si es que primero no se soluciona el tema de la frontera. ¿Cuál es su posición en cuanto a legalizar a un grupo de inmigrantes indocumentados en el proceso de reconciliación?
Sí, bueno, necesitamos tres cosas cuando...
All right, so that was the news conference there at Capitol Hill. You just heard from Senator Lindsey Graham pleading with the Biden administration to please, as he said it, quote, mask up the border there because he feels that illegal immigrants coming to our country right now are not masked up. They are not They do not have any testing for them as far as are they COVID-19 positive. So that was what Lindsey Graham said there in that news conference. What we'll do is take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to Philadelphia, where they are talking about what it will be like in classrooms coming this school year. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. What we do right now is going out to Philadelphia.
And we'll use this campaign to share.
We are hearing from the school district there, talking about what it will be like in classrooms come this fall, especially during the pandemic.
Which features some familiar Philadelphians. Our families should also start receiving postcards in the mail highlighting the many things we are doing to prepare and welcome all students back to school for in-person learning. There's also a surprise addition to our back to school campaign this year, and we'll be announcing that soon. So please stay up to date on all the back to school information and resources, and I encourage you to visit philasd.org/ringthebell. We have several individuals here with us today. Many will be speaking with all of you and responding to questions. And I want to introduce some of those individuals right now, and I'm going off script a little bit. First and foremost, we have one of our board member Reginald Streeter. Thank you for being with us this morning. Our Chief of Schools, Evelyn Nunez. Our friends and partners from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, Dr. Susan Coffin. And we have a parent with us today that you will be hearing from later. Also, we have Ms. Nicole Hunt, who is representing Unite Here, Local 634, and I saw Ernie Bennett come in as president and representing 32BJ. Thank you to all of you who are here as well. So our food service team has done heroic work serving more than 10 million grab-and-go meals since the pandemic began. As they now prepare to serve students in person when schools reopen, the district will begin phasing out the meal distribution sites. Friday, August 6th, will be the last distribution of grab-and-go meals at 56 school-based sites. The remaining 41 school sites will serve their last grab-and-go meals on Friday, August 20th. For detailed information about our school-based meal sites, please visit their website. You can also visit phila.gov/food to find additional food sites that are available to families across the city. Again, I want to thank our amazing food service team for their tireless work to ensure that our students had access to healthy and nutritious meals despite the pandemic. I'd also like to thank, once again, Nicole Hunt, President of Local 634, Unite Now, for her amazing partnership and flexibility during this time. Also see that we have a President of Local Teamsters representing our administrators, CASA, and pleased to have Dr. Robin Cooper with us as well. So Dr. Cooper, thank you for being here. As we start the school year, I want to reemphasize that every student now has access to their own district-issued Chromebook to support learning in and beyond the classroom. Students will be expected to bring their district-issued Chromebooks on the first day of school, so it's important to check their computers now to make sure they're working as needed. If they've been sitting around since we ended school, we want individuals to take them out, cut them on, get them charged up so they can start bringing those Chromebooks back to school. If they are not working, we want families and students to beat the rush. Many of you remember the lines for the Chromebooks. And stop by one of the district's 3 parent and family tech support centers, which operate on Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and on Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. For more information about our tech support centers and our tech support hotline, please visit philasd.org/ringthebell and click on the Chromebooks tab. Now, on to our main topic. As I've shared before, our goal for the upcoming school year, 2021-22 school year, is to safely welcome all of our students back to school for in-person learning 5 days a week. After more than 18 months of disrupted learning due to COVID-19, we believe that safely welcoming students back into classrooms and surrounding them with caring educators and critical supports is the best opportunity to help our young people begin to heal, first and foremost, from the social and emotional traumas they have been experiencing. And examples of those are things like physical separation from friends, physical separation from their teachers and many family members, loss of loved ones, loss of other individuals who were acquaintances, heightened gun and domestic violence, systemic racism, and social injustices. Also want them to accelerate their learning. Being together in a classroom is so much better and enables teachers to support students according to their individual students' needs. And we want to make sure our young people are re-engaged in daily routine structures and collaborative environments that help them to thrive both socially and academically. We are excited to welcome our young people back, and we are constantly and continuously getting ready. As I've shared with you at my last briefing, we've been working hard throughout the summer to ensure that every school has many layers of safety in place. Air and surface purifiers will be in all instructional spaces, gyms, cafeterias, and offices. Touchless hand sanitizer stations throughout buildings to support frequent hand washing. Touchless hydration stations for hands-free access to safe drinking water. And every school will be thoroughly cleaned and sanitized before the school year began and throughout the day, even after the school year opens. Yesterday, the Philadelphia Department of Public Health, PDPH, released its newly revised guidance on school reopening. Like the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, it prioritizes the safe return of all students to in-person learning with multiple safety layers in place. Our commitment is that we will meet or exceed the latest guidance from PDPH. So at the School District of Philadelphia, masking. Everyone in our schools will be required to wear masks or other approved facial coverings while indoors, whether they are vaccinated or unvaccinated. COVID-19 testing for staff. We will continue our mandatory weekly testing for all employees and may adapt during the school year. Positive cases must isolate for at least 10 days. We will make on-site testing available for students who present with COVID-like symptoms during the day. We will also follow a test-to-stay model. That means that close contacts of positive cases will be tested at least 3 non-consecutive days within the first 7 days following exposure. Close contacts who remain negative during the testing may stay in school and not have to quarantine. Positive cases must isolate for at least 10 days. Students who are quarantining or isolating will receive instructional support while at home. For student athletes, we will follow a test-to-play or perform model. Athletes who play high-risk sports and performing arts like band and choir will be tested 1 to 2 times a week. Vaccinated athletes and performing arts students may opt out of weekly testing with proof of vaccination. While 3 feet distancing is recommended and will be encouraged where possible, the priority from both the CDC and PDPH is the full return of students to school with other layers of safety in place. I want to remind everyone that the confirmed positive COVID-19 case rate in our schools was well below 1% when we phased in students and staff to in-person learning last spring. With even more layers of safety in place for this upcoming school year and everyone doing their part, we are confident that we can continue to keep COVID-19 transmission rates very low. Also want to take this time to continue to encourage all staff to get vaccinated as soon as possible to benefit their own personal health and the health of those around them. A study released last week by the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia used data from our own schools to show the power of the vaccine. Going back to March and April and looking at data from weekly tests of our employees, the study shows that just 0.09% of screening tests came back positive for COVID-19 for staff who received 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, compared to 1.76% of positive tests among unvaccinated staff. The study showed with our own staff what we know to be true. Vaccines work in preventing transmission. So supporting our effort to welcome all students back to schools is our Board of Education. So now I'd like to introduce Board Member Reginald Streeter. Board Member Streeter.
Thank you, Dr. Hyde, for the introduction. My comments are going to be brief. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here today as we look forward to our students safely returning to their schools for in-person learning starting on August 31st, the first day of school. The last year and a half has been a journey. I know that we have all faced the many challenges brought about by the pandemic. These are challenges that have deeply affected the health of our families, our well-being, and our children's education. As you know, our school communities have had to quickly pivot from in-person learning to remote learning and then to hybrid learning. On behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to thank Dr. Height, our teachers, students, and staff for their ingenuity, passion, and perseverance as they navigated this new terrain of distance learning together. Now, more than 18 months later, we are incredibly excited to welcome all students back to in-person classes to connect with their teachers, classmates, villages, and friends, and to experience the best possible learning environment where we know they will thrive, learn, and succeed. We are also happy that students will once again be engaging in extracurricular activities like athletics, art, and music programs that are profoundly enriching and rewarding experiences that inspire students to succeed throughout their entire lives. The Board of Education is looking forward to the 2021-2022 school year, and we wish students, teachers, and staff all the best in the year ahead. And we are very excited to ring the bell, PHL. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Streeter, and thank you to you and all of the board members for their continued support in service of our students and their families. So thank you for being here with us this morning. There is much more planned to help our students and to help all of our families transition back to school in person. So now I'd like to introduce Dr. Evelyn Nunez, our Chief of Schools at the district, to share more information. Dr. Nunez.
Thank you, Dr. Height. And good morning, everyone, once again. I'm so excited to welcome our students back to school on August 31st. As Dr. Height mentioned, when students return to in-person, we know that all of them, to various degrees, will be dealing with trauma. Some of the examples that he shared this morning are the extended isolation of loss for loved ones, the impacts of heightened gun and domestic violence, and/or the long-lasting impacts of systemic racial and social injustice.
All right, that is the update there from Philadelphia. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll take you out to Texas, where we do have the Texas governor. They're speaking right now, keynote address there at the DPS. graduation. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to Texas right now. Governor Greg Abbott is doing the keynote address right now for the Texas Department of Public Safety commencement ceremony.
And that is to the class. I want to say thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your bravery. As you all have surely learned, maybe even before you came into this class, but definitely as you have worked your way through the training program, the Texas Department of Public Safety has a legendary place in Texas history. And at this particular moment in time, you play a far more pivotal role than ever before. As Director McCraw was alluding to, I put on his shoulders a lot of work, oftentimes on a daily basis. And I want to thank him for his leadership as well as his flexibility to meet the ever-changing law enforcement challenges that we are dealing with. Never has his job, or candidly your job, been more demanding and more essential. The tasks that you are asked to do are increasingly more complex, more multifaceted, and candidly even more dangerous than ever before. For example, last summer I deployed more than 1,500 officers to cities across the entire state as we faced weeks of civil unrest, violence, and looting. DPS troopers helped local law enforcement to maintain order, to defend private property, and to protect innocent lives. Similarly, when DPS received intelligence about violent extremists planning to hijack protests at the state capitol, DPS troopers were deployed to heighten security and to maintain order. DPS has also been involved in our battle against even COVID by providing vaccines and healthcare and vaccination sites across the state. And, of course, as we face unprecedented challenges at our border, the Texas Department of Public Safety is on the front lines. Earlier this year, we launched Operation Lone Star to combat that challenge. And in just about 5 months' time period, the Texas Department of Public Safety has arrested more than 3,500 criminals and apprehended more than 50,000 illegal immigrants, and has seized a record amount of deadly fentanyl drugs, plus weapons and other contraband, making our state safer. Whatever the challenge, whatever the danger, DPS troopers consistently answer the call. Whether it's stepping up to stop international cartels or being first on the scene at a mass shooting, troopers are the go-to team to protect our state. And to just show you one of the ways in which we have to constantly evolve to the challenges that we face. These days, we're battling against far more than just criminals and criminal activity. We're also having to battle against an ideology that is hostile to law and order. It's the ideology to defund police and defund law enforcement. Wherever that ideology has been adopted, residents have suffered. They've suffered from crime waves, from looting, and even spikes in the murder rate. Well, as you know, we passed a law in Texas to prevent defunding law enforcement in the Lone Star State. But here's the deal that comes to you. We can pass a law against defunding police, but we cannot pass a law against a rogue ideology. All of us must be part of defeating that ideology. And one way to do that is to do what Director McCraw was talking about earlier, and that is to show the public what good law enforcement looks like and what can be accomplished by good law enforcement. You all are at the forefront of that mission every single day that you put on your uniform. You can defeat that anti-police ideology by being an example of the value that law enforcement provides to our communities. Whatever the challenge, you all are now part of the legacy of the Texas Department of Public Safety. A legacy built by heroes. Heroes like Trooper Moises Sanchez. On April the 6th, 2019, Trooper Sanchez was attempting to arrest a suspect who had fled from a scene of a crash. And tragically, he lost his life in the line of duty. Trooper Sanchez was a Marine. He was a community leader, and he was a dedicated Department of Public Safety trooper and a loving husband and father. Importantly, as he would want it most, his legacy continues to live on here today as his son, Zachary Sanchez, joins the ranks of the Texas Department of Public Safety. He, along with the more than 140 members of this class, represent the next generation of DPS troopers who will tackle the next generation of public safety challenges. The one constant is the public safety that you provide. So as you take your oath today as DPS troopers, you have answered a higher calling to protect and serve our state and all who call it home. So congratulations on this tremendous achievement, and thank you for your service to the state of Texas. May God bless you, may God watch over you, and may God forever bless the great state of Texas.
So the hard work was performed by the women and men sitting before us today and the support staff that worked with them over the past 6 months. I have the pleasure of sharing the highlights, the easy part. And so I'd like to share some significant moments that occurred throughout their training experience. Class 2008-2021 is populated by a group of individuals that showed up on the first day and bonded as a team, forged as they completed 1,701 training hours together. The group of women and men before you today represents the largest graduating class academy in the history of the Texas Department of Public Safety, as well as one of the most diverse. They are represented by 22 prior law enforcement officers, 37 members of prior military experience. The oldest graduate is 50 years of age, and the youngest is 21. And additionally, 96 of today's graduates hold college degrees. And just as A 2021 has its own unique population, this group has their own significant accomplishments and experiences that set them apart from other classes. As a team, they succeeded despite the COVID pandemic and one of the worst winter storms in Texas history. As a team, they rode a combined total of over 7 million meters during physical training. 90% of the class exceeded the advanced level of fitness performance during physical fitness testing. And together, the class lost a total of 1,262 pounds. And those who did not lose gained a combined total of 269 lean pounds. Additionally, the class experienced over the past 6 months, they celebrated 4 marriages and welcomed 6 children into the world. Which I'm confident our recruiting section will be monitoring the progress of those 6 children over the next few years. While this class certainly preserved and excelled as a whole, there were also significant individual accomplishments. We can only mention a few this morning. Trooper trainees Davis did the most sit-ups, equaling 128. Trooper trainee Estrada and Verduzco tied for the most push-ups, totaling 120. Trooper trainee Knight ran the fastest mile and a half in 8 minutes and 27 seconds. And trooper trainees Muir and Escalon set the male and female records for the 2,000 meter and 500 meter and 4-minute rowing events. Physical Fitness Award, which recognizes the top male and female athletes in the class, was presented to Trooper trainees Sarah Orenday and Chase Davis. The Major James O. Ratliff Performance Award, which recognizes the student who has outperformed all the others in the combined areas of driving, firearms, was presented to Trooper trainee Gilberto Trevino. The Norman Zader Award, which recognizes the highest academic average, was presented to Gilberto Trevino, who had a class-high GPA of 97.14. And the Mark Phoebus Award was recognized one trainee who was selected by their platoon sergeants for demonstrating leadership traits and qualities throughout recruit school was presented to Chase Davis. The staff and command of the Training Operations Division are extremely proud of the performance and accomplishments of all the members of Class A 2021. I now invite Director Stephen McCraw back to the podium to administer the oath of office. Thank you, Major. As a trained police officer, we're given the responsibility and given the tools to be able to detect patterns and trends over our career, which is very important, especially when you're trying to develop a reasonable suspicion, probable cause on the side of the road. And there's one trend that I've noticed is that the only time I've ever had a standing ovation in my entire life has been when I've been on stage with the governor. So, Class A 21, rise. Raise your right hand and repeat after me, using your name where I use mine. I, Stephen McCraw, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a trooper of the Department of Public Safety of the state of Texas. I will never betray my integrity or the public trust. And I'll do the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and this state. So help me God.
Hi everyone, I'm your host Mike Page here. We are getting close to noon out on the East Coast, 9 o'clock here on the West Coast. But our next story, we want to go out to Arizona, right near Globe, Arizona, where unfortunately yesterday there was major flooding in that area. And what we'll do now is head on out to Anita Roman, who is live there with Fox 10 Phoenix with the very latest. Anita, boy, this really looks like they got hit.
They got hit so hard, and the town manager here in Miami tells me that every single business, one way or another, has been affected. We're getting ready to do a live shot for Fox 10, so I'm going to be a little bit quick. We have just a few minutes, but I've got the mayor here, and we're just walking through the downtown. This was just really unbelievable. Mayor, good morning. Mayor, hi. We're live with LiveNOW, which is one of our YouTube channels. Tell me a little bit about the cleanup efforts today.
So yesterday our main concentration was on 60 because that's the main corridor for the copper corridor. And so today our focus is here on Sullivan Street with our business owners. And so that's we're starting off on the west side, which was the most heavily damaged area with the water up on Canyon. But you can see we're all the way down here to Miami Avenue. So this is our main focus for today. We got help coming in from all around the community. City of Globe, Town of Superior, bringing up crews and equipment to help us. So it's just going to be a big day of cleanup. And of course, you saw earlier that we had our business owners and community members coming in and helping out. to do whatever they need necessary also.
Mayor, have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, I lived here my whole life, and I've never seen it this bad. I've seen flooding, but I've never seen it to the extent of what it is today.
And we're getting into the thick of it right now. So much has already been cleaned up. How long do you expect this is going to take?
It's going to take a full day, and then we're still going to have mop-up duty tomorrow. We're going to be working over the weekend. We just want to get the major part today as much as we can, and help our business owners and our residents as much as we can, because even the residents have got flooded out also.
It's been crazy. No injuries reported.
No, so we're very fortunate. The severity of the flow of the water, the amount that came through, that there was no injuries. But of course, we've had a campaign about seek higher ground, stay off the road. And so, we've been really pushing that since the Telegraph fire.
All right, Mayor, stay with me. We're going to switch channels. Mike, I'm going to toss it back to you guys. Juan, giving you a live look here of all the mud, just feet and feet of mud. We're not talking about water. We're talking about a big, huge, muddy mess in Miami. But man, these people are so amazing. They are really coming together, the entire community coming together to help all the business owners, all of whom were affected, and all of the residents who were affected as well. We're going to toss it back to you.
All right, Anita Roma in there. Thank you so much reporting there from Fox 10 Phoenix. We appreciate that, and we continue on right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. What we'll be doing here, we're expecting a little bit later today to get a statement from the CDC. They're expected to put out a statement and an email talking about the science that led up to the updated mask guidance that we got earlier this week. So we are looking forward to that, and we will be presenting that to you when it does happen on Live Now from Fox. What we'll do, everyone, well, I was going to take a quick 2-minute break, but since we do have an event here just popping up and we are at the top of the hour, let's go out there right now to Capitol Hill. Here we have the Emergency Security Supplemental to respond to the January 6th Appropriations Act. Here we are soon going to hear from Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. And while we do have a little bit of time, we will take that break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Virginia. Is everybody here? Standing here. Okay. Good afternoon, I guess. Now, 1 minute. Afternoon, everyone. This is a very important enrollment ceremony for us. It follows a very, very impressive hearing on Tuesday, where the law enforcement officers told the story of what they saw on January 6th. I never thought I would ever see a personal presentation exceed the video that we saw in terms of describing what happened that day. So impressive was it that the next day, after months of waiting, the Senate was allowed to proceed to pass a supplemental bill to strengthen the Capitol Police Force and honor those who risk their lives, to strengthen the Capitol. It doesn't do everything we wanted, but it is a giant step forward. And under leadership of Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, Appropriations Committee, Tim Ryan, the chair of the committee, the subcommittee of jurisdiction, Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, chair of the committee of jurisdiction authorization, House Administration Committee, the Senate finally took up the bill. We had a better bill months ago. This is a bill a few months later and lots of money short. But again, it is important for us to go forward, find ways to supplement what is missing from this bill in full recognition of what happened that day and what we need to do to ensure that it doesn't happen again to the extent that we can do so through the legislative process. I salute the relentless leadership of, again, Chair Zoe Lofgren, House Admin, Rosa DeLauro, the Appropriations Committee, doing all of this while doing all of the appropriations bills. Rosa, congratulations. And at the same time, making sure that the child tax credit gets passed. Tim Ryan, the subcommittee chair, he was relentless. He did quite a good job on this. Of course, none of this is possible without Majority Leader Steny Hoyer. And if I may just say, he wears two hats here now as the Majority Leader, making sure that this happens on the floor of the House and helping to make the substance as strong as it is, but also as a Marylander. So you see before you Steny Hoyer, Mr. Rupersberger, Mr. Trone, Mr. Raskin, Mr. Sarbanes, as representatives of the great state of Maryland. And you see Congresswoman Wexton from Virginia, another state, whose law enforcement officers help save the day, save our democracy, save our capital, save our lives on that day. So in thanking them, we want to thank the law enforcement officers from their region who help so much, they and others. So with that, again, it is, it's just chilling that we are in this situation, that we have to address that unprecedented assault on our country. Well, not unprecedented. There was the War of 1812 and the 1814 assault on the Capitol. Nothing of that magnitude since then, except on January 6th. So again, with commitment to our oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States, with admiration and respect and gratitude to law enforcement officers from all over who helped save the day, hold the line. We will now sign the legislation that brings resources to strengthen the Capitol, support our Capitol Police, and others who were so helpful. This is one of the more emotional signs that we have. So, any of you want to hold and sign with it? Here we go. Well, how about the representatives of the state, the Maryland and Virginia? Go ahead. Okay, you get yours. Come in here. Jennifer, come on.
Yep, we're here.
Standing?
Okay,
Go over there.
Snuck up behind you. Standing grab. Okay.
Am I in here as a Marylander?
Yes, you are. Marylander. We got a big majority here.
All right, as that wraps up that photo opportunity, right now we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, taking you out to the White House here, where right now President Biden is meeting with governors from the western states virtually right now to discuss the strengthening wildfire prevention, preparedness, and response efforts.
Cross-administration and leaders from the electric utility sector. I said then that the threat of western wildfires this year was as severe as it's ever been. And in the past month, we've sadly seen the truth of that being played out. Since our last meeting, the number of large, uncontained wildfires has nearly doubled to 66 of those fires. And the number of firefighters on the job to battle them has tripled. Over 3.4 million acres have already burned. In Oregon, the bootleg fire has destroyed more than 400 structures, including more than 160 homes. In California, the Dixie Fire has grown to over 220,000 acres, and our firefighters are working in really rugged and dangerous conditions and terrain. The number of states are experiencing the impacts of smoke from these fires, degrading their air quality, not just where the fires are burning, but all the states moving east, not all, but most. In short, we've got a big, complex wildfires burning across multiple areas, and despite the incredible, and this is not being solicitous, the incredible bravery and heroism of our firefighters, our resources are already being stretched to keep up. We need more help, particularly when we also factor in additional nationwide challenges of pandemic-related supply chain disruptions and our ongoing efforts to fight COVID. We've had a few COVID clusters at our fire camps, which have further limits resources. It's just one more reason why it's so darn important that everyone get vaccinated, I might add. Sadly, we've also lost 2 brave firefighters in the last month in a plane crash in Arizona, and 5 were seriously injured last week battling Devil's Creek fire in Montana. It's to state the obvious, and you governors know better than anybody, it is really, really dangerous work. And it takes incredible bravery to do it. And these heroes deserve to be paid, and paid well, for their work. That's why last month I was able to announce, and it's not paying that well in my view, to be honest with you, immediate action to make all federal firefighters making at least $15 an hour. I think they deserve more than that. We're also working with Congress to make sure that our firefighters are paid better permanently. So far, FEMA has approved 20 fire management assistance grants totaling up to $100 million to help states pay for the cost of fighting these fires. We're also working with FEMA and the Defense Logistical Agency to get ahead of this emergency supply chain challenges. And we still have some supply chain challenges relating to hoses and a number of other things. We've tapped additional aircraft from the Department of Defense to aid in the fire detection and firefighting. We also welcome the support of our allies from Australia, for example, sending large air tanker to which it's going to begin flying missions this week. And last month, I also noted that the EPA would be launching an upgrade app for mobile phones to easily share location-specific information with the public about the effects of fire and smoke and air quality for them. It's now even more important because smoke from many of these fires burning in the West and along the Canadian border is affecting air quality in states across the country. As of today, the upgrade app, the upgrade LiveNOW app is live and ready for use. Folks in affected areas should download this important tool as quickly as possible. I also encourage our states and county leaders to continue partnering with FEMA, as many of the leaders on the scene today are leveraging our public alert and warning systems to communicate information directly and quickly to the public about wildfires, evacuations, power outages, and more. I know several of the governor's states have used the system recently and send warnings of evacuation orders, and it has undoubtedly helped people, and we don't know for certain, but likely saved some lives. But we're in for a long fight yet this year. And the only way we're going to meet those challenges is by working together. Wildfires are a problem for all of us, and we have to stay closely coordinated and doing everything we can for our people. That's why I asked the governors to join us, Democrats and Republicans alike, so they can update me and the Vice President directly on what they need and what we can possibly do more of. And so we can discuss what's needed today to meet an urgent danger at hand, a plan for what we can do to make sure we're better prepared next time. One of the important aspects of the bipartisan infrastructure deal that is before the Senate now is that it includes billions of dollars to strengthen wildfire preparedness, resilience, and response. It includes funding for prevention efforts like forest management and to restore millions of acres of high-risk areas to protect homes and public water sources for drinking. And, and overlaying all of this is the necessity to successfully confront climate change. We have some significant changes we're making in these two pieces of legislation that, God willing, will pass in the next month or so. But we can't ignore how the overlapping and intertwined factors of extreme heat, prolonged drought, and supercharged wildfire conditions are affecting the country. And so this is a challenge that demands our urgent action both today and, as you all know better than anyone else in the country, not just today, but tomorrow, next year, and the year after. And so I want to thank you, governors, for your leadership during what is an incredibly challenging period for all of you. God love you. You're going through anyway. And I'd like to ask now the Vice President to make a few comments, and then I have some questions for all, and we can get into discussion with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We stand with you, and this is a commitment from our administration that we will not only stand with you, but stay in touch with you, mostly to hear from you. We know that the way that we can help you manage and expand, and I look forward to staying in touch with you.
Thank you. Folks, I asked the staff because I think I've had the great honor of being over the last 15 years in your states and in the wilderness areas and the national parks. And I asked my staff to put together maps exactly where the fires are and the areas they're in and what they're affecting. So I want to start off with you, Governor Gianforte, up in Montana. You have your hands full, man. And looking at the map, all the way from Poverty Flats and Crooked Creek, all the way up into Ruby and Hay Creek, and the other end of the state. But the big fires look like they're in Trail Creek and Alder Creek, in those areas that are significant. And I have a simple question, and it's a complicated one, but what can we do for you that we're just not getting done now? What additional help can we give you now that is not there yet? I mean, cut through all the jargon about all the policy wonks are talking about various programs. Bottom line, what do you need, and can we help that we haven't?
Good morning, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I want to thank you for the opportunity to join you, and I want to answer your question because there are some things we can do to collaborate and work closer together. Just to give a moment of background, as we meet this morning, our heroic firefighters are confronting 19 large-scale fires in Montana alone. And to put that in perspective, just since January 1st, we've had 1,600 fires start in Montana. We've burned about 220,000 acres. These wildfires threaten the safety of our communities. That Poverty Flats fire that you mentioned in the last week burned from initial start to 65,000 acres, currently threatening 1,200 households out in the Bighorn County area. Our first responders, these devastate our local communities, and the costs keep mounting. We've spent the state has spent $13 million since July 1st alone. It could have been much worse, and this gets to your question, Mr. President. Without our state's commitment, and we've shared this with Forest Service and BLM, and they've been very cooperative, to aggressive initial attack. Montana, without that commitment, we would have had many more large-scale fires. And we ask that our federal partners join us in applying this operating principle, whether it's a fire that starts on private, state, or federal land. Yeah. Fires are easier to manage when they're smaller. And when we get after them, we do much better. As we continue to confront this wildfire season, we're also focused on addressing Montana's forest health crisis. We published earlier this year the Montana Forest Action Plan, which identifies 9 million acres of forest land with significant forest health issues and an elevated risk of wildfire. Of those acres at risk, we found about 4 million acres that would benefit most from cross-boundary forest management. Given the need to actively manage our forests, I've charged our Department of Natural Resources and Conservation to double the number of acres it treats with active forest management this year at 25,000 acre. But this is just a starting point. We'll actively manage private, state, and federal land with a variety of treatment types, including thinning, logging, and prescribed burn. We've also invested in 14 different cross-boundary projects in Montana this year. These projects demonstrate the importance of working together across ownership boundaries to create meaningful landscape scale change. And using funds from the state's fire suppression account and the Forest Service state and private forestry division will expand existing work and jumpstart new activities. But it's not up totally to us. We ask that our federal partners join us in doing what needs to be done year-round to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. Of the 9 million acres at high risk, 60% of those are on federal land. This makes tools like the Good Neighbor Authority and stewardship contracting more important than ever. The benefits are really clear. We have healthier forests, improved wildlife habitats, more recreational opportunities, and more good-paying jobs, and most importantly, less severe wildfires. Without active forest management, we can't be successful in our forest health improvements. In closing, I just want to say, I want to thank our federal partners. We have good collaborative relationships here in Montana with the Forest Service and BLM. I also want to thank Governor Newsom and Governor Cox for sending crews to help us deal with these fires that are currently burning. We have thousands of first responders on the front lines right now protecting our communities, natural resources, and livelihoods across Montana, across the western United States. So many people have sacrificed, and I can't thank them enough. We can't measure it in dollars spent or acres burned. We have to keep them and their loved ones in our thoughts and our prayers. I agree with you, Mr. President. Now's the time to act. I think it's all about aggressive initial attack and getting more proactive in our forest management. Again, Mr. President, Vice President Harris, I want to thank you for letting me join you today.
Greg, let me ask you another question, if I may. There's press in the room, and lots of times I know I do, and we all do, use terms which those of us who are in public office, whether it's president, senator, governor, et cetera, use, and I don't think, understandably, the American people don't fully understand what they mean, and even sometimes the press has so much to cover. I'm not sure. You talked about the Forest Health Plan, and talk about, as I say to my staff all the time in plain English, what's that mean? Explain a little bit what that means.
Sure. So we have many forests in Montana that have not had good stewardship. The growth has gotten to the point, I can take you 10 miles west of the state capitol in Helena and show you a federal forest where 90% of the trees are standing dead. They've been killed by beetle and this really creates a tinderbox situation. It reduces habitat, so very, very little wildlife lives there. And when we get a lightning strike or a campfire out of control, and a fire starts in a forest like that, we put firefighters at risk. They're very hard to control. The state has been very proactive. The state has about 5 million acres. We've been very active in being stewards of those grounds. And when we thin a forest, this is not clear cuts, but when we thin, when we remove excess fuels, water comes back into surface streams, wildlife comes back into that community. And when wildfire goes through a managed forest, it doesn't get into the crown. It doesn't burn as hot. We don't have the devastation, and structures aren't threatened. So everybody wins when we have good stewardship of the forest.
That's really important. Believe it or not, I knew that, but it's really important for people to get it, because we talk about thinning out the forest. We're talking about a lot of trees because of climate change as well, where you have bugs, insects eating up the trees as well, making things that are changing, killing the forest themselves. And they become real tinder. And it's like, dropping a match in a, almost like in a pool of fuel. And so going in and cutting all that out is not the same as going in. I'm glad you made the point of clear cutting, going in and just, so look, we do have, and I'm hopeful that we're going to get a lot of the infrastructure plan passed and the Recovery Act that has a lot of money in here to help you all manage these forests, and to have much more money in there for the Bureau of Land Management. Anyway, to be able to give you the help you need, because your state, which I've been through, is a magnificently beautiful state. It's and I mean, and the thing that, I come from the state of Delaware, we had more acreage burned last year than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined. For you all on Montana, that ain't, but I want people to get a sense of how massive these fires are and how they affect the water systems. And anyway, but I'm sorry to take your time, but I wanted you to be able to explain that so people understand that are listening to this. Let me ask you, Governor Inslee, you've been talking about the impacts of environmental change for a long time. And one of the things, and I asked them to get me a map of where all your fires are in your state. And when you have Delancey and Cub Creek 2 and Cedar Creek, I mean, they're massive fires, massive. And what are, as you look at what's transpired over the past month, and you look at the road ahead of this wildfire scene, what is your biggest concern, Jay? What is your biggest concern? And again, I ask the same question. What is the thing we can do most? I mean, you go all the way from Delancey down to Lick Creek, as they say in the creek, down in the southeast part of your state. What are your biggest concerns?
Well, first off, thanks for your leadership, Mr. President. It is so refreshing to have a president who really cares about the Western forest. My biggest concern might surprise you, because all of the governors share these immediate concerns. We have a huge need for additional aerial assets, additional dozer bosses so we can get our dozers into fire lines. We need more trained people. We do have an emerging concern about our fuel supply for our aerial assets. Everything we need to fight forest fires is in dire need across the western United States, not just in Washington State. We've had 1,000 fires. It's burned 4 times more at this time of year than normal. We've had 2.5 times more acreage burned in the last decade than the previous. So those are the obvious concerns, and everything you need to fight a fire, we could use your help on. And I think you've been totally on top of this. And so I thank you for your leadership on all of these things, including management issues. There's unanimity, there's bipartisan acceptance of the need for active management. We're managing our forests just like Montana is to try to get in and reduce fuel. But here's the surprising thing when you ask me this question, and the thing that I worry most about. The thing I worry most about is if for some reason the Congress did not follow your leadership in this reconciliation and infrastructure bills that allowed you to realize your vision of creating millions of jobs while fighting climate change. That's my biggest worry right now, because the fact of the matter is there is nothing in human intervention against these fires while climate continues to ravage our forests. You know, we used to think of these things as forests. They're really now just fields of fuel, and they're fields of fire with just one spark because they're so dry. And that aridity creates something like gasoline on the floor of our forest. There is only one way to prevent these forests from being gone in the next century effectively, to be totally unrecognizable. And that is to succeed in following your vision in the reconciliation bill for a clean energy standard, for a huge transition to the electrification of our transportation fleet, to a civilian climate corps. And so I want to tell you, we are going to be with you as you stand tall while you negotiate this reconciliation bill to say, look, we have to have those climate investments. There is only one way to save these forests from the ravages of climate. Our own federal scientists have said that if we accept a 1 degree centigrade change, we'll have 600% increase in these fires on a regular basis. We won't recognize these forests as forests anymore unless we succeed with your vision. So when you start having those discussions with Mr. Klain and Steve Ricchetti and everyone else at the end of the reconciliation process, you got to know you're going to have an army behind you standing tall for those things. Now, there's some other small things that I'm talking to your staff about having better independent assistance for towns like Malden that burned down. There's some other coordination. Yeah. But that's the thing that's going to ultimately decide whether these forests survive in the next century. Thanks for your leadership, Mr. President.
Well, thank you for saying that. But, you know, one of the things that I say to all your colleagues, when I was proposed to me by some folks that we should have a civilian climate corps of thousands of young people trained to do these things. And at first it didn't, you know, I said, yeah, that sounds good. And then I started looking at it. And the truth of it is, it's not fundamentally different in terms of the help it can provide across the board. Training a lot of these, I'm talking about thousands of young people getting paid to be trained and trained well. It's not fundamentally different than a civilian corps put together in the Depression that had a different purpose. They were building a building, they were doing a whole range of things. But I just think I'd encourage, and we'll send it to all of you, but all you governors, Democrat, take a look at it and see if you think I may have, as my mother would say, my eyes are bigger than my stomach, that I may have a bigger appetite. But I really think it can be helpful. And again, I say to your colleagues, there's a lot of money in here to be able to deal with your immediate needs as well. Anyway, thanks, Jay. And I know you have this, but I want to get
Thank you.
More of it to you. Gavin, Governor, I applaud your establishment of the Wildfire Forest Resilience Task Force, which I've learned is co-chaired by your Secretary of Natural Resources. I think it's a great example of being able to coordinate federal, state, local, because this is getting real. This needs a lot of coordination. And I understand that PG&E, which provides electric to 17 million of your folks, I understand they recently announced underground 10,000 miles of power lines. Is that true? And what's that going to do to the cost of energy in your state? And I mean, because that's expensive stuff.
It's $1 million to $3.5 million a mile. Underground in California. Do the math on 10,000 miles. Of course, do the math on decades of neglect. 10,000 miles, drop in the bucket. They have 106,000 miles of distribution line, 25,000 just in high risk fire-prone areas, which will only grow. That's a 10-year commitment. It's important, but want to put it in perspective. Also want to put something else in perspective. Your eyes, Mr. President, are not wider than your stomach. California is proving your theory. Over a year and a half ago, we established the Climate Corps in the state. It's inspiring beyond words. It's also inspired the philanthropic sector.
I mean, it's not a joke. It is inspiring when you see it. I mean, it's incredible. I think, but.
Absolutely. And it's the one thing this country needs more than anything else, and that's common experiences. And to focus on the things that bind us together, not just divide us. This transcends politics. We have kids from urban and rural parts of the state across every conceivable difference, and they're advancing together in ways that truly are awe-inspiring. So, Mr. President, that's a vision we can manifest. We're not asserting it, we're proving it. In a small way, you have the opportunity to do it at scale. Look, I just want to briefly, because there's so many of us, quick update. We're blowing past every record, and not in a good way. We're at over 5,700 fires year to date. We suppressed 59 just yesterday with some initial attacks. Over 500,000 acres already burned in California. Put in perspective, record-breaking year last year. We were at 130,000 acres burned. We're at 504,000 as I speak to you today. Here's the answer to your question, and forgive me for being so pointed again, respecting your time, but I want to be a little bit more specific. Jay referenced it obliquely. Please pay attention to this fuels issue. We had to get our National Guard to get some emergency fuel supplies for our aerial fleet a week ago. This is a major issue, and it's not just impacting our aerial suppression strategies on the West Coast. It's increasingly, as you may know, impacting commercial aviation. It is a major issue. Number two, we just simply need more boots on the ground. We can't do without you. About 7,400 people, 7,400 already. We're not in fire season. Fire season in California is late September, October into November. We're in July. We already have 7,400 personnel actively working to suppress fires. Last year, the federal government asked us for over 5,000 mutual aid support that we could not provide. That gives you a sense of what the federal government wanted from California last year to other states. That should give you a sense of how far behind we are with federal support. We have 4 DC-10s, Mr. President, 4. Now, DC-10s aren't the answer to every problem. They don't fly over 35 knots. They have restrictions. They're legendary restrictions. But the reality is there's 4 for the country. And we're competing. They're all contracted. We compete with you. We compete with our states. We don't even have access right now to DC-10s. We lost that 747, that iconic 747 that now has been converted to a cargo plane. You've seen that in Australia, not just across the West Coast. That's now been grounded by a private contractor. We are the largest civil aviation fleet for firefighting in the world, California. We do not come close to having the tools in the air that we need. We need your support to dramatically increase the aerial support in addition to boots on the ground. Final 2 quick points. Every year we're competing, and you have a lot of legislators that have been doing heroic work in Democratic states, governors, Republican states, trying to get access to the Pentagon satellite technology for early detection. It's been a game changer for us, and we're getting it on a year-to-year basis, but it's hard. Every year we fight to get a 1-year extension on that access to a critical tool of technology. I'd encourage you to help us so we're not just fighting every year for something that I think you would support and the Pentagon, at the end of the day, final analysis will approve. Here's the final thing. It's the elephant in the room. I was with Governor Sisolak 2 days ago in his state of Nevada. The reason why is we had a fire that was on federal property. 57% of the forest property in California is federal. Just 3% under California jurisdiction. 3%. 57% under U.S. Forest Service. U.S. Forest Service is spectacular. We have deep admiration, respect, but there's a culture that too often is wait and see. We can't afford that any longer. This was a federal fire. They waited, and what we saw is the fire took off because we didn't put enough initial assets. Greg was making an oblique point here. I want to be a little bit more explicit. We need your help to change the culture in terms of the suppression strategies in this climate, literally and figuratively, to be more aggressive on these federal fires. That fire bled into Nevada and obviously impacted not just our 2 states, but deeply impacted the redundancy of this concern that comes out every year around jurisdictions and incident command, and the imperative that we're all on the same page in terms of those initial attack strategies. So forgive me for being long-winded, but I wanted to get those.
That's why we're doing this. I want to find out what's the greatest concerns you have, and I will, when this meeting is over, I will be on the phone to the Department of Defense and talking about the access to satellite capability. And but I'm looking down the list here. All right, I will follow up with you, Gov, or the Vice President will. She has a mild interest in California. With all the points you just raised, and I do appreciate it. Now I want to get to each one of you, but we're going to ask the. I think now is the time the press is about to leave the room, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct?
Yeah.
And so we can move on, and.
And that was the briefing there that President Biden was getting there from governors from the western states there. You're taking a live look right now at the White House here on this Friday as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will take you out to Arkansas. Right now, there is a live COVID-19 town hall going on. This coming just a day after the governor there reinstating the public health emergency due to the surging numbers there in Arkansas. We'll take a quick 2-minute break and take you out there. And we are back, everyone, here on Live Now from Fox. Everybody taking you out to a town hall in Arkansas dealing with the COVID-19 surge that they are seeing. And this is with the governor, and you see people there coming out to ask their questions to the governor and the state's response.
After that, it'll be on my Kindle. I won't be able to eat or talk, as these are the notes from my nurse about what's going on at the hospital. I asked if there was a chance that my surgery could be canceled. She said this is at UAMS and this is on July 28th. Hi, Ms. Berteau. Unfortunately, pretty much any surgery, with the exception of an emergent airway, trauma, etc., is considered elective. Last year we did have to shut down, but the hospital is pulling out all the stops to prevent that again. With all that being said, I'm meeting with the OR admin daily to try to creatively find more spaces for our patients. I know I can't offer anything tangible at this moment, but I promise you, I'm working on getting the surgery moved up.
I'm grateful for what you said, and it's very real. The hospital shortage is absolutely very real. I think what we agree on is that COVID is real. People accept that.
There's no one there. I was there Saturday. There was one person in bed 8. And our friend lying on Saturday morning. We know the truth.
right, so let's identify. Would you all like to be recognized or would you just like to yell? I would like to have one person that would speak. Where somebody wishes to speak from the corner.
This man right here. This man right here.
I hear you. I hear you. Let's give the gentleman the microphone and we'll come up here.
My name's Tom O'Kay. I'm in Springdale. Two questions. You know, the whole question about vaccinated people catching, spreading COVID, getting sick. Will the governor and the medical officer promise the state that 100% of the people who are tested or go into the hospital for COVID are tested whether they're vaccinated or not?
If you cannot find it, we in the health department will be happy to provide you the ingredients.
Now, okay, this is an experimental vaccine.
Let's go to somebody else. Let's go right up here.
You know that. Now, you know that.
All right, so right up here. Where's who's next?
Washington.
All right. We'll do it right here.
As was just mentioned, this is an experimental vaccine. And what are the long-term side effects of this vaccine? We don't know. It has not been tested long enough. I'm a nurse. I'm very concerned about the long-term side effects. Are you aware of the Nuremberg Code that applies to medical research? And it says, the first few lines of the Nuremberg Code says the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. This means that the person involved should have legal capacity to give consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint or coercion, and should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter involved as to enable him to make an understanding and enlightened decision.
Okay, thank you. No one is being vaccinated without their consent.
And you're making it very difficult by encouraging people to shame and blame. It's on the public health website. You go to the Arkansas Department of Health, all of that data is on there that you could look at on your phone. Dr. Barrow?
So that data is updated daily. I review that data. It is available to the public simply by going to our website. We continue to update that data.
What is it? You should know that.
I can tell you that yesterday we had
the whole Belford. The whole Belford.
Well, the death rate.
Yesterday, the whole Belford. Weekly trends. We want to see weekly trends of death. We can see a live variant.
That information is available on the website by looking at each day. All right, so we have. So, sir, you've had an opportunity to speak. Sir, you had an opportunity to speak at length. I hope that you'll give the respect to the others. They'll have an opportunity.
Governor Hutchinson, it's good to see you. I thank you for being here, Dr. Atlanta. I actually like to thank all of our legislature for your thoughtful leadership during this time. I'm Deborah Varela. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist. And so when I thank you, it's as president of our association on behalf of our 800 members. What I know is that medical things, because I do practice anesthesia, evoke fear that's reasonable. And people deal with fear in a different way. One of the best ways to combat fear is, of course, through knowledge. I have absolute understanding where you're coming from. I'm sorry I forgot your name and degree, and you and the white. I do practice where, for a time, we couldn't do elective cases at all. That switched around and was a great thing, because some things that we might consider elective, in your case, are truly not. And it's just heart-wrenching for me to think that, one, you have to anticipate the surgery, potentially not get your surgery. And then when you get it, and I've actually had this situation in the past week, because our hospital accepts patients that have critically ill people on ventilators. Perhaps some of the rural hospitals don't have full beds, but I can assure you, larger facilities we do. But to drop off a patient in recovery room, not knowing if they'll be able to get a bed, that's how we cancel cases. When I walk in the morning and our emergency room is full of patients waiting to be seen, that's how we have to cancel cases that, like I said, often are elective. So I just ask that people sort of inform yourselves. Statistics are dynamic with regard to something like this. It's not disingenuous. Science evolves as we go along. So anyway, I just appreciate your time. I hope that you'll sort of address your fears through knowledge.
Thank you. And I think the key thing is everybody should go to a trusted advisor, usually it's a medical care professional, and ask their opinion on it. Get your information. Thank you, ma'am. And so who's next? I'm asking. Go ahead. Whoever you say is next.
Thank you, Governor, so much for being here in a rough crowd. I really appreciate that you take the time to hear us. I am a former pediatric nurse, and I am the mother of 8 children. And when I was a pediatric nurse, I had given thousands of doses of vaccines, until I learned that some vaccines are cultured in aborted fetal tissue. Currently, every SARS-2 COVID vaccine that's available on the market is manufactured using aborted fetal tissue. As a result, some Christians and other faiths don't feel that it's biblically acceptable for them to participate in the vaccine. However, there are many businesses in Northwest Arkansas, namely healthcare facilities, that have chosen to either mandate or are considering a mandate for their employees. Because of this, much like in the book of Daniel, these Christians are forced to either bow to the authorities who are wishing to persuade them to do something they feel is immoral, or they need to obey God. So, Governor, I have been praying that God Himself will step in so that Christians are not forced by their employers and a mandate to get the vaccine. Yet, even if God does not, I will not bow. Amen. And with all respect,
Thank you, and you have a lovely family. So let me talk about that a little bit. legislation. I value it a lot. I did understand the concern about certain lines of embryos that was used in research. I know that there's some ethical Christian organizations that have endorsed the vaccine. Notwithstanding that, I could get technical about it. But secondly, and Dr. Romero can respond to this more technically, but it's my understanding that one vaccine had that line of embryo research, but that the others did not. Can you elaborate, Dr. Romero?
So thank you for those questions and your concerns. So there are alternatives. No fetal tissue is used to create any of these vaccines. So I can. There are several vaccines available. As the governor said, there is an alternative, if you wish, that has no fetal tissue. None of these have fetal tissue in them. The cell line that was used to derive them, and that may be what you're referring to, is derived from fetus very, very, very long ago. That had nothing to do with it. But these are cell lines. They are not fetuses. They are independent. They are at this point now what we call continuous cell lines. They grow on their own.
Just a second, please. So, but that's our concern, is that one cell line, but that is one vaccine. There's two other vaccines. So address the other.
So the vaccine which I think you're referring to is no. Right now there are three vaccines available in this country, two different methodologies, right? So the RNA vaccines, okay, are not derived, do not have anything to do with fetal tissue. I can provide you with the information on that. The other vaccines do use fetal-derived tissues from long ago.
So ma'am, let me conclude. We're not. I respect your opinion totally, and my goodness, you follow God. That's important. And I think in the history of vaccine, when I grew up over in Gravett, I went to school and I had a lot of vaccine shots. I mean, it was required before you go to school that you get your vaccine. But there's always a religious exception that we've honored, and so I respect what you said. So who's yelling now? Okay, let's let this lady speak.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize. I haven't meant to be rude, but I understand this lady's issue with the cancer, and my heart goes out to her. But I have a son right now who is suffering from intermittent paralyzation from the waist down, and that's not having the vaccine. That's not a vaccine injury. But in that situation, it would be beyond dangerous for him to get it. And I know you are not talking about mandating the vaccine at this point, and that may not be on your heart at this point. But here's my concern, sir. Mercy Hospital right now is about ready to let hundreds of thousands of employees go on across the nation because they're mandating it. Our military is now having it mandated by Biden, and Biden is now talking about federal mandations. And other businesses, as they see the hospital and the military getting away with mandations, are going to start mandating it for other people. And my husband can lose his job, my son can lose. If people talk about, well, if your company mandates it, just leave, find another job. But it's going to get to the point where everybody just starts mandating it out of fear, and they don't realize how statistics are manipulated. I took a statistics class in high school statistics, and at that point I learned how many different ways you can calculate the numbers. And the honest people will choose the calculation that is most accurate and most representative of the truth. But if they are not truthful, they can choose another method and they can manipulate the numbers. And Mercy, I have already talked to several of the nurses and doctors, and they have confirmed that the CDC has told them that they are no longer to report positive COVID cases from vaccinated patients to manipulate the numbers so that they can continue to push the fear that this is an unvaccinated pandemic. One last thing, this is also a personal thing. My mom was in a car accident, paralyzed from the waist down back in February of last year. I haven't been able to see her because of the whole COVID thing. I have a physical thing. I cannot wear a mask. It's not an option. I have a letter from my doctor. I haven't seen my mother in over 15 months. My dad and her both got the vaccination out of fear. Thank God. They are healthy and they're well, and it didn't affect them adversely. I am so thankful. But my dad has now contracted COVID. He's fully vaccinated. He's getting sicker. He may be headed towards the hospital, and he can't see my mom. They are both vaccinated. The numbers, again, are being manipulated to try to force unvaccinated people towards a mandated vaccine. And I know you may not see that now, but it's down the road. Everything that was a conspiracy 6 months ago is now coming to fruition. And 6 months ago,
Welcome back to the building. I'm the pastor in Cave Springs. You know what we can observe right here in this room? We have distrust. You know why there's distrust? Because for the last 18 plus months we have been fed information that we now can't even sort through. We gripe about social media, well, it's spreading disinformation, when we've had now verifiable disinformation from our own authorities, some in this room. We hear arguments about statistics. We go back to January. How many people were vaccinated in January in this state? No, let's go back a month. How many people in this month can we differentiate out sickness and deaths that were fully vaccinated? We can't, because that data is no longer being connected. We look back at how the numbers have been counted all along. As a pastor, I've had to bury people that COVID was on their death certificate. Only one of them truly died of COVID. The rest didn't even have symptoms. But it was on it and they were counted. But that's statistics we're going to use to base our fear tactics. I have all the family more for those that need health care that are now struggling to get it. I have understanding. But we don't trust each other because everybody is getting overwhelmed from all directions. What is truth? Well, let's get the real numbers before we start doing it. And that's what makes me disgusted about employers. Catholic Christian employers mandating their employees get a shot or lose their job.
So, do we have a hospital administrator here that wants to give us the perspective? Where is it? Can you come up and just... So,
I'm Adam Brex, the CEO at Silent Springs Regional Hospital, and also the physician specialty hospital in Fayetteville. So our policy is that we honor freedom, absolutely, but we do believe that the vaccine decreases the possibility of you contracting COVID-19.
Does your hospital treat COVID patients?
Yes, sir.
And what's your capacity now in Utah?
We are at maximum capacity right now.
And is that because of COVID or because of other health needs?
We have, it's both. We've got significant COVID-19 diagnosis. We had patients on hold in the emergency department because of COVID. And the challenge with COVID is that there are long lengths of stay. So it slows down the operations of our hospital, and as a result, we maximize our capacity. Our limiting factor is registered nurses. We need more nurses.
Okay. Thank you. I could elaborate. Just, the statistics, I believe it's 14% of our hospitalizations across the state are COVID. So it means 86% of those in the hospital are there for other health needs. But the doctor's point is that COVID is there for a long time. They take up ICU space, and because with other health needs have been postponed, there is a difficulty of adequate space in the hospital for treatment of everything right now. Is that right, doctor?
I'm not a doctor, but I'm a CEO. Absolutely. So we are at capacity, so we're at the point where we struggle to accept more patients because we don't have enough nurses to meet those needs.
All right, so, Jared, who's next? Where are we?
I thank you for coming to Silent Springs to hear us, and you know, we are a little riled up around here. We have complied, we have masked our kids, you know, we've done a lot to help flatten the curve, as they say. But my question to you, Governor, and I do believe that you care, why aren't you talking about therapeutics? Why are we only talking about the vaccine? Governor, my whole family had COVID, okay? And my mom is elderly, and she got more sick than the rest. We all got pretty sick. But let me tell you something. All of us took the therapeutics from day one. And if doctors were allowed to tell the truth and treat their patients with these therapeutics, we would not have hospitals full of sick people dying. Okay? What will save lives, Governor? And it's not the vaccine. We know nothing about them, but we know about therapeutics. We know ivermectin works. We know hydroxychloroquine works. We know all of these other medications that are out there that have been suppressed, and doctors are literally losing their license if they prescribe it. You should care whatever it takes, save lives, Governor, okay? But you're not talking about that. You're going around doing these town halls, and all you want to talk about is the numbers and the vaccines. Well, you know what? There's other things to talk about. Tell the truth about the therapeutics from your platform. People will listen to you. Hospitals will start treating people.
May I speak?
Yes, you can.
I had daily news conferences over a year ago, and I talked at first about testing. I talked about what we needed at the time, and then we talked about therapeutics. And yes, the therapeutics has been absolutely essential. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, I do talk about it, but so you have the microphone. May I respond? Right. So I've talked about therapeutics. It's very important. We have the therapeutics in the hospitals. That's how they treat patients, is therapeutics. They treat patients, the doctors treat patients, and so they have access to it. And for a while, there was a great shortage of therapeutics. That's why I'm on the phone to the White House getting therapeutics and trying to get access for our medical community. They have the therapeutics now, absolutely. But there is also, if you believe that vaccines are important, as many people do, then that's what we need to stop having to use the therapeutics and to get over COVID, just like we got over smallpox in our country. All right.
The CEO of the hospital verified what you said.
How are we doing on therapeutics?
He wants to trust you. He wants to trust you. But unfortunately, there's so many lies, we can't anymore.
All right.
We want the truth.
Well, that's why you asked me to ask the administrator of the hospital. I will do that. So where's the administrator? But the question is, to the doctor, to the administrator, do you all have therapeutics, and do you use therapeutics in the hospital for COVID patients?
Not presently, sir.
What's that? I can't hear you.
Okay. I'd have to touch base with the hospital and clarify our position on that one, sir.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is we've got patients in our hospital right now that are severe and they need our help. So I do encourage you respectfully, please get vaccinated. We know that.
Dr. Gentry here, Doctor.
You want to comment or not? All right, we have a doctor here from Gentry I'd like to hear from.
I am so glad everyone's here today. This is amazing. I have these conversations about 30 times a day. So none of the things I'm hearing today are unknown to me working here in the community. The hard thing about answering all these
And we were just taking a listen there at this town hall. Obviously, a lot of strong stances when it comes to vaccines, really on both sides of the coin there. But we wanted to feature that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. What we will do is take a quick 2-minute break. We're just getting warmed up here. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Happy Friday to everyone. Our next story here, we are going to head out to the Capitol, where a little bit earlier this morning, we had a bipartisan group of congressional members coming together to talk about the infrastructure deal. Let's listen.
Getting to the finish line isn't good enough. We've got to get it across. And it's not just about the largest infrastructure bill in the history of the country and the jobs it'll create and the future jobs it'll create. It's also showing the rest of the world that our American democracy still works. And China and a number of other countries are trying to diminish the successes that we can have in this form of government. And this is a loud, clear call that democracy works. And I appreciate the problem solvers and all the senators, Republicans and Democrats, who have put in the countless hours. I mean, to a certain extent, it is just work. I mean, it's magic. But like magic, you don't want to look too closely at what's going on between the fingers or you'll lose the magic. But it is a function of hard work. And my hat's off to everybody involved for having put in the effort.
Excellent. Vice Chair. We have Upton.
All right, Fred Upton from the great state of Michigan. Where are you, Fred?
Right here.
Hey. I dare say that this is why all of us are here, solving problems. This is why we ran. We know what the problems are. And in an era of divided government, the only way you're going to get something done is by working together. I want to compliment both Josh and Brian. We have a trust among ourselves. I want to compliment our governors. They sat down with us early as well. Back in April, Governor Hogan opened up his offices in Annapolis, and together, governors, House and Senate members, obviously Republicans and Democrats, sat together for a couple days to outline exactly where we ought to go, laid out the map, and this is it. So let's get it done. Let's get it through the Senate and bring it back. Have us come back after they finish and have a big yes vote to get it done. Thank you.
Vice Chair Abigail Spanberger.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I am glad to be here alongside Democrats and Republicans who care about growing our economy and who care about making smart investments in our nation's physical infrastructure. As I travel across Central Virginia, I hear common priorities: rebuilding from the pandemic, keeping Virginia's economy strong, and creating new jobs. It doesn't matter where people fall across the ideological spectrum. This is a shared priority in this moment of economic recovery. And it doesn't matter if they're a family, a small business, or a local elected official. The state of our roads, our bridges, our broadband internet, and our electrical grid remain a major concern. You can see that same consensus and appetite for progress in the deal negotiated between the Biden administration and the Senate. And you can see it here today as both Republicans and Democratic members of the House and our colleagues from the Senate talk about and speak in support of this deal that will move through the Senate and ultimately expeditiously come for a vote here on the House side. These investments are an economic imperative. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, failing to act on infrastructure could cost the average American family more than $3,000 a year. And over the next 2 decades, our economy could lose $10 trillion in GDP and lose more than $23 trillion in business productivity if we don't step up our game. Now, like many things in Washington, there's been a lot of starting and stopping, and more stopping, when it comes to this deal, but I am optimistic about this infrastructure package. I'm optimistic about getting this legislation to President Biden's desk. Infrastructure lays the groundwork, in some ways quite literally, for unifying the American people. I thank you all for being here, and I look forward to this bill getting to the House floor as soon as possible.
All right. Next up, another member of our leadership team, Dusty Johnson. Dusty, where are you? There you go.
Well, this bill is going to come over to the House side, and I don't want to press my luck. I'm not asking Speaker Pelosi today to support the bill. I'm asking for something a lot more basic than that. I'm asking to give us a vote. Let us vote. Day in and day out, Washington, D.C. is filled with gamesmanship, brinksmanship, partisanship. But what keeps this country moving is that occasionally, just occasionally, those tricks and those games fade enough for the real work and the legislative breakthroughs to happen. I'm not here to debate the merits of the bill. Instead, the message is just to the Speaker. Madam Speaker, we all know that you can single-handedly stop this bill. Instead, we would ask that you honor the real work, honor the legislative breakthrough by doing something simple, elegant, decent. Give us a vote. With that, I would introduce a gentleman who might only have a little pepper in his hair, but he's got a lot of salt in his heart. Tom Suozzi from New York.
That's pretty good.
That was very good, Dusty.
I like that. You know, this is what the American people are hungering for. This is a very big day, a very big week for Infrastructure Week, right? But it's even bigger, I believe, for giving the American people what they want. They want to see their government work. They want to see Democrats and Republicans get beyond the petty political partisanship and work together to accomplish things. I mean, just think about how discouraging and how discouraged people are when they see Washington, D.C. not working on something as obvious as infrastructure. You heard earlier speakers talk about how we went on a retreat back in April down in Maryland. I thought it was obvious that we were going to get this deal done back in April. It seems so logical. It seems so apparent from the agreement between Democrats and Republicans about how to get this done. And it's easy for a lot of cynical people to talk about why it'll never happen, they'll never come together, they'll never iron out this factor or that factor. But the reality is that people have done a lot of hard work to come together to get this done. It's really important for infrastructure, but it's even more important for America. Excellent. Thank you. Should I bring? Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a long one on the food topic, pepper and salt. I'd now like to bring up my favorite food. Everybody loves bacon.
Thank you. I think I got in front of Dean Phillips here, but I'll introduce him next. Okay, sounds great. Hey, this is a great quote from Winston Churchill. In 1942, in the invasion of France, Operation Torch, he goes, it's not the end. It's not the beginning of the end, but I do think it's the end of the beginning. And I think we're past that point here when it comes to hard infrastructure bill. You know, we can't deny here, we've seen a lot of dysfunction in Congress this week, last month, and this whole 117th Congress. And I think there's a big yearning out there. I hear it every day. Can Congress work for America again? Can we put country over politics? I think people aren't sure we can. They've not seen the results. And I've heard from so many constituents and other various leaders in our country that think this bill, hard infrastructure bill, is the last best hope for the 117th Congress. And I think they're right. We got to get this done. Otherwise, I don't know that we have another opportunity to put country over politics again in the 117th Congress. That's my view. And I tell you, in our district, I'm in a very purple district, R+1 district, folks want a hard infrastructure bill that works on bridges, roads, seaports, locks. You know, our locks are 90 years old. If you want to compete agriculturally, you got to have modern locks. This is one example of many. People want to see a bill, they want to see it around $1 trillion. And I appreciate the leadership on the other side of the aisle here in this group that says, let's do a standalone vote, because that's what we need. If we attach it to another bill, I think this will not get across the finish line. So I really appreciate the hard work. This is the last best hope, in my view, of the 117th Congress, and this team's, I think, dedicated. This is where we can show that we can put country over politics on occasion in Congress. Thank you. I don't know who goes next then. Okay. Dean Phillips. Now hold the dog. How does that sound? You got the dog. Oh, you want the dog?
Henry's got something important to say here.
He's got a
So, my friends, we're representatives. That's our job. And representation begins with listening. And we've been listening for a long time. Americans asking us to deliver investments in infrastructure. Concurrently, they're asking us to restore their faith in our government. And this initiative, more than anything else I've seen so far in my brief tenure in Congress, delivers both. That's why we all believe collectively, Democrats and Republicans, both in the Senate and House, that we should simply bring it to the floor for a vote. That's what we're here for. We've been listening. We want to do more of it. I love my brothers and sisters behind me. And I also want America to know that it is possible to come together. We are modeling the very behavior that you expect of your children in your own communities, in your own state houses. It's happening. We're not on the nightly news every night. We're not the ones with the most Twitter followers. But we do care deeply, and hope we can model good behavior for the whole country. With that, Henry had a comment too this morning. Yeah, it is shameless. But the most important reason we should pass this bill and bring it to the floor for a vote is because, as Henry says, it's bipartisan. And with that, I yield to my dear friend and colleague from Nevada, Ms. Susie Lee.
That was shameless.
That was shameless, but you gotta be shameless.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to step on the dog. What a way to...
Yeah, if you killed the dog, it'd be bad.
I'll make this quick. I represent Nevada's 3rd District. We were ground zero for the pandemic. We are ground zero for the effects of climate change, dealing with a mega drought in the West. But most importantly, we're ground zero for the economic opportunity of this bill. And I think we can all agree, all of us, Democrats and Republicans, came to Congress because we felt that we needed people who were willing to come to the table to forge solutions to problems facing our country. And the one thing I love most about this group is we don't give up. Remember back in September when there was not a deal for the American Rescue Plan, it was this group that didn't give up and came to the table. And that's exactly what we did on this infrastructure plan. You know, roads and bridges, everyone needs them. Everyone has a need across this country. And most importantly, the country needs to see Congress working together. And then I'm going to end on this. We sometimes in the House, wring our hands wondering what's going to get past the Senate. We have a bill that hopefully will pass the Senate. And once we get that, it is upon us to act on it as soon as possible. And with that, I will introduce Dan Muser from Pennsylvania. Where is it? All right.
Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate it. I'm very honored to be here with the problem solvers. The problem solvers are part of the solution. They're not part of the problem. You know, some people will call this bill a great bill. Some people will call it a good bill. But in problem solvers, we don't make good the enemy of great. And as well, that's why it's going to get done, and that's why we're behind it. It's a responsible bill, right? It's got all the pay-fors. It has some creative financing in it. That is smart planning, and delivering the responsible fiscal approach, as well as the hard infrastructure, which is exactly what the American people are asking for. So I'm strongly supportive of it, and I really thank my colleagues in the Problem Solvers Caucus and the bicameral effort. So thank you very much.
Kurt Schrader.
I get to introduce now Kurt Schrader. Representative Schrader.
Did we lose Schrader? The good news is Schrader left, so instead we're going to call up Jim Costa. Jimmy, from the great state of California.
Thank you very much, Josh and Brian, for your leadership, and my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, and the problem solvers and our Senate colleagues for this terrific effort. This is all about putting the American people over the political divide that we've been dealing with here for way too long. We've been working together since the spring, as we've worked last year on bipartisan solutions to knocking down this pandemic. But frankly, unless we come together as a bipartisan group, we really can't get anything done. We've made progress this week, but as has been noted, we're not across the finish line yet. But this bipartisan infrastructure bill gives hope to the American public that we can do what we're supposed to do, and that is get the job done. It's a clear demonstration to Americans that both sides of the aisle can work together to deliver results for the American people. The Problem Solvers Caucus released the Building Bridges framework with our committee early in June to jumpstart the negotiations. We've worked closely with our Senate partners on a physical infrastructure package that covers everything from roads, tunnels, rails, to water and broadband and EVs. It's the largest pay for. Let me just say clearly that we in America have been living off the investments our parents and our grandparents made a generation and two ago. It's time for us to step up and do our part. And I can tell you, out in the West, in California, with the extreme drought conditions we're facing and the horrific fires, we need these investments. We need these investments just not out in the West for water, but for all of California and truly for the entire nation. And this is the kind of investments we need. And it's a package that frankly does it without raising taxes. It does it without raising taxes. We need this standalone bipartisan effort vote in the House. Correct, Josh? Brian? And we need it to pass as soon as possible in the Senate. And so I want to thank my colleagues and introduce my good friend from the Empire State.
He's not going to speak. So
oh, okay. One of our new rising stars, Carolyn Bordeaux, who truly has added value to this entire effort. Carolyn?
Oh, sorry, you're next. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Did you skip?
It doesn't matter. It's okay. Schneider,
right.
he understands.
All right. I'm one of the newer members here, so I got to learn the ropes. So I'm Carolyn Bordeaux from Georgia's 7th Congressional District, and I have to say, you know, as I've gone around my district, and I talk about the Problem Solvers Caucus, and people come up to me and go, oh my goodness, you've just given me so much hope for the future of this country. Since coming to Congress, I have sought to find consensus on really critical issues, including investment in infrastructure. And that's why I'm proud to stand here today with my colleagues to reiterate our support for a timely House vote on the bipartisan infrastructure framework as soon as it is passed by the Senate. Over the last several months, we have been working together with our Senate colleagues to lay out a framework that can earn bipartisan support in the House and Senate and meet the needs of the American people. We are not quite there yet, but we are well on our way to a historic bipartisan infrastructure bill that demonstrates that we can get big things done when we work together. We have over 350 bridges and more than 2,000 miles of road in Georgia in poor condition. Atlanta is one of the most traffic congested cities in the entire country, something that my constituents know all too well. The congestion caused by outdated infrastructure harms our environment and decreases economic opportunity, especially in majority-minority communities like the ones I represent in Georgia's 7th District. Investing in our infrastructure is an opportunity for us to do well by doing good. And in the Problem Solvers Caucus, we know that infrastructure investments are good for our constituents, our economy,
good for the environment, and an important step to building a more equitable society. I am very proud to have worked as a part of this group, and I encourage everyone to press forward for a vote on the floor on this very, very important bill.
Good job, Carolyn. Mr. Schneider. Brad Schneider from the wonderful state of Illinois.
Thank you, and we are clearly at the point in the conversation where everything's been said, but not everyone has said it, so I'll be brief. We stand here on the edge of possibility. As has been noted, we're not done. We have a long way to go. We've got hard work ahead of us, but we stand here together, united, Republicans and Democrats, in the understanding that we can't move our nation forward if we don't rebuild and reimagine our infrastructure. And we can't have success if we don't do it together as one country, two parties standing shoulder to shoulder. That's why the work of the problem solvers this year, joining with our colleagues in the Senate, standing here in a bicameral way, changes the conversation and gives us hope that we're going to get this done. There's a lot of hard work ahead, but I know this group is prepared to do it, and all we are calling for is the chance to get it done, have a vote, and deliver for the American people. Thank you.
Good job. Ed Case.
Well, from one end of the country to the other, my end, yes, Americans want, need, and deserve a generational reinvestment in infrastructure. But as many of my colleagues have said, they want, need, and deserve something far more, and that is a government that works. Our president has said and committed his own actions to a government that works. He deserves credit for that. And this Problem Solvers Caucus.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox.
Delivering on the need to demonstrate to the American people that their government can work. We believe the Senate can and will pass this bipartisan infrastructure bill and give it to the House. And when it is over on our side in the House, our basic commitment is to not muck it up, because a breath of fresh air has blown through this Capitol, and there's a faint perception of some hope out there in the American people that this government can work. And the best we can do is deliver on that hope and promise, and the worst we can do is to dash those hopes. So we're looking forward to getting it over the finish line.
Thank you. Excellent. From the great state of Michigan, Hallie Stevens.
Thank you. Let me just say real quick, as a representative from Michigan, what an honor it was to stand here with my colleagues from the other side of the chamber, senators who are coming together to solve this problem alongside my colleagues in the House. See, we solve the problems of today to win the opportunities of tomorrow. And in Michigan, this is all over the place with our electric vehicle sector craving and earning these investments that we are going to make in the EV infrastructure. 4 major storms in the last month alone that have swept through southeastern Michigan. The time is now to come together to get this done and to deliver not only for Michiganders, but for the American people. And so I want to thank my colleagues and join you in saying let's continue to get this done. And with that, I'll bring up my colleague, Lou Correa.
Thank you very much, Charlie. I want you to take a moment and take a deep breath. This is a magical moment, not because we Democrats and Republicans are working
the people to.
Okay, folks, we are now going to be listening to Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and other House Democrats. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue on right here. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi with other House Democrats speaking. Let's listen.
Tax cut for all, passing landmark laws for equal pay, empowering workers, lowering health care costs, creating jobs, rebuilding the infrastructure, and more. Thanks to the Democratic leadership, the Build Back Better economy is working. It's working. Thank you, Mr. President. Jobs are coming back, going from 60,000 jobs every month to 60,000 jobs every 3 days. 30 days, 3 days. And 1/10 the time, 60,000 jobs. Wages are rising, pay checks are growing at the strongest rate in 15 years. The economy is booming. Yesterday, you saw the economy grow at the fastest rate in nearly 40 years. Families are benefiting. Poverty is set to be cut in half this year, with the share of Americans living in poverty set to reach the lowest level on record. But to sustain this growth for years to come and to ensure that we can share in its benefits, that all can share in its benefits, we need to be transformative in terms of how we go forward with infrastructure investments and reconciliation bills that truly meet families' needs. We will build back better with more jobs, cut taxes, and lower costs for all. We're proud to be here with our dazzling chairs of the committees who made so much of this possible. You'll be hearing from Leader Steny Hoyer, Whip Jim Clyburn, Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark, and our committee chairs stand ready to answer any questions about what is happening. Right now, we are celebrating record-breaking accomplishments on passage of the appropriations bills, thanks to the virtuoso performance of our great chair, Rosa DeLauro. We are just so grateful to Frank Pallone for, in every one of the bills for the last year and a half, that he has been there to help with crushing the virus, and now truly doing so, and actually having an impact on the infrastructure legislation as well. Our chair, Peter DeFazio, is just a maestro at all of this. He knows issues that relate to infrastructure better than anyone. He's been at it for decades on the Committee of Jurisdiction, and now so proudly for all of us as its chairman. But he also knows how to save the planet, and the combination of those two is absolutely essential at this time. And Richie Neal, my goodness, everything goes through Richie Neal's committee. Thank you for the child tax cut. Thank you for so many other things that I'm sure you will tell us about. Richie said, you know, everybody goes out and makes investments and then comes to us to pay for them. We want to initiate some of our own ideas about this. Child tax credit, family and medical leave, child care, so many issues. Thank you to the Ways and Means Committee, and the list goes on. We're also joined by our distinguished chair and vice chair of the caucus, Congress, Mr. Chairman Hakeem Jeffries, Vice Chair Peter Aguilar, and the chair of our DCCC, who knows why we have to make sure the American people get the message, because it is in their interest. With that, I'm very pleased to yield to the distinguished, I have to say it right. Chuck said I didn't say it right yesterday. Distinguished Democratic leader, Majority Leader of the House, Steny Hoyer.
Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. The Speaker said it. The last time the economy grew at this pace and it was so good, Ronald Reagan said it was good morning in America. What an extraordinary first 7 months we've had in the Congress of the United States. We infamously started out with a tragedy for our democracy. And yesterday we dealt with that in a bipartisan way. House Democrats have gotten an extraordinary amount of work done, this Congress, on behalf of the American people. And one of the most important things we've done is enacting the American Rescue Plan. Reached out and lifted up millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Americans. And the economy shows that. Economic numbers show the impact of this law is having substantial positive effect, with the economy growing at its fastest pace in 4 decades. That law directed resources to speed up vaccinations, allowing for the safe reopening of businesses and schools, returning millions to work. Nearly 70% of the adults in our country are now at least partially vaccinated. We need more, much more. We need everybody to become vaccinated. But we provided for quick access and universal access. Now everybody needs to take advantage of it. Nearly half of our total population is fully protected, but we see today that that is not enough, and the President is urging, and we are urging, more. Unfortunately, some of our colleagues have for too long said it really wasn't necessary. More than 300 million vaccinations have taken place since President Biden took office. That is a success, and one we need to keep building on as we work to get every American vaccinated. The law also provided another round of direct payments that have helped keep families afloat, with 171 million direct payments going out the door, lifting not only those 171 million people, but our economy. The American Rescue Plan also launched the expanded middle-class tax cut we call also the child tax, to make sure that children can make it in America and are lifted up in America. As a result of that action, 30 million American families received their first monthly payments in July of $300 for each child under 6 and $250 for each child from 6 to 17. With a lump sum payment of the balance when they file taxes next year, they will mean $3,600 for each child and under 6 and $3,000 for children ages 6 through 17, 2021. That is prioritizing children in America. This middle-class tax cut is having a real impact on families, helping them afford everyday expenses and to purchase goods, which helps the economy. Across the country, more than 4 million children will be lifted out of poverty by this expanded child tax payment to families. And it's projected to cut the child poverty rate by as much as a half. That's God's work. It's the people's work. The American Rescue Plan with the child tax credit is making a transformational investment in the lives of children and the families across America. I'm extraordinarily proud of what we've achieved. A lot of legislation that the American people were told that we would do has been done. It sits in the Senate, and hopefully it will be adopted to the benefit of the American people. Now I want to introduce my good friend, the Whip, who has been so critical to the success that we've had in the House of Representatives on passing this historic legislation, Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. Jim?
I thank the leader for yielding. I thank the speaker for the tremendous leadership that she's given to this caucus. And I thank all of my colleagues here who have been so good on all of these issues. Our chair, our assistant speaker, the chairs of our various committees. I think we saw on yesterday, or reports today, of what happened in Georgia on yesterday involving the issue of voting. Among the things that we have done, we've passed H.R. 1, and we sent H.R. 1 to the Senate, and the Senate is now exerting its will as it relates to that language. We have not yet passed H.R. 4, and I want to speak to that because some of the reporting of that is not quite accurate. H.R. 4 was basically a renewal or getting beyond or trying to get beyond the Supreme Court's decision as it relates to the 1965 Voting Rights Act. 9 years ago in Shelby v. Holder, the Supreme Court said to us that the formula in Section 4 that triggers pre-clearance of Section 5 was outdated, and we needed to redo the formula. The Speaker then authorized several people to go about the business of updating the formula. Now, when you deal with that, you got to go out, you got to gather facts, and you put that all together. And we've done it. Both the committee that G.K. Butterfield was working with, they've had all of their hearings. They've developed a record. Judiciary Committee chaired by Jerry Nadler, they've had theirs, and they are now putting all that together, and we expect by next week they will lay out, we hope, on the anniversary date of the signing of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which was August 6, 1965, several months after Bloody Sunday. And so that's the date that we have decided to roll out H.R. 4. Now, H.R. 4 then goes to the Senate. We have heard with all of the negotiations we've had with various people that there is even Republican support for H.R. 4. How much Republican support, we don't know. But we do believe that we have a very good product. And there are two things we have to keep in mind when we talk about voting rights. Number one, the original 1965 Voting Rights Act dealt with a history of discrimination. And that's why that act was what 6 states were the targets. And therefore, we had to have it narrowly tailored, and we had to justify it with this record. However, there's tremendous sentiment in our caucus for expanding pre-clearance to all 50 states. And that is because 48 states have either proposed or passed. 48 states have proposed, and I think 28 states have already passed restrictive laws, which means that a lot of those states would not be covered because they do not have a history of discriminating. They have just taken that on as a new place to be when it comes to voting. And so we have to be prepared for a state like Pennsylvania that is expressing some onerous ideas about voting going forward. So I am very pleased with the work that we've done with H.R. 1 and with H.R. 4. I think that we will have a product going to the Senate by next week this time that will meet the tests that are required. And with that, I'm pleased to yield to Assistant Speaker, Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Whip Clyburn, and thank you, Speaker Pelosi and Leader Hoyer and the incredible leaders behind me for delivering these historic and life-changing wins for the American people. This week, ably led by our chairwoman, Rosa DeLauro, House Democrats passed 9 major funding bills that not only confront the challenges that we face, but will build a more equitable and sustainable future. This bold funding package puts American families front and center, exactly where they should be. We're making health care more affordable and feeding hungry children and families. We're getting people back to work and creating thousands of good-paying green jobs with investments in clean energy and science. We're tackling the housing crisis through 125,000 new low-income vouchers. We're acting to prevent domestic violence and helping survivors and confronting sexual assault and harassment in the military. We are making unprecedented investments in our children and childcare, including Head Start. And for the first time in decades, we're standing up for health care for all women and their constitutional rights by repealing the Hyde and Helms amendments and global and domestic gag rules. The last 18 months have been so challenging. I don't have to tell anybody about that. But we are meeting, as the House Democratic Caucus, these historic challenges with historic progress. Our message to the American people is simple. We see you, and we are building an economy that includes you. From the American Rescue Plan to the funding package, and next through infrastructure, we are rebuilding our economy.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Opportunity as our promise. We will ensure that every American, every woman and child has a fair shot at success. Thank you. It is a good morning indeed, and I yield back.
Thank you so much. Listening to our leadership go over so many of these things, I think it would be important to put an exclamation point on some of this, starting with the child tax credit. As our distinguished assistant leader said, it's about the children, as Denny referenced. It's about the children. Oh. It's about he has floor duty about the children. Mr. Neal, would you like to put an exclamation point on all of this?
Sure. I mean, I thought, thanks to the speaker for her leadership, a reminder of how grim things were 17 months ago when we stepped outside of her office just past midnight with our first plan, and then the HEROES Act that she largely authored after the CARES Act, which saved the American economy, and then the President's Rescue Package. When you think of what was accomplished, including the child credit, which we expanded now into more middle-class households across the country, it's going to have a profound impact. And clearly, to sit in the Oval Office with the President and say to him, we're going to include the child credit, and he said, I'm going to support you, and to talk about the dependent care credit, the expanded EITC, family medical leave. And there are 2 million people across America who sleep every night now knowing that their pensions are not going to be lost because of the multi-employer pension plan progress that we put forward. So we made it possible for people to simultaneously increase demand because supply will certainly follow. Those are basic economic realities, but I can't tell you how extraordinary it is when you pick up that Times report yesterday morning to say that poverty rates have been cut in half just because of the work that we've done. And when you continue, as Steny pointed out, 170 million people receive direct benefits from the federal government. There's a role for government in our lives, and the direct intervention of the federal government on 3 successive occasions have helped turn around this economy. 22 million jobs were lost, and now we're back to pre-pandemic levels. That's, I think, what we are acknowledging today, but it was the work of the Democratic caucus, patience, but not to miss the point how important it is to have a Democrat sitting in the White House.
That was some of what the distinguished chairman mentioned happened early in the administration of Joe Biden. Part of that rescue plan was the work of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Mr. Chairman, do you want to brag about some of what's there and what's to come?
Well, I'll just mention 2 points relative to health care. First of all, during the whole time of the COVID crisis while Donald Trump was president, we were constantly hearing complaints about lack of supplies, inability to get help, whether it was testing, vaccines hadn't started then, to the American people. And all that has just completely turned around since Joe Biden and since the Democrats have been in the majority in both houses in Washington. And if you look at the American Rescue Plan in terms of the money that went out and the way that we've been able to handle the COVID crisis, I mean, I know that we're not totally there yet. We have the Delta variant and we still are wearing masks. But the bottom line is that we don't have those supply chain problems. More and more people keep getting vaccinated. More of the vaccine gets out. It's really now a problem of getting people to take the vaccine. Not that it's not available. It's generally available. So I think that there's been a real change in terms of our ability to handle this pandemic and make significant progress. And then the other thing I would say is health insurance. In the American Rescue Plan, we made permanent the subsidies and the help for people to pay for their health insurance. And the number of people that have signed up for Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act is unbelievable. Huge numbers, huge increases. Part of that is because we had the outreach, we did the advertisement and we did everything to make people sign up, but also because of the subsidies, which were significantly expanded. And so we just want to continue that. If you look at what's being proposed in the infrastructure bill, whether it's health related or it's in terms of creating jobs and addressing some of the other infrastructure concerns, we're just going to build on these successes. I think that we're at the point today where we can take a victory lap, if you will, for all that we've done, but also make a commitment to the American people about how much more we're going to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, in this time of Olympics, I like the victory lap comparison. Again, Joe, chronologically, next we did the INVEST Act, of which we are very, very proud. I spoke earlier about the credentials that Mr. Mr. DeFazio brings to this subject, I would like to yield the podium to him.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I go to the INVEST Act, I'd like to point out some of the things in the rescue package. You know, a lot of people are complaining today because the planes are full, they're crowded. There wouldn't be many planes in the air today if we hadn't done, you know, the numerous packages to save the aviation industry. It's 11% of our economy. Our economy would not be booming the way it is today had we not saved that industry. If a pilot got laid off, then it could take up to a year and a half for them to get recertified to fly a plane again. Flight attendants, a minimum of 3 to 6 months, much longer probably. So that was tremendous. We also saved the transit industry. You know, people are now starting to go back to work. They're starting to move around more. Transit wouldn't have been ready and it wouldn't be there if we had not supported the transit agency through these packages. So those were incredible things that we tend to forget about. We did them, we saved them, you know, what, so what? No, those were amazing things that we did that wouldn't have happened without the Democrats running the House. Now the INVEST Act, you know, I set out an objective to deal with our crumbling infrastructure, to deal with it in a way that also dealt with climate change, to create millions of good paying jobs, to reach into areas that of persistent poverty, you know, provide new transit options, you know, a whole host of things. I'm not going to regurgitate all that again. Right now, we have not yet seen a bill out of the Senate, so I can't particularly comment on it. I have been engaged, though, with my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, who have chairs of jurisdiction, and with the White House just yesterday. And I'm expressing a strong desire that should the Senate pass a bill, that we should conference and work out our differences. We've already passed a major bill in the House. It has all the objectives that the President and the White House set out for me, and I want to make certain that they're in the final package. So that would best be accomplished through a conference.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Last night, we were on the floor with our appropriations bills. Mr. Hoyer, Mr. Clyburn, Ms. Clark, and I are all appropriators, so we have some good judgment about how to pass an appropriations bill. Rosa DeLuca set a higher standard than we ever knew, and we thank her, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very, very much for your leadership and our work together with regard to appropriations. And I say that with regard to all of my colleagues as we've made our way over the last several months, in the last 17 months. Just to say a word before appropriations, it's really thrilling that with your work, Madam Speaker, and the work of Chairman Neal, that we have a child tax credit that is going to be a lifeline to the struggling middle class, as well as lifting 55% of children out of poverty in this nation, and that is a transformation. And it is Social Security, as you've quoted, Madam Speaker, Social Security for children. And we could do, well, we can do more. We need to make it permanent, but there we go. But I'm very, very excited about, we passed 9 appropriations bills. And in addition to that, the security supplemental bill. So, and the focus of those bills was to make America stronger at home and again respected in the world. And this is, we looked at what we needed to do and looked at what the state of our country was, and decades of disinvestment, devastation from the pandemic. And the time we believed was now to reinvest in the American people. And the bills make historic increases in critical funding with the goal of creating good-paying American jobs, to grow opportunity for the middle class, for our small businesses, and to provide that lifeline to working families and to the vulnerable. I may add that I'm also very, very proud of the work that was done, and I might add in a bipartisan way, on community projects. We're bubbling up from our communities, where members sat with their
city councils, they sat with their nonprofit groups, and they came forward with the kinds of critical needs that we could try to address through this process, and it happened. We have made investments in education and nutrition, rural and underserved communities, rebuild the nation's infrastructure, confront the climate crisis, again with regard to good-paying jobs, protecting our democracy, looking at the disparities, advancing equal treatment for women, fostering a brighter future for the people in this country. And we have reinvested in diplomacy and development and reasserting American global leadership. So our caucus has demonstrated tremendous leadership in passing these very important bills, and I look forward to work with the Senate so that we can enact them into law. And with that, I yield, Madam Speaker. It's important to note that for, 10 Congresses now, 20 years, Rosa DeLauro has been introducing the child tax credit legislation. And so, Mr. Neal has been a partner in all of that. But as far as Rosa's concerned, as usual, she was persistent, dissatisfied, and relentless, and the children benefit. To make it known to the public, that build the consensus in our caucus, our distinguished leadership of the House caucus, Mr. Hakeem Jeffries and Pete Aguilar, who is an appropriator as well, have given us a forum to build that consensus. And our distinguished chair, Sean Patrick Maloney, he is trying to convey that message to the American people so that people will take advantage of the opportunities that are there. They and all of our chairs stand ready to answer any of your questions. Questions? Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, just on the issue of voting rights, can you tell us a little bit more about your meeting with President Biden today? And more specifically, when is it? And so if you can tell us if you do have H.R. 4 ready next week, when you intend to bring it up.
Well, Mr. has addressed this very thoroughly because, thank you for your question, this is of the highest priority for us, the sanctity of the vote, the basis for a democracy, and the assault on the democracy that is being perpetrated across the country and states across the country to suppress the vote in a way that just undermines the strength of our democracy. I have not seen what has been my understanding is there's something that the Senate has put together. I myself have not seen it because I was doing our other work, and I will see it. Our hope with the White House, well, we'll see. It's the president's meeting, and so it's his agenda. But it is well known to the administration and to the United States Senate that the H.R. 1 is essential to us in the House because it is fundamental to our democracy. Mr. Clyburn, I think, went into some detail about what August 6th is. It's fraught with meaning.
Welcome, everyone, here to the new hour on Live Now from Fox as we do continue on right here. I'm your host, Mike Pace. It is now 2 o'clock out on the East Coast, 11 o'clock on the West Coast. Here's what we have coming up for you this hour, everyone. Live look right now at the White House briefing. That'll be happening at any moment, and we'll be bringing that to you. And then also a little bit later, we will be taking you to a new COVID-19 update. This one is coming from HHS, so we'll be bringing that to you in the mix here in this next hour as well. Also, we'll be getting an update out east there. This is in the Philadelphia area right there after major storms pushed through last night, including a confirmed tornado. So we are looking at some storm damage there on the East Coast, and we will continue to bring you up with all the latest updates right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. But we want to continue on here and really give you an update to what we saw just a couple of days ago with a massive earthquake that hit near Alaska. So we wanted to just get a great breakdown of everything that happened and really what led up to that and what people are talking about that particular earthquake. So let's bring in right now from ASU, how you doing today? Ramon Aerosmith, a professor there at ASU, to really break down everything that we saw this past week. It was a major one at an 8.2 magnitude. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for let me tell you about this earthquake. It's the biggest one that then happened in the U.S. You know, domain region. You know, the limits of the United States in the last 50 years. So it's a great earthquake. It's along the Pacific North American plate boundary there in Alaska. So we call it the Alaskan megathrust. And it basically what happens is that the Alaskan plate or the Pacific plate is sort of driven underneath Alaska at about 2 inches a year. And so that sort of builds up stress, and then boom, it slips. And so this was just a part of that plate boundary that broke, but it was a pretty big piece of plate. It was about 50 miles long, about 150 sort of along the boundary, 50 down the boundary. And that surface area that slipped produced all this energy. That was the magnitude 8.2 earthquake. What's interesting was that goes with the pictures you're showing was it was fairly deep. It was deeper than we expect on that interface. So a lot of the energy was released and it attenuated so that when it got to the surface, the shaking was modest, especially because most of the people would have been further away on the islands of the Aleutians. And so that distance was also helpful. The other thing that happened was it was deeper slip on that interface than we might have normally expected. And so that meant that the tsunami generation was more modest. So if we had had shallower motion, more of the seafloor would have lifted faster and we would have seen a bigger tsunami. But this time, most of the tsunami reports that I saw were less than a foot. So it went up, easily measured on tide gauges, but wasn't really dramatic problem. But the tsunami warning was released and people were aware of it. They went to higher ground, which is the right thing to do. But fortunately, it wasn't that big.
And Ramon, can you just let our viewers know how this earthquake there in Alaska compares to the one that happened in the 60s, that other major one that they had?
Yeah, so the one that happened in 1964 was further to the northeast, so closer to mainland Alaska. What was sorry, let me just check the name there. It was March 27, 1964. They called it Prince William Sound region. And that was a magnitude 9.2. So in the sort of magnitude units, it'd be 1 unit larger. But what that means is in terms of energy release, it's at least 30 times more energy. So it's quite a bit larger earthquake than what we saw just recently.
And then what would have the impacts have been from this earthquake, say, if this wasn't in off the coast there of Alaska, but California? What would have been an 8.2 look like there in California if it was hit?
Well, the plate boundary in California is the San Andreas Fault, and it's a different kind of a plate boundary. It's more of a plate boundary where there's lateral motion, and it moves fast. It moves about 35 millimeters a year as opposed to 65 up in Alaska. So the rate of motion is a little bit lower, but the main thing is that the fault area is not as great in California. So there's not as much of an interface to slip. So it's really hard for us to get anything bigger than like a 7.9 or maybe a magnitude 8 in California. And it would be on land, not offshore probably, because the plate boundary goes through, cuts across California. The other thing is the plate boundary is more distributed in California. So what we've seen more recently with respect to earthquakes in California is somewhat smaller ones, magnitude 6s and 7s, that are not on the main San Andreas fault, but on adjacent faults in that system. So those earthquakes are smaller, but they're near to people. So they're still something we should really have a lot of concern about, but they're 30 times or 900 times smaller. So this was a great earthquake that we saw in Alaska that happened.
And lastly, Ramon, can you just talk about how the technology has changed so much as to, I mean, how many minutes now can someone get a warning that a potential earthquake could be happening?
Well, it depends where you are and where the earthquake is, of course. But you know what's been done, and that's something I was wanting to say about California and also Oregon and Washington, is the establishment of earthquake early warning systems by the U.S. Geological Survey and its partners. And so what that means is that, you know, the earthquake occurs and the seismic waves move at the speed of sound in the rock, which is maybe at its fastest 5 kilometers per second. So it takes a couple seconds for the seismic waves to get up to maybe the nearest sensor, and the seismic waves keep going. So if you're really close to the earthquake and the fault that caused it, you don't have any warning. But as soon as the sensors get it, then they start to have, you know, internet telemetry or, you know, radio telemetry, and so it goes at the speed of light to kind of a center that then starts to analyze the signal and say, you know what, we think this is an event. Then if it exceeds an estimated magnitude, then the warning is released. And then as the earthquake continues, the ground motions continue to move out and other sensors pick it up. There are updates to the warning. And so we get a better sense of the size of the earthquake and where it was. But the whole time, as soon as the warning is triggered, then people start to get it, you know. So there's a latency of some amount of time, maybe 10 or so seconds. So in California, where we're kind of on top of a lot of faults, it can be challenging. But you know, even if you have several seconds, 10 seconds of warning, that's really valuable. You know, people talk about, you know, if a surgeon is working, the surgeon can, you know, get out. Or we can shut down data centers, we can shut down trains. There's a lot that can be done. So it's extremely valuable. I think it's also valuable psychologically because people know what's happening. There's an earthquake, it's coming. Even if it's a few seconds, we know to prepare, get ready for the ground shaking and then also the recovery.
Yes, every second is just so critical there. And Ramon Aerosmith, thank you so much for giving us this great insight of everything that happened this past week in regards to Alaska. We truly appreciate it, and hope you have a great weekend.
Thanks for having me on.
No problem. And we will continue on here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going to take you out to Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Take a look at the damage that we are seeing there after a tornado ripped through just last night. We'll bring you the very latest here across the country as well. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just 2 minutes, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. On this Friday, we continue on with more live aerials right here. Take a look at the destruction here in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, after a tornado ripped through yesterday evening. And look at the widespread damage that we are taking a look here. We're going to show you the latest update from Bucks County, Pennsylvania, with the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox.
Last night, 29 July 2021, as you know, you all reported a possible tornado strike was going to hit this area at about 7:12 last night. It hit 7:13, right on the money. It's done some devastating damage as far as structural damage in this area. The tornado came across the northeast up through Trevose, Metropolitan Drive. It hit an area of Lincolnia and Concord Parks in Bensalem. It then continued across the Turnpike and Street Road, where some cars were overturned, and did some devastating damage at Faulkner Toyota, which many of the buildings there are now gone. Doing this for 34 years, it was the first time I saw that kind of devastation up close and personal. The storm then continued, the tornado continued down Old Lincoln Highway, hitting two trailer parks, Weiss Trailers and then Penn Valley Trailer Park. It then went down to Rock Hill Drive, kind of made a right-hand turn by Neshaminy Mall, continued down towards our Christian Life Center, one of our churches in town, but stayed on the right-hand side of the roadway to Belmont Hills residential neighborhood, where not much damage was done, just a lot of trampolines and lawns and some damage to pools and sheds and that nature and some siding. Then it was gone, and just like that, it was gone. Right now, we're reporting 6 injuries. Last night, we reported 4 and possible 5. We're now up to 6 injuries that have been reported to us. We have people working with the Red Cross for some sheltering. We're told by PICO is doing a fantastic job. They've been out all night. We're talking that all power should be restored. Well, not all power, but power into our residential neighborhoods, into our trailer parks and Lincolnia will be restored by midnight tonight. Obviously, gas had to be cut down yesterday because of severe damage by Faulkner. So PICO, the gas crews were out there working. And we have our crews. We've hired, the mayor has authorized bringing in additional crews from private contractors to get our streets cleaned up. We still have some street closures in Bensalem, but we're hoping that'll be open within the next couple hours as we can get the crews out there and get debris and trees removed off the highway, making sure things are safe for people to travel. Right now, we're still continuing. If people need shelter, they can call 1-800-RED CROSS, and they will get you shelter, and they'll work with us. And we're also having anybody that has major storm damage to call Bensalem Police at 215, the 633-3719 number. And we have a disaster declaration that the mayor has signed again, and we need that for any potential funding. To be honest, I do not see any funding coming from the federal government with this disaster, but we are going to do everything possible to get everything back to normal as quick as possible and to get everybody back home. Big things, we just ask people to stay out of the residential neighborhoods. Don't drive through there taking pictures. We've got crews in there cutting trees down. We've got our emergency services still in those areas. To drive by and take pictures only slows us down and only gets in the way. You're not going to be able to get through. You're going to wind up making U-turns, and that just creates all kinds of problems for us. So please just stay out of the areas that I talked about. Give us a couple days to get everything cleaned up and get back to normal. This should be noted. This is our 3rd storm in 15 days. Bensalem got hit hard. As you know, you've reported on July the 12th, then got hit with major flooding. We haven't recovered from that. That was in the lower end of the township near the city of Philadelphia. We then got hit again on the 17th of July with severe winds, thunderstorms, down wires and trees. And then last night, July 29th. So I can only hope this is it for us for a while, and we're going to get a break and get a moment's pause here, catch our breath, and get things back together for us. So we appreciate your reporting on that, and we appreciate.
We do want to go to some live breaking news right here in Brooklyn, in New York here, where there is a rescue going on right now. We are learning that maybe a couple of workers are trapped here, as you can see, of a partial collapse right now. You do have the fire department there on the scene, active, going on right now here on Live Now from Fox, as we continue to always bring you breaking news feeds from across the country. We saw this one pop in and said, oh, we got to go to this one right here, as FDNY right here trying to assist in this rescue right now. You can see that some of them are on the roof there, and they are trying to maybe get a better vantage point from the ones that are right below this collapse right now. But you can still see that they are, just from their body language, still very zeroed in on what's going on with this collapse here. So we'll continue to take these aerials for you as we get them. We do have the ladder truck there, and a big response from the FDNY right now on this case here, as Sky Fox continuing to show these live aerials in Brooklyn, New York right now of an active search and rescue going on right now. You can see from other vantage points with other buildings, people are looking outside, seeing what is going on, what is the big response, obviously seeing that partial collapse, and now putting it all together there that some people need to be rescued here as well. So 2 workers right now trapped in a construction site collapse in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn. This is a 5-story residential building that was under construction. This is on Lincoln Road. For those of you that know the area, firefighters continue on the scene attempting to rescue the trapped workers right now. So that is the latest information that we got out of our team there from Fox 5 in New York that continue to follow this story, and we will stay on top of it right here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. For those of you not in a break here, we continue to take these aerials right now in New York here. 2 workers trapped in this construction site collapse right now. And you can see they have the ladder truck there. Now looks like maybe they have located the workers here, because it looks like they want to get them maybe carried out here. So this is a good sign potentially that we could be seeing here, where they're going to be putting them on the stretcher here right now, and on this gurney, hopefully. But you can see one is going in there right now. So we are going to stay right on top of this, as we got a great shot from high above right now in the chopper. We'll continue to take this here, and we'll reset when we come after this break right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And welcome back now, everybody that has rejoined us here after that break. We are still following this breaking news out of Brooklyn, New York right now. 2 workers trapped in this collapse right here. And this is a 5-story residential building that was under construction at the time on Lincoln Road there in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn. And you are seeing a big response from the New York Fire Department. And what you're seeing there also from they're up above there on the roof, trying to get a better vantage point, as well as they are looking down and maybe trying to help their firefighters that are actually just below this collapse here, where they are trying to get those workers that were working on this to safety here. We're going to watch this whole rescue play out right here on Live Now from Fox. That's what we do here when we get live breaking news feeds. We'll bring it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered here during this breaking news moment here. Wishing the best for those two workers and hoping that the firefighters do remain safe there as well. But a very, very busy day here on the Live Now from Fox desk here as we continue to roll out stories from across the country, live feeds when we get it, of course, breaking news images. That's what we have right now. And these are the two workers that are somehow in that middle of the rubble right now that the firefighters are trying to make a way. And hopefully they'll be able to get them out pretty soon right now and take them to an area hospital to be checked out. And hopefully they could be discharged today if nothing is too serious right now. But this continues. It looks like, just from the body language right now, it doesn't look like, looks like they have them located, but maybe just trying to find a different avenue of getting them out safely from whatever they were trapped under, and trying to get them the help that they need right here. Sky Fox now panning, just showing us what's on the ground level there. We have another firefighter or personnel coming up the ladder there as well. And we'll watch this all unfold live right here on Live Now from Fox there. It's getting close to 2:30 East Coast time right now in the afternoon on this Friday here. And when the chopper does zoom out, you'll really be able to see the huge response of first responders that are out here. And it looks like right at the bottom right of your screen, it looks like they have some people that may have saw what happened and are very concerned and looking on just like we are right now at this moment as it continues to play out live right here on TV and, of course, streaming services across the country and the world. Right now, we all hold out hope for those two workers as well as the firefighters to get everyone safe today. If you're just joining us here, this is what we know at this moment. Two workers trapped at this construction site collapse of Crown Heights section of Brooklyn. Ceiling of a 5-story residential building under construction on Lincoln Road has collapsed here. And now the tedious work of trying to get them out and making sure that, before they move them, that it is safe to move them, and try to get them a spot here where they could come down. We will continue to follow this for you right here. We are not going to leave this shot until we see them being saved. You're also seeing a drone here, so that is playing out for maybe the fire department as well. You see a drone there just flying around as they probably maybe trying to get just a different type of vantage that maybe is not known to them at this moment. It could be from the fire department, or it could be maybe a news agency out there as well. Just don't know at this point, but it did seem like there was a couple of drones out there that we saw, at least right now. We'll continue to follow it here, all for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to take these aerials and images right now. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
Of course, all this is on the fact that we
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase this breaking news there out of Brooklyn, New York. Here we have 2 workers that are trapped here. That's the latest information that we have. Fire crews continue on scene right now, is trying to get the 2 workers out and to safety right now. And we continue to follow it and really provide these aerials in real time. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. If there's breaking news, we try to go to it as fast as we get those images in. And that's exactly what we have going here at this very moment in Brooklyn right now, of 2 workers trapped, and the fire crews continue. We've been really showcasing this for the last 10 minutes or so as the first responders there at the scene. We appreciate all our viewers from around the country and around the world right now, as I'm glad they were able to pan out and really just show you just a huge response here from the fire department and other first responders right now. But you can see this is about a 5-story residential building. That's what is being said here. And this part of it collapsed that was under construction. And those workers are now trapped under the rubble here. So they're calling it like a ceiling or shed type area of this collapse. And once they zoom in a little bit more, you can see there. Oh, it looks like, look at that. You got firefighters there on the opposite side of the street there on that other building, just looking on as well. So everyone's just trying to get a different type of vantage point. And look at there, we got the ambulances there as well. So many first responders coming to this scene right now. Obviously, there's only so much people can do that is actually at this very site. Can't have too many crowding around the firefighters, or they wouldn't be able to work at this exact moment here. But we continue to follow it all for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is now 2:30 out there on the East Coast, and it looks like we have some more firefighters coming to the scene here, and it looks like they do have some different type of things that maybe they'll be able to try to get the workers from. So we'll see how they step up here. They have some sort of tools that they will be bringing up, it looks like, at least from the vantage point that we had there just moments ago. But obviously, several streets now blocked off because of this, all in the Crown Heights section right now, as this is all unfolding live, raw, and unfiltered right here. Once again, we appreciate all the viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to watch this all unfold live right now. And it looks like, oh, maybe there is some more movement there in the area. Let's see here when they're going to be able to zoom in here. So maybe we'll be able to see something coming in the next couple of moments here, because it looked like they were trying to make a way. Oh, there it is. There we go. They were able to get the one person so far. They are now rushing that person to the hospital there. But you see how fast that all unfolded once they were able to get that person away. So far we have seen one now being transported. From the early information, it was one more than that they are looking for at this moment. How fast that happened there. Now that person will be taken to an area hospital, and they were able to get that person in the ambulance pretty fast there. So a lot of moving parts right here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you this breaking news that continues to happen right now in the Crown Heights section of Brooklyn here this afternoon. I want to see if the chopper then can maybe go back. We have no way of communicating with the chopper, but it'd be nice to see maybe the scene there that we were all watching a little bit ago. Yep, it looks like it will be going back there to check on maybe if the other person has come out yet, or if they are still working to make a way there. So we had one already come down there with the firefighters on that gurney, and we will see hopefully more. Thanks again to all our viewers from around the country and around the world that continue to watch here with us of these breaking news images coming out of New York here. They said that 2 people were trapped there, and it looks like, yeah, you got the fire department there from the scene there that continue to follow. You can see from this vantage point here that we had firefighters really on all these different types of roofs trying to get a better idea of what was happening here with these workers that were caught up in a horrible accident that all took place within this past hour. And we've been bringing it to you as this feed came live to us. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox, get the aerials as they are happening in real time and just push it out to you like if you were seeing this just like how they are in the chopper right now. Chopper continues to showcase what is happening there in the Crown Heights section here of Brooklyn. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to stay with it right here, bringing you these updates in real time. As much as we get them in, we will bring them to you right here. Thanks again for everyone joining us right here on Live Now from Fox. One person has been taken out from this site here, and we're learning that possible maybe one more. But look at that, Sky Fox. It does look like the chopper will be leaving right here, and we will see if we could get an update maybe a little bit later this afternoon on what the other one, and hopefully that other worker was saved there as well. But so far we did see one being transported to a local hospital there, and take a look there at, looks like they are going to try to get some parting shots as the chopper is leaving there. Now we will be moving away there. Chopper getting a little too out of control there at the moment, right here on Live Now from Fox. But here is what we have, another breaking news event that is happening on the other side of the country. Let's take a look at this right now of a small plane crash. This is happening in Banning, California right now. Banning, California, with the latest that we are seeing from our Sky Fox right now. All right, so that chopper not having the best of luck there when they come to the site, and it doesn't look like they will be staying for us right there. But this is what we had in the mix, everybody. We're going to have our very own Ron Hoon come on to us and do all the talking, but unfortunately that was not the case right there, and we weren't able to get that going for everybody. But Ron there was on standby. Ron.
I was ready to go for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully everything's going to work out fine with that big story out of New York. We'll, continue to get a lot of details there. But, the thing about it is we don't live in a bubble. And memories are still so raw, of course, because of the building collapse that happened in Surfside. So when you hear of people at risk at a situation like this, your heart skips a beat. And FDNY, let me just, the very latest from them, I've kind of been following what they had to say, and basically they were right on top of it right from the beginning. You were telling everybody where in Brooklyn it was. And, what's kind of interesting about it is, as we sort of pin the area for you, is I've been in New York just like you, Mike, a number of times, but I've really not spent much time in Brooklyn. It seems like if you go to New York, you're more prone to go over toward Manhattan, and yet there are areas of Brooklyn that are just absolutely booming. I mean, part of the real estate boom that's going on is here we are, we're headquartered in Phoenix, but it's not just here, it's cities across the country. And so when you know there are projects that are underway, construction projects, particularly when they're in a more congested urban environment, you know that all kinds of safety measures are in place. So no doubt, once we can get cleared in terms of just making sure there's no loss of life, that type of thing in this scenario, no doubt there'll be an investigation because the measures are supposed to be in place to protect anybody who's on a job site, particularly in a situation like this. I mean, we just happen to be in one of the metro areas that is about the fastest growing in the country. You see construction sites everywhere, and you just assume, and 99.9% of the time you're correct, that everything is in place to make sure that something like this doesn't happen. So no doubt we're going to learn more here, if not today, within the coming weeks.
Yeah, and we did see just moments ago that one worker was freed from that collapse, but we're hoping that the other one is going to be okay as well. Ron, thanks so much for coming on live now from Fox, giving us the latest updates on that, and we do appreciate you joining us here today on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, everybody. When we come back, we have a White House briefing that is currently underway.
Population. And so President Biden has repeated over and over that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but this PowerPoint seems to raise questions about that. He's also promised to level up with the American people, so his comments yesterday, was he being completely upfront about the challenge from the Delta variant? This PowerPoint would suggest it's a little bit more dire than he laid it out to be. And why wasn't that PowerPoint made public? Why did it have to be to the public? And then lastly, I mean, why aren't we seeing universal recommendations for universal masking? Why is it just in areas of high transmission when the CDC seems to be suggesting universal masking is needed?
Okay, Alex, that was a lot. No, I appreciate the question. It's actually a very important question, and we need to, and I'm happy to address all of them. So since May, just wanted to step back a little bit. Since May, the CDC and the administration have been crystal clear about the increased risk of the Delta variant in our pandemic response. And so I just want to run through a couple of examples because this is such an important moment that we're in fighting this pandemic. So in May, out of the concern of the spread of Delta, we restricted travel to India where it was growing. That is something that we did in May, and so that, as you know, that was many months ago at this point, or a couple months ago at this point. In the month of June, doctors from the admin blitzed local constituency and national media with over 400 media interviews with a clear message. Delta is a serious threat, and getting vaccinated is the clear solution. So that was in the month of June, for the month of June. Throughout June, the president, Jeff Zients, and our medical experts spoke dozens of times to the threat of Delta, the threat that Delta poses. On July 4th, the president made clear that COVID-19, quote, has not been vanquished, and Delta is a powerful variant. This is what the president said on July 4th. And in light of recent reporting, it is worth noting that Dr. Walensky said 8 days ago that the Delta variant is the most infectious respiratory disease she has seen in the last 20 years, her 20 years of her career. Our message has always been clear throughout. We need more people to get vaccinated to stop the spread of this variant, and so we have to continue to make that effort. Vaccinated and unvaccinated people infected with Delta have higher viral loads, meaning more virus in their body than with previous variants. The last two did not have that, and so this is what we're seeing in the Delta. High viral loads mean you are more likely to spread it. So in the rare occasions that vaccinated people get Delta in a breakthrough infection, they may be contagious, and this is what we heard from CDC this week. And so the most important takeaway, and I want to be really clear about this because this is critical for all of you who report about this and for those who are watching, we should have, the takeaway is we should have from this guidance and any follow-up reporting is actually pretty simple. We need more people to get vaccinated. That's the answer. We need more people to get vaccinated. That's if we want to stop the spread of this variant and avoid mutations, we can. So we just need to get more people vaccinated, and the good news is that the vaccinations, the vaccines work. So we got to get out there and make sure people get vaccinated.
Karine, the president said for the early months of this administration that those who were vaccinated and wearing masks and doing all those steps could look toward the 4th of July as that independence opportunity. We now know the CDC is basing some of this new science on a 4th of July party that happened in Massachusetts where the Delta variant was predominant. We saw that vaccinated people were passing it and so forth. Does this give the president pause about making recommendations about what the public can do? Because he encouraged people who were vaccinated to gather on the 4th of July. A group that did so is now sort of the poster example for the CDC of what can happen with this variant.
I mean, you know, Kelly, the president has always said he's going to follow the science and he's going to listen to public health experts. That's what we do, right? That's why we are all following the CDC guidance on masking. And so that's our North Star, as Jen has said earlier this week. Look, the job of all of us in this room is to communicate the truth about where we are in the pandemic. And this is something the president has said from day one, and also highlight how we can get out of this pandemic. So the vaccines work, that's the truth. We know masks work, that's the truth. They save lives and prevent spread of this dangerous Delta variant. So we need to help in communicating the actions we are telling the American people to take and getting vaccinated and wearing a mask. If you're in an area where there's lots of virus circulating, it's more contagious, you have to wear a mask. I know I have one more question that I actually didn't get to for Alex that I want to make sure that I answer, which is the CDC release more data publicly, or this data. So just wanted to say that the CDC's first and foremost priority is getting the American people information as quickly as possible. And so that's what they did on Tuesday. They got it as quickly as they can. They're going to be releasing this data today, as you know, and it was clear that vaccinated people had the ability to transmit, and action needed to be taken quickly. And that's why they did it. They did it ahead of releasing the data, and they're going to do that today, as I just mentioned.
Part of this is also in terms of getting information out. Like, why are the doctors not here in the briefing room to take our questions? Why have we not had a COVID briefing? When we got some update from Dr. Walensky, that was a phone briefing, provides information, but the public is eager to know more about what the Delta variant can do.
You know what, Kelly, I would argue that we had the President of the United States speak to this yesterday. He gave a more than 30-minute speech about where we are as a country. I mean, he is a trusted voice. He's the leader of our country. No, but we heard from him, right? We heard from the president yesterday. We heard from the president about the Delta variant and vaccinations in general the day before yesterday when he was in Pennsylvania, when he was supposed to talk about Buy American, which he did, but he led off talking about the vaccinations. We have had our doctors on your networks, on many of the networks that are here, talking, probably all of them, talking about the Delta variant all throughout these last couple of days. So they have been out there, they have been talking about it, and yeah, we heard directly from Dr. Lewinsky herself. You know, so this is something that we're going to continue to do. We're going to continue to make sure that we communicate directly with the American people and also work hand in hand with local governments and state governments as well.
Shereen, thank you. Just to follow up on all of that, you mentioned the CDC's data that was released on Tuesday. I think the question is, why doesn't that guidance match the internal memo's guidance? Because on Tuesday, they updated the mask guidance to say you only have to wear it in places that have high or moderate transmissibility. The internal memo that was leaked says, given higher transmissibility and current coverage, vaccine coverage, universal masking is essential to reduce transmission. So one, why don't the recommendations match? And two, should the American public anticipate updated guidance that includes universal masking and also new guidance about large gatherings and how many people should gather given what we are seeing from Provincetown?
Well, as you know, Weijia, we do not make those types of, decisions from here when it comes to the science, when it comes to guidance, that comes from CDC. So the questions that you just asked me, I refer you to CDC about those slides and what you saw in the slides specifically. That comes from them, and they will have that specific information for you that you're trying to get here. I will say, though, I think the most important thing, and I don't want to get away from this, because this is what's the most critical thing here, is that people need to get vaccinated. That's the answer. If we want to make sure that we curb this pandemic, that we curb the COVID-19, that we win this fight that we're in, we have to get people vaccinated. That's why the president calls this a pandemic for the unvaccinated. We have to make sure that we take care of each other and that they not just take care of themselves, but take care of each other. And we're talking about our kids who are 12 and under who can't get vaccinated. We're talking about our grandparents, right? We're talking about older people in our lives that we want to make sure are taken care of. And so that is, if anything, should be one of the main reasons people get vaccinated, to make sure they take care of their families and their community.
Has the White House reviewed the CDC?
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
About that, I could look into that.
The analogies are helpful to understand, that the Delta variant is as contagious as chickenpox or more contagious than the common cold or Ebola. Are these things that they're going to present to the public to help us understand?
The data is being released today, I believe, right? Right? So it'll be available. Okay. It's being released today. Yeah.
And one more just follow up on Kelly. Of all the weeks not to have a COVID briefing, why this week?
I mean, I know that's the question you all are asking me, but the doctors have been on national television all week speaking to this, answering the questions on your networks. So they've been out there talking about, they're not hiding. They're actually having the conversations with anchors and hosts and answering the hard questions about the Delta variant, about the CDC masking. And so they've been out there. They're not hiding. They're actually speaking to this almost every day. And we heard from the President of the United States yesterday for more than 30-minute speech that many of you were in. So,
thank you.
Yeah, Peter.
Thank you. Building off of your point, the vaccines work. Then why is the president asking vaccinated people to mask up if there have been just 0.0035% of the 161 million fully vaccinated Americans who have had a breakthrough case?
Let me give you the facts about the Delta variant, and maybe this will help, Peter. It spreads more than twice as easily from one person to another. and it's spreading rapidly. It is really just across the country, and that is just the fact. 2 months ago, only 1% of COVID in the US were Delta. Now more than 80% are Delta. And so this is where we are today with this vaccine. And so we are listening to the experts, the CDC guidance, and this is what they are telling us. If you live in an area that is highly contagious and that has high levels, you have to, they are saying, they are giving the guidance of wearing a mask to protect yourself and to protect your community and your family. That is the guidance that we're getting.
And some of the preliminary stuff we've seen from the CDC says this new guidance for vaccinated people to mask up is based on data from people who got sick partying in Provincetown, Massachusetts. Has the White House seen any proof that COVID is spreading, vaccinated people are spreading COVID who are not going to big parties?
Here's what we know, and I'm just going to repeat again. We need to get people vaccinated. That is really the answer here. That is what we're seeing that's what we're hearing from CDC. That's what we're even seeing from these slides, is that people need to get vaccinated. That is how we fight the Delta variant. That is how we fight COVID.
And then last one, the president said yesterday, it is still a question whether the federal government can mandate the whole country to get vaccinated. He said, I don't know that yet. Does that mean he has asked the Justice Department to see if it's legal to make everybody get a vaccine?
So when he said that about the mandate across the country, I would encourage you to read his statements and make sure you read the contents of his remarks. So a national vaccine requirement is not under consideration at this time. That's where we are with that.
But has he asked the Justice Department to see if it's even possible?
I don't have any more to add to that.
Okay.
Okay.
A lot of questions, obviously, about the super spreader event in Provincetown. More than 800 cases, but 74% of people there fully vaccinated. So doesn't that at least suggest that maybe breakthrough cases aren't rare?
But that's not what the data shows us. That's not what we've gotten from CDC. We know that it is the breakthroughs that do happen with vaccinated people are rare. And so right now, what the CDC has told us is, because they do know that there are some breakthrough cases, we have to make sure we're masked. And so again, we just have to continue to make sure people get vaccinated. That is the answer. That's how we got to move forward. And that's what we're focused on here at the White House.
So we're supposed to see that as more of a one-off event?
No, that's
outlier?
Well, what I'm saying is that what we're focused on, our message is very, very clear, is that we want to make sure that people get vaccinated. That is, yes, that is one event, but what the CDC guidance tells us is that the breakthroughs have been rare. This is what the public health officials have said. Like, yes, there are breakthroughs, but they have been rare. But the problem is that it is now contagious, right? And so that's why they're asking us to wear a mask. Where before, with the last two variants that we've seen, we weren't seeing that. We weren't seeing vaccinated people pass that along. And so now that has changed with the Delta variant. That is how serious this variant is. That's why our message continues to be, please get vaccinated.
On the eviction moratorium, Speaker Pelosi in her statement said that only $3 billion out of an allocated $46.5 billion has actually gone out the door. So what is the administration doing to help get more money out the door faster?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because that shouldn't be happening, right? We are aware that the monies are taking some time to get to some time from, it's already out in the states, some time getting to where the folks who really need it, the renters and lawmakers. So what we have done these past couple of days is we made an announcement last week that $1.5 billion of that ERA went out in the month of June, and that was the most that we saw in the last 5 months. And so we continue to work to make sure that people are being made aware that this is in existence. Look, this shouldn't be happening. States should be making sure that these monies are getting out as quickly as possible. And so just this week, we had a day of action to promote the availability of the rental assistance, which reached tens of millions of Americans. Last week, the Treasury released new data, which I just mentioned, with the $1.5 billion. And then, so what we know is that these funds can continue to be dispersed to renters and landlords until until 2025. And so these emergency rental assistance are so critical, they're so important, and so we're making sure that we continue to work with local governments to get that out.
Yes, I think people are applying. We've heard tens of thousands of people have applied.
Yeah.
They're just waiting for the funds to be dispersed.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's why we're encouraging the states to get that out as soon as possible. They have it. They need to get that out. Yeah, go ahead.
Karine, given the seriousness of the Delta variant, are there conversations in the White House or between the White House and scientific advisors about more lockdowns, partial lockdowns, or anything along those lines?
So that is something that, I know this was asked to me yesterday. The way we see this is that we have the tools in our tool belt to fight this variant, to fight this vaccine, and we are not going to head towards a lockdown. We want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can, because after passing the historic rescue plan, we have the resources to make sure that doesn't happen. So our role again is to make sure that we get people vaccinated as quickly as possible. Look, these vaccines are free. They're easy to get. They've never been easier to get vaccinated. So that is the number one thing that we're trying to do, is making that happen. We have the resources to do that. That's what we've been able to do this past 6 months. We've been able to get more than 160 million people fully vaccinated. 80% of that are people who are over the age of 65. And so that's what we're going to continue to do. And so our goal is to make sure that we are not headed towards that. That is not going to be the direction that we take, because we have the tools to prevent that.
You said yesterday that the federal new requirements for federal workers could be an example for other employers. Can you just explain, will federal employees' data be collected when they submit their vaccination status, and will the federal government be paying for the tests that they take if they do not attest to being vaccinated?
So the agencies will pay for the cost of regular federal employee screening tests. So that's how that's going to move forward. And they're going to the agencies are going to be implementing this program themselves. So they'll be in charge of that, how that moves forward. And so that's kind of how that's going to be dispersed, the program.
Just on another topic, lastly, the New York Times is reporting, and others, that President Trump pressed the Justice Department last year to declare falsely that the election was corrupt. Do you have a reaction to that? And would your Justice Department, the Biden Justice Department, do anything about that?
So President Biden has been clear that he believes it is absolutely vital to have a Department of Justice that is free from undue political influence, and these revelations underscore why that's important. Go ahead, Phil.
Thanks, Karine. Just to follow up on Mary Alice's question, her number, at least percentage-wise, was right from the CDC study. It says about 74% of 346 cases had been fully vaccinated in that cluster. So just to clarify, it's still the belief of the administration and the public health officials that breakthrough cases are rare on that.
So what we've been told by CDC and what we know from our public health expert is that they are rare. But here's the thing, and this is what we keep trying to say, is that we got to get people vaccinated. That is what we have to focus on. That is why we're seeing the Delta variant, and so that is what we're working on as an administration. That's what the president talked about. He talked about incentives. He talked about ways to do this in a more robust way, and this is the way we're going to be focused on, is making sure people get vaccinated.
So that actually, that was my follow-up, which is, it's very clear that those who are vaccinated see fewer symptoms, hospitalizations, death. There's no question about it when you look at the data. How concerned are you guys that people see a headline like that about breakthrough cases, or a headline from the slides about transmissibility, and it undercuts your efforts to say vaccination is the answer, vaccination is the solution?
Well, I just talked about what we've seen the last couple of days, the rise in numbers of people getting vaccinated. And so, if anything, we're seeing people are out there who are unvaccinated clearly getting vaccinated. And so that's critical, that's important. The numbers and the data shows that. And so that's what we're going to continue to do, is making sure that people continue to get vaccinated. Yeah.
We were all being tested every single day. At a certain point, we were not being tested. I'm curious what the current status of White House staff testing is, and whether, given this news about transmission, there are plans to ramp up that testing.
So we're going to continue to follow the guidance that's been let out, that's been handed, and so all of that is going to be determined. Our testing is going to be determined by the White House Medical Unit. We continue to get tested here. The staff does. So does the president, and so that's what we're going to. That's how we're going to continue to move forward.
So when you say guidance, is that I think the current guidance is only if there are symptoms. If you're vaccinated, is that the current status?
Yeah, but we've also have stated in the past, like when a staffer's around the president, they get tested, and because we're around the president of the United States, we get tested pretty regularly. That's something that we have shared in the past. There's nothing new there, and we're going to continue to follow what the White House Medical Unit entails for us to do as staff and for the president.
On the eviction moratorium, why did the White House wait until yesterday to publicly inform Congress that it was then we needed to extend it legislatively?
So let me just first say about the eviction moratorium, because this is, I think, really important. We know that this has a disproportionate effect on those Americans, both most likely to face evictions and lacking vaccinations. And President Biden would have strongly supported a decision by the CDC to further extend this eviction moratorium to protect renters at this moment of heightened vulnerability. But like we've all said today, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has made clear that this option is no longer available. So the Supreme Court's ruling stated that clear and specific congressional authorization would be necessary for the CDC to extend the moratorium through July. So one of the things that I do want to say that we have been doing, we have had this whole of government effect to get the word out about the availability of the rental assistance and to support grantees to ramping up their efforts. And so that is our focus, because we know that getting that funding to renters and landlords is incredibly key and important. So we've been doing that since day one, and now what we're saying right now, and what we have been saying, is that we're going to work with Congress to make sure that we're able to extend it. We support Speaker Pelosi in her efforts, and what she is trying to do actually speaks to what the Supreme Court laid out in making sure that there is a continuation of the eviction moratorium.
Right, but the Supreme Court ruling was more than a month ago, and you waited until this week to tell Congress that they needed to do, and you effectively jammed them 2 days before the moratorium ended.
We've been having conversations with Congress for some time about this. This is something that we have been working with them with some time about how do we move forward. And so we're going to continue to do that. And we appreciate Speaker Pelosi's efforts, and we're going to work closely with her on getting that done. And again, from day one, this administration has been working to make sure that we really take care of the most vulnerable in this country who's been affected by COVID-19.
There was some confusion over military service members being mandated to get the vaccine. The president said yesterday it was all about timing and recommended the DoD study it. The DoD later put their own statement out. But what did he mean that it's all about timing when he also said that the numbers are going to get worse before it gets better?
So I'll say this, the president is asking the Department of Defense to look into how and when they will add COVID to the list of mandatory vaccinations for our armed forces. Anything else, I refer you to the DoD.
For both civilian and military service members?
I just know it's the Department of Defense. That's who he's been talking to about getting that done.
Okay, and then just on a separate note, it was reported this morning that Senator Sinema, a key Dem swing vote, said she will not be putting off August vacation plans to vote on your $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill. What's your reaction to that?
Look, I know that this has come up, and I just want to be really clear about this and what Sinema actually said. And so, I'm not going to clearly negotiate or anything like that at the podium, but it's important to be clear about what the senator said. She is going to vote to proceed with the debate on the budget resolution. She expressed reservations about the top line, which she's been clearly clear about, and other senators have said the same, but she's not standing in the way of moving this process forward.
Thanks, Dean. You've been clear that the position of the administration is around the importance of getting vaccinated, but I had a follow-up to Alex's question earlier, because a lot of Americans do not know if they are in an area with substantial or high levels of transmission. So while you are trying to get vaccination rates up, is it the position of the administration that local officials in those affected areas should bring back mask mandates?
Well, local officials are going to look at the vaccination rate in their area, and they have the flexibility to put that into place, to put mandates into place, as we've seen across the country. That is not our role here. As the federal government, we are not mandating mask wearing. We're following, again, CDC guidance, and we encourage local governments and states to adhere or to take a look at the guidance and make sure that they keep people safe, right? They keep their community safe and they keep people in their state safe. So that is what we encourage. And at the same time, I'm going to be a broken record on this because this is true. This is the case. We have to make sure we continue to get people vaccinated.
And a question with respect to Cuba and the ongoing policy review. I know there's a meeting today, but has there been any movement on actionable steps? Specifically, does the president plan to lift travel restrictions between the U.S. and Cuba and make it easier for Cuban Americans to send money to their relatives on the island, both of which are issues he campaigned on?
No, and both important issues that we understand to the Cuban people. So we're not going to preview any specific actions here. That is not something that I'm going to do from the podium. I will say that on the remittances, this is a complex issue that requires coordination with experts that will help to inform the administration's policies. So at the president's direction, the Department of Treasury and state will form a remittance working group to review available options to establishing those channels.
May I follow up, please, on Cuba? Right back here. May I follow up on Cuba, please? Thank you so much. You may have noticed those protests last week across the street from the White House. I don't know if you or anybody from the White House happened to speak to those protesters, but I did, and it's anecdotal, of course, but they say they see no difference between the policy of President Biden towards Cuba and the policy of former President Obama towards Cuba. Is the approach the same of those two presidents, of President Biden currently and the former President Obama?
So I'm going to be really clear here. So since day one, we have said many times, many times, that the Cuban Americans are the best ambassadors for freedom and prosperity in Cuba. That's what I said at the beginning. Today, the president is going to sit down and to meet with Cuban Americans and leaders at the White House. That's what he's going to do in just a few hours, to discuss the demonstrations and the administration's response. And so including applying new sanctions on Cuba, on Cuban leaders, and establishing internet access for the Cuban people. So we want to lift up the Cuban people, and that is going to be our focus. On July 22nd, the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assistant Control sanctioned one of the Cuban individuals and one Cuban entity for serious human rights abuses and the repression of peaceful pro-democratic protests in Cuba that began on July 11th. So we are going to continue to lift up the Cuban people, and we're going to have a conversation, as I just mentioned. The president will have one today, and we'll probably have more to read out from that. Go ahead, Jenny.
Thanks, Corinne. Just really quickly following up on someone's question on the eviction moratorium. You said that you've been working with Congress for some time now. Is there anything you can share in terms of who you've been talking with and when that started? Because Democratic leaders, quite frankly, seem pretty surprised that it's now their responsibility. Obviously, we know the Supreme Court decision has been out for a month. So what can you share in terms of that?
I don't have specific meetings or conversations to share. Look, what I want to make really clear is that we're going to work with Congress to get this done, because we understand the importance of the eviction moratorium to everyday people, especially after what we have seen this past year with COVID-19. That is a priority for us, and we work with Congress on so many different issues and have so many different conversations, and this is going to be a priority. And so we support what Speaker Pelosi is trying to do now.
Do you have any response to Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez calling your handling of the situation reckless and irresponsible? Because the White House hasn't shown leadership.
I disagree with the Congresswoman because, as I stated and I've laid out, from day one, we have been working on the emergency rental assistance. We have been making sure, working with local governments to get those funds out. Just last month, we saw $1.5 billion in just 1 month in rental assistance, which was more than the last 5 months. So we have been working very hard in a whole of government approach that we do here at this White House and this administration, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you. Back to Senator Sinema's comments, which she noted her reservations about the price tag. Do White House negotiators and the president support Senate Democrats scaling back the reconciliation deal?
Look, this is a process that we're going through. This is a negotiation process. We're going to continue to have to engage congressional members on the Hill when it comes to reconciliation and also clearly the bipartisan infrastructure deal. So we're not going to, I'm not going to stand here and trying to negotiate from the podium. I'm going to let congressional members do that. We'll work closely with them. We understand this, how incredibly critical this is. This is part of the Build Back Better plan that the president has put forward, his economic policy for this country, and he is all in on this. He brought people here, right, to work with both sides of the aisles to bring this bipartisan deal on the hard infrastructure, and we're going to continue as well with the whole Build Back Better plan.
And back to COVID, I know you said it's up to the CDC and health officials to lead on new recommendations, but has the White House or the president asked them to look at new restrictions, possible restrictions surrounding large group gatherings given the Delta variant transmission?
Again, we follow the science and we listen to public health officials. That's how we move forward with this.
Speaking of the science, Karine. Hi, switching topics. The Biden administration earlier this week laid out their plan on addressing root causes in Central America, including combating corruption in the region. It comes days after Guatemala's special prosecutor against impunity was fired. The State Department has suspended cooperation with Guatemala's Attorney General. So I guess how does this affect the White House's work in the region? And does this cause any setbacks?
Thank you for the question. Yes, this is something that we are very aware of. The situation in Guatemala, look, it's important to us to make sure that, that corruption is, as we're dealing with the Northern Triangle, is dealt with. Hold on a second, I did have something that I wanted to share with all of you. If I can find it really quickly, just give me a second. I don't have it with me. But it's something that we're aware of, and as you can imagine, as we're dealing with the Northern Triangle, as you just stated, it's critical and important that when we're dealing with these countries and talking about how we're going to help them with the root causes, that corruption, is not is something that doesn't affect the process that we're trying to make. And when we do deal with the Northern Triangle countries, it's not giving money directly to the government. It's working as well with the organizations on the ground. So that is also critical and important. And so we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going to stay focused on that as well. And we should have more to share on the Guatemala situation. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. Oh my goodness, give me 1 second. Our Fun Friday. Okay, for our last question for our Fun Friday Zoom, reporter hailing from Black Information Network, Vanessa, hey Vanessa Tyler, how are you? Oh, we cannot hear you. Can't hear you, Vanessa. I know. There are pets questions in the room, for sure.
Karine, how do you
test that is the Delta variant, that COVID is the Delta variant?
I don't understand the question.
How do you test when that is the dominant strain in the area when people just test whether they're COVID positive?
Well, we don't test it. We listen to public health and scientists, and they tell us that it's the Delta variant. I don't even understand. Why would they explain?
Explain their process of how they're determining it's the Delta variant.
I mean, that's what they are telling us. I laid out I laid out how contagious it was, and I laid out why we needed to act on the Delta variant. I laid out
but a lot of
why.
the answers we get is because they say so, without a lot of.
Well, they're the experts. It's not just they. These are scientists. These are experts. I just said that. Hold on one second. I just said that Dr. Lewinsky said just recently in her 20-year career, she had never seen a variant that was so contagious. So this is 20 years of her career. So this is absolutely a major problem that we are trying to deal with. That's why we heard from the president yesterday. That's why we keep talking about people need to get vaccinated. So that is the way that we're trying to move in this administration, making sure that we are protecting people here, making sure that we're dealing with this pandemic in a way that is effective, and that's how we're going to move forward. I'll take another question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Eugene. Go ahead, Eugene.
In April, the chief of staff told Playbook that the education department was reviewing whether the president could forgive student debt, and that review would be done in a matter of weeks, we're at a matter of months. So just wondering where that review stands.
This is the student.
So the president signing away 10,000 or 50,000, which is a big ask.
So I think we've been, the president, as you know, supports Congress providing 10,000 in student relief and debt relief, and he continues to look into what the debt relief actions can be taken administratively. I don't have an update on that at all right now at this moment. Look, the Department of Education is working in partnership with colleagues at the Department of Justice and the White House to review options with respect to debt cancellation. And so again, I don't have any update. Okay. We're gonna have to wrap up. We're gonna have to wrap up, guys. We're gonna have to wrap up. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh my gosh. Can we hear you now? We still can't hear you. I'm so sorry. Are you on mute?
Oh, it's something in the room.
Okay, so we're trying to hear you and we cannot. Vanessa, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you want to write a note? Let us know what your questions is. All right, Vanessa. We'll try next Friday. Okay.
I mean, we can play it on the laptop probably. This is the hush.
I can't hear her though.
Hold on. It's gonna take a second to catch up.
I can't hear her. All right, guys. Vanessa, we'll see you. We'll try and do it next week.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to be taking a quick 2-minute break right here. Oh, is he like their little keynote? Oh, just amazing. I think she's trying to say that she's free. I think it's freedom. Yes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we do continue on right here, getting an update from HHS, giving the latest COVID-19 update that they are providing from Health and Human Services right there, and we will be taking a listen here.
In communities of color and other underserved populations. We will hear from a panel of distinguished speakers, followed by the presentation of the task force members on their interim recommendations. As a reminder, this meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be available for viewing at a later time. All materials presented in this meeting will be available on the task force website at minorityhealth.hhs.gov/health equity task force. We are providing American Sign Language interpretation for those with hearing impairment. Closed captioning for this event is available at both the HHS live streaming channel and the Office of Minority Health YouTube channel. Members of the public have been invited to provide comments. As stated in the meeting notice published in the Federal Register, written comments will be accepted up to 7 days after the meeting. Please send comments to COVID-19 HETF@hhs.gov. With that, I turn it over to Dr. Marcela Nunez-Smith, Chair of the Task Force. Madam Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Captain Wu, and good day to everybody. Let me add my welcome to this, our 6th public-facing meeting of the U.S. COVID-19 Health Equity Task Force. A quick reminder up top about our charge. The President has charged this task force, and the task force includes people who are members of the U.S. government as well as non-federal members to provide recommendations for mitigating health inequities that have been caused or exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and so germane to today's discussions for preventing such inequities in the future. A quick recap, our prior public-facing meetings have focused on the data necessary to drive an equitable response and recovery. We've also focused on equity in vaccination access, building vaccine confidence, behavioral health, recognizing the importance of mental health in this work, xenophobia, discrimination, and their relationship to public health, long COVID, and equitable access to PPE, to testing, and to therapies. And each month, the task force has voted on interim recommendations specific to each of these key areas. We have taken a very broad lens in this equity work, focusing on communities and groups that have been minoritized, marginalized, medically underserved. And so importantly today, we are turning our attention to the future and future pandemics, identifying interim recommendations specific to pandemic preparedness and response planning. Of course, this current pandemic is not yet over. We are all living in the time of Delta, a variant that is more contagious, therefore of concern. Since we last convened publicly in June, Delta has become the dominant strain of the virus here in the United States. We can, each one of us, make personal choices and collective decisions that can get us all safely to the other side of this pandemic sooner, to a new and better normal, applying the lessons we've learned. Quite frankly, the future is now. The pandemic has accentuated the need for pre-positioned and robust safety nets for food, transportation, housing, education, income support, and family care, to protect working families, and the most vulnerable and at-risk populations. As we look back, we have to acknowledge that programs rolled out in response to COVID-19 took a long time to develop and launch. We have to shift to a proactive framework of anticipating basic needs before we are in the midst of a crisis. Far too many individuals lost their employer-sponsored health insurance, making them doubly vulnerable to the health and economic consequences. Already, going into the pandemic, too many were uninsured or underinsured. And now we know many exited the workforce, forced to because of caregiving responsibilities, disproportionately falling on women. As we think about targeting our resources, the ability to do so has been stymied by the lack of disaggregated and standardized data collection and reporting. Our outdated data infrastructure initially fell quite short on informing an equitable and real-time pandemic response. And of course, to talk about workforce, a public health workforce that was inadequate to meet the moment, even as our healthcare systems, those who care for us, were stretched beyond imagination. These workforce challenges experienced in those sectors, but also in multiple other sectors that we deemed essential. We have to be intentional, whether we're talking about people or policy or practice, that has been brought into such sharp relief. As we sit here today, we are at yet another important turning point in the narrative of this pandemic. There's been notable success, the development and distribution of multiple effective vaccines, hundreds of millions of doses administered safely. Over 80% of our elders are protected now from the worst of it. But important necessary work remains. And for some medical institutions, the government have not always proven trustworthy. We recognize this reality. We must always meet people where they are, being sure to prioritize collaboration with those partners who are trusted and trustworthy. Everyone deserves access to accurate information and to life-preserving resources. Trust can be restored and regained as we think together, not just about how to tackle the urgent health crisis, but also about the persistent, often ignored and dismissed health inequities that give rise to differential risk in the first place. And to this point, we have alarming news. Life expectancy in the US has declined, moving backwards. A decline of 1.5 years on average, 2 to 3 year decline for Black and Hispanic communities, a likely reality for other minoritized and marginalized groups as well. Without doubt, these calculations reflect the current COVID-19 pandemic and toll. But this downward trend, it predates the pandemic. And frankly, that may be the more alarming truth. And this despite trillions of dollars spent on healthcare in the US. And what this pandemic has made abundantly clear is social policy is health policy. We need a health in all policy strategy as we think about investments now that will reap benefit over generations. This is our work, the reimagining of a different and better post-pandemic reality. So as Captain Wu said, we have a packed agenda today. I want to say thank you in advance to today's 4 guest experts. We will hear from them in that first half of the meeting. To the task force committees, just another tremendous sprint this month for all the members. The work is organized across 4 subcommittees, and we'll hear more about that in the second half of the meeting. We're going to have those interim recommendations shared with everyone ahead of public comment, and then we'll turn for further deliberation as needed before we vote. So as I get ready to hand things back to Captain Wu, I also need to extend my deep appreciation to the federal staff team, to each individual task force member, to everyone working so hard behind the scenes to support this work. Your commitment, unwavering and inspiring. As well, we've had many subject matter experts join us these past few weeks, helping us think through this work and recommendations. And then many people who have joined me in stakeholder roundtables to share additional insights and perspectives. Invaluable all. So thank you so much for joining us today. And now we'll turn it back over to you for the roll call, Captain Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Task force members, when I call your name, you may respond with present. Okay. Ms. Myra Alvarez. Dr. Sarah Blythe.
Present.
Dr. Jessica Cardy-Shawn.
Present.
Dr. Richard Cho.
Present.
Dr. Pritesh Gandhi. Ms. Jamila Gleason.
Present.
Dr. James Hildreth.
Present.
Mr. Andrew Imperato.
Present.
Mr. Victor Joseph.
Present.
Ms. Jo Linda Johnson.
Present.
Dr. Jonae Caldoon.
Present.
Dr. Rachel Levine.
Present.
Dr. Octavio Martinez.
Present.
Dr. Marcela Nunes Smith.
Present.
Ms. Shannon Pajor.
Present.
Dr. Tim Putnam.
Present.
Mr. Vincent Torrenzo.
Present.
Ms. Mary Turner.
Present.
Dr. Homer Venters.
Present.
Mr. Bobby Watts.
Present.
Ms. Heiyang Yoon.
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum for the meeting.
Thank you so much, Captain Wu. Fantastic. I want to just take a moment up top to welcome a new member to the task force. We'll ask you please to introduce yourself. Ms. Jamila Gleason, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you all for having me. So for those of you who I have not met, my name is Jamila Minix Gleason. I am the new ex officio member from the Department of Labor. There I work with the Solicitor of Labor and I advise her on issues related to occupational health and safety, as well as our equity enforcement programs and our employee benefits programs enforcement work. I'm thrilled to be here and I've enjoyed working with you all, and I look forward to taking the task force works back to the Department of Labor and helping to implement some fantastic changes. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. Really important voice and perspective here with us. So great. Right. At this time, we would like to begin our engagement with our guest experts. We're so fortunate to have 4 guest experts joining us today. We're going to have what I would refer to as 2 mini panels. First, we're going to hear from leaders, experts kind of in public health and the public health workforce and public health opportunities and challenges. And then we'll turn to hearing from leaders and experts in healthcare and healthcare delivery systems and where challenges and opportunities are there. Let me begin by introducing Miss Lori Trimmel-Freeman. And she is the Chief Executive Officer at the National Association of County and City Health Officials. Some of us affectionately know that group as NACHO. And she's been the Chief Executive Officer there since May of 2018, having returned to the organization after previously serving as the Associate Executive Director. That was from 2010 to 2014. So currently in this role as CEO, Ms. Freeman works to ensure our country's nearly 3,000 local health departments have the capacity to deliver essential health services to their communities. Advocates for local public health within the U.S. governmental public health system and assuring strategic alliances and partnerships with a wide variety of federal, state, local, public, and private agencies and organizations to advance the health of our nation. Thank you so much, Ms. Freeman, for your leadership during these trying times and, of course, for joining us today. Welcome to the task force. The floor is yours.
It's a real pleasure of mine to be invited to speak before this group. Thank you so much. And thank you for all of the important work that you've been doing for the past 6 months or 8 months. It's hard to tell. Time flies so much. But I know the importance of your work and really looking forward to hearing the recommendations of this group. So let me share my screen and get started. I know our time is short. Okay, I am going to sort of work through this slide deck so that you have a better understanding of where we are with things in local governmental public health and what kinds of things we are considering as we look at health equity moving forward and out of this pandemic. These are my disclaimers. Feel free to read them at your leisure. But basically, the opinions, the findings, and conclusions are my own, and we do receive federal grant funding from a number of federal agencies that are noted here. A little bit about NACCHO. We represent the nearly 3,000 local governmental public health departments that are on the ground in communities across this country. And we are their professional organization, helping to provide technical assistance, lead on advocacy efforts, as well as provide technical assistance and ensure really that our local health departments have everything that they need to keep their communities safe and well. A little bit about the local public health landscape. On the bar side of this graph, you will see that a large proportion of our local health departments are actually pretty small. They serve populations less than 50,000 in their communities. And that represents just about 40-50% of the population of the country. Only a few health departments serve the bulk of the country's population and our largest health departments, and those are they number about 32 total health departments. So a wide variety and landscape of health departments across the country. The map here demonstrates a little bit about the governance of public health departments on the ground, and I like to show it just to show that there's a variety of governance structures as well across the country, which can sometimes complicate or make our lives interesting in terms of how we do our work and respond to emergencies. But a large portion of our health departments are units in and of themselves. They are their own governmental units. The dark blue areas are where the state operates the local health department. And then there are some that are mixed in terms of their governance model. The public health system is wide and big and broad and diverse and deep at that local level. And our local health departments make it their business to really work with a broad group of constituencies on the ground in their communities. These are the organizations that they work with. The graph on the right is from our profile study, which shows that many of our health departments are actually engaged in working with organizations much more deeply even than just
We'll take another quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Memorandums of understanding, written agreements in place that really drive that collaboration and partnership on the ground. I'm going to move into just some areas of our recent work involving vaccine. Just to demonstrate sort of how we look at health equity in terms of where we are in this pandemic, which right now front and center are vaccination efforts. This is from some work that we've done in partnership with ASTO, who's on this call today, and Mike Frazier, as well as the Association of Immunization Managers, Institute for Vaccine Safety, and the National Indian Health Board. And this is some work where we were trying to understand really how we can support equitable vaccine decision-making on the ground and do it with health equity in mind. So this is important work done in conjunction with Johns Hopkins that really has helped to us all to understand as organizations where we need to focus our efforts in communities like African American, Latinx, Native American communities where that hesitancy was high or vaccine uptake was low. We are also, just in general, local health departments typically have served their communities with immunization programs in general. Upwards of 90% of our health departments provide immunization services to the public in normal times. So this was a very natural place for local health departments to be able to support this pandemic response effort. What we did discover, even pre-pandemic, which is on the bottom of this slide, was that vaccine hesitancy and lack of confidence were the most significant barriers for local health department immunization programs to address, and that even prior to the arrival of COVID, over half of those efforts at the local level, half of those programs indicated that vaccine hesitancy was one of the single largest program barriers. So we headed into this pandemic really having an understanding that vaccine hesitancy would likely remain an issue, and obviously health equity it really shines a spotlight on where we can do better to address populations that are more marginalized in the sense of vaccine hesitancy and how they're impacted even more greatly. So this is really critical work that we continue to do throughout, even in non-emergency times, throughout pre-pandemic. We'll do it again in post-pandemic, but we're dealing with it very live, real time now. But what we found out with a study that we did last year during COVID was that nearly 90% of our health departments had to reassign their immunization staff to focus on COVID efforts, but they could only redirect about 17% of their funding to support COVID activities. So you can see the disparity there. And we also know that just through other studies as well, that immunization rates have fallen throughout pandemic, and we have a lot of makeup work to do, especially in communities that have already been most harmed from the pandemic and were harmed before the pandemic. A little bit about Aurora and Frontier. These are workforce projects that we have in place across the country to help build capacity in terms of the ability to do not only some of the vaccination immunization work, but also just in general response for COVID. So just a little flavor of how we're working across the country in various health departments to build that capacity, and especially in our rural and frontier areas where we also see health disparities more impactful in those communities for a number of different reasons. In terms of addressing equity for COVID-19, we know that targeting allocation, prioritizing vaccines, supporting people getting to their vaccine appointments, community-led outreach by people that look like the community that they're serving, strong communication campaigns, data is important to address equity at that lower level down to the most granular area of a community. Neighborhood by neighborhood is really important, and we have examples that can be shared for how local health departments across the country are really focused on and doing this various work to overcome some of the inequities that have appeared during the vaccine distribution. Other health department examples where health equity is being addressed on Pima County, Arizona, and DuPage County, really using that granular data that I was just referencing at that neighborhood level to social vulnerability index variables, as well as other data on where vaccines are distributed, help local health departments to make really strong decisions through the use of data to target their efforts more granularly, neighborhood by neighborhood, to try to drive up vaccine uptake and reduce that hesitancy factor. We're also seeing some exciting work in a few areas, Blackhawk County, Iowa, as well as Louisiana, who have really taken this moment in time as a teachable moment.
Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to some live aerials right now in Bel Air, California. We are taking a look here at this mansion because this is Osama bin Laden's brother's Bel Air estate, and it just got listed for $28 million. Now, this is coming from the New York Post here, where we'll be providing you some details here. So the brother purchased the Mediterranean villa-style mansion for $1.6 million at the time, what would be roughly $5.5 million in today's money, after accounting for 38 years of inflation. But according to the listing, he hasn't occupied the home since the September 11th attacks. It says on the listing that ready for redoing, owner has not been here for over 20 years. Despite its abandoned state, the property's price is based on land value only and location. Situated in the prestigious Lower Bel Air neighborhood, the residence spans 7,100 square feet on more than 2 acres of land and is made up of 7 bedrooms and 5 bathrooms. Built in 1931, the estate, made with concrete and painted pink, is only a few doors down from the Hotel Bel Air. Interior photos of the property are scarce due to its deteriorated state, but it appears several palm trees continue to survive, and the swimming pool and spa appear well maintained still at this moment here. The Post has reached out to Coldwell Banker Realty, who is representing the property, for comment. Bin Laden's brother, who had lived there with his former wife, a Los Angeles socialite with whom he shares the daughter with, employed full-time groundskeepers, household help, chauffeurs, and private security as well back in the day there that he was living. Following the September 11th attacks, the brother, who had been vacationing abroad at the time, never returned to the U.S., fearful of the notoriety that his last name would bring. A one-time University of Southern California student who, by his own admission, quote, never worked a day in his life, the brother rented out the property, and by 2010, it was used to shoot pornographic movies. The brother was one of 56 children born to Saudi Arabian construction tycoon Mohammed bin Awad bin Laden, who had 22 wives. And now we are taking a look here at these aerials, as this is the latest to join on the market there for $28 million. And with that, you are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we always provide live areas. And this looked like one time the pool there with the hot tub. Now, not so much there, as the owner not been there in the last 20 years. There's the spa area there as well that they had. All right, everybody, we will take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
even more greatly. So this is really critical work that we continue to do throughout, even in non-emergency times, throughout pre-pandemic. We'll do it again in post-pandemic, but we're dealing with it very live, real time now. But what we found out with a study that we did last year during COVID was that nearly 90% of our health departments had to reassign their immunization staff to focus on COVID efforts, but they could only redirect about 17% of their funding to support COVID activities. So you can see the disparity there. And we also know that through other studies as well, that immunization rates have fallen throughout pandemic, and we have a lot of makeup work to do, especially in communities that have already been most harmed from the pandemic and were harmed before the pandemic. A little bit about Aurora and Frontier. These are workforce projects that we have in place across the country to help build capacity in terms of the ability to do not only some of the vaccination immunization work, but also just in general response for COVID. So just a little flavor of how we're working across the country and various health departments to build that capacity, and especially in our rural and frontier areas where we also see health disparities more impactful in those communities for a number of different reasons. In terms of addressing equity for COVID-19, we know that targeting allocation, prioritizing vaccines, supporting people getting to their vaccine appointments, community-led outreach by people that look like the community that they're serving, strong communication campaigns, data is important to address equity at that lower level down to the most granular area of a community, neighborhood by neighborhood, is really important. And we have examples that can be shared for how local health departments across the country are really focused on and doing this various work to overcome some of the inequities that have appeared during the vaccine distribution. Other health department examples where health equity is being addressed on Pima County, Arizona, and DuPage County, really using that granular data that I was just referencing at that neighborhood level to use social vulnerability index variables, as well as other data on where vaccines are distributed, help local health departments to make really strong decisions through the use of data to target their efforts more granularly, neighborhood by neighborhood, to try to drive up vaccine uptake and reduce that hesitancy factor. We're also seeing some exciting work in a few areas, Black Hawk County, Iowa, as well as Louisiana, who have really taken this moment in time as a teachable moment to hire health equity strategists for their community. And in Black Hawk County, the goal is really for that community level health equity strategists to be working for the community as a whole, not as just for the health department, but to bring together parts and pieces and groups in the community to look through a health equity lens at everything that the community is doing to address equitable services and equitable uptake of the vaccine, just equity in general, health equity in general for that community. In Coconino County, Arizona, they really targeted their communications efforts by dispelling facts or dispelling myths and with countering myths with facts and really targeting messaging to different groups using different strategies that identified with the groups. And then there are some other examples here in Ingham County. They really focused on the RIM population and assuring that their Hispanic population felt directly connected with by members of the community that they recognized and that they trusted. We also have seen a lot of work with faith-based partnerships, which we know is important to really get more deeply into community and community reach. And these are some of the examples out of Oklahoma City, Champaign-Urbana, and the city of San Antonio, who utilized their faith-based community to reach populations that were difficult to message to, where we needed some really trusted messengers in that community, and where we could actually use Congress sites, church sites, and other congregation sites to host vaccine clinics and informational clinics. We are so excited, too, to be working with the White House and other partners on the Shots at the Shop vaccine hesitancy to vaccine confidence campaign. And NACHA's role in this really is once a shop owner proceeds to take the training and get qualified to be an educator for their community, we reach in and we do that soft handshake between the shop owner and the health department to ensure that that shop owner can rely on the health department to try to set up a vaccine clinic or provide an educational program to their customers, and really also strengthen that community relationship at the neighborhood level, not just for COVID, but moving beyond COVID. These are important relationships to continue to have in place as we work after COVID to ensure that we're addressing health equity at all times. And of course, I'm speaking to the choir here, but health equity and social justice capacity building issues and opportunities. There are many of them, but we really believe in focusing on cultivating that shared understanding of health equity between the health departments, the people that serve those departments, and the community members, and ensuring that businesses and other members of the community understand what health equity is and what their role is in addressing it, translating our knowledge to practice, really honoring that community voice, ensuring that community voice isn't just heard, but is part of the entire process from start to finish, and that it's not tokenistic at all, and really forging alliances across many different partners in the community to deeply reach into that community to address health equity and social justice. I always like to point out our Roots of Health Equity online course, which has trained thousands of health workers, public health workers, but many, many others as well. You can check it out. It's free of charge. It really gives you a good basic understanding of the roots of health inequity and how really, more importantly, how we can turn the course and make changes systemically that will reduce health inequity or remove them permanently. On the recommendations, and I'll wrap up with these, we would love to encourage partnerships with our local health departments and community-based organizations, really integrate local health department into local planning and state planning and federal planning. We have a very big data issue within this country right now, so we need to improve how data flows and how it's utilized when and where possible, and how it needs to inform decisions and really drive programs. We need to integrate community voice into planning, as I mentioned before, and we need to go beyond health in all policies here, and really it should be health and racial equity in all policies rather than just health in all policies. We need to integrate both equity but also racial equity in all policies, and incorporate sustainability in planning. And then finally, more broadly, support local health departments on the front lines of the COVID-19 response. They've been working nonstop for many months, and often on the ground at that level are receiving the brunt of the public reaction to public health orders and other things intended to keep the community safe, but often seen as political. We need to strengthen that governmental public health partnership to harness and leverage really that expertise on the ground that our health departments can provide, and that long tenure that they serve there. They live, they play, they work in their communities. There's nobody better really to help inform the practices and the policies and the work in that community than our local health officials. We need to invest in ground level COVID-19 vaccine deployment infrastructure and continue to build that, work to restore that support and trust in public health that we've lost during this pandemic, and then really bolster those long-term investments to help to build that infrastructure of public health at all of our levels of public health, local, state, and federal, improve our workforce, address health and racial equity in all policies, and really work on that data monetization element as well. And then finally, maintain and grow these innovations that we've experienced during COVID so we can build upon them for the future and invest more in things that work. This is my contact information. Always happy to talk with anybody at any time about local governmental public health, and I really thank you for the opportunity to address you all today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Freeman. Really tremendous, and so grateful to the work of nature. Really appreciate those examples that you've given from around the country and the specific recommendations for the task force to take into consideration. Hopefully you can stick around. We'll hear from Dr. Fraser next, and then we'll be able to engage with the members of the task force for any follow-up questions. So it's my pleasure to next introduce Dr. Michael Fraser, who Ms. Freeman referenced during her comments and remarks. Dr. Fraser is the Chief Executive Officer at the Association of State and Territorial Health Officials, or AASHTO, and that's the national nonprofit organization representing the public health agencies of the United States, the U.S. territories, and freely associated states, and Washington, D.C. Dr. Fraser has been advancing AASHTO's mission as an advocate, voice, and resource for state and territorial public health officials since August of 2016. And prior to joining AASHTO, served as Executive Vice President and CEO of the Pennsylvania Medical Society, CEO of the Association of Maternal and Child Health Programs, and Deputy Executive Director of the National Association of County and City Health Officials. It's all full circle. I will take a moment to say, of course, I only have time for very, very brief bios here, but please do refer to the website for the longer bios of all of our guest experts do a little bit more justice by way of all their expertise. So Mike, Dr. Fraser, welcome here today. The floor is yours. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nunez-Smith. Thank you especially for your opening remarks. I think your note about declining life expectancy was unfortunately correct and a call to action in and of itself. So thanks for your leadership, and thanks to the task force members for your critical recommendations, which we're going to use with our state and territorial leaders in their future planning efforts. We are joined by several AASHTO alumni or current members. As you know, Dr. Caldoun is the Chief Medical Executive in Michigan, and our current Assistant Secretary for Health, Dr. Rachel Levine, is the former Secretary of Health for Pennsylvania. So it's great that those folks were part of this task force, and we love working with both of them. AASHTO is the professional home and community for state and territorial health officials. And as Lori noted in her presentation, these are tough jobs generally, and certainly tough jobs today. I think in shaping my comments today, I just wanted to share a few framing remarks about our work around health and racial equity, and then specifically to the question we were asked to address, what should we be thinking about in terms of future pandemic preparedness when it comes to equity? I'll have a few remarks to share there. Equity is core to the work of state and territorial public health. And our vision at AASHTO is to achieve state and territorial health agencies advancing health equity and optimal health for all. And we do that through technical assistance, we do that through advocacy, and we do that through leader development and community building. AASHTO's work focuses on health and racial equity, which was a nuance that Lori shared at the end of her presentation. Health equity to us means addressing inequities in all kinds of groups and diverse populations that comprise our great nation. Racial equity focuses specifically on racial equity and acknowledging the impact of racism on disparate health outcomes that we experience in our country. And our AASHTO Board of Directors passed a policy statement in April that affirmed our support nationwide for this work. The policy statement called Achieving Optimal Health for All by Eliminating Structural Racism contains 4 components that are not COVID specific, but certainly apply to COVID and to our discussions of what we need to do next and better in our next pandemic. It acknowledges structural racism as a fundamental cause of health disparities and recognizes the role that public health agencies, both local and state, play in eliminating racism. It recommends that state and territorial health officials lead internal organizational change efforts to address structural racism within their own organizations and to support racial healing and transformation. It supports jurisdiction-wide efforts to address and eliminate structural racism and advance health equity. And it recommends partnerships and collaborations that support local, territorial, tribal, and state initiatives to address structural racism. And I put that out there because I think in the context of our work, that policy statement is really our North Star when it comes to equity, both health and racial equity. I also, of particular note to this committee, given your national scope, want to point out it's very important that in the committee's recommendations and considerations that you address the different ways that Americans living in our Atlantic and Pacific territories are treated in several federal programs, including the Medicaid program. The task force may want to make special note of the issues that impact equity in these diverse parts of our country. Clearly, Medicaid policy is different in those places. The impact of the Veterans Administration and the Department of the Interior on health policy and pandemic preparedness in the region are different from the rest of the nation. And the health needs of that region are increasingly being taxed by both sea level rise as well as infectious and non-infectious disease threats. The entire Pacific region had declared a chronic disease emergency or a non-communicable disease emergency well prior to COVID. And COVID only added to that disease burden. So we have lots of work going on in the areas of health and racial equity with support from federal agencies, from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, from the Kellogg Foundation, and others. We are focusing on cultivating and growing diverse leadership in state and territorial health agencies through a program called the Diverse Executives Leading Public Health Program. We're supporting public health leaders in the implementation of the policy recommendations that I previously referenced. We're supporting public health equity fellows as part of a Lead for America program. Right now, we're piloting that with 8 states, and we hope to expand that. We're working to identify best practices in addressing health and racial equity as a public health issue at the state and territorial level, and really thinking through what are states doing concretely that we can share in the literature and with peers. We're supporting our affiliate organization, which is the National Association of State Offices of Minority Health, which includes state directors of minority health and health equity at the state level. We're identifying successful strategies to address and ultimately eliminate racial disparities in health status within the states and territories. We're developing sustainability plans with states for the new community health workers and how to get them and retain them in public health. We're supporting states that are currently funded by CDC grants around health equity to think about technical assistance.
All right, you're watching Live Now from Fox. This is the Health and Human Services update, coronavirus update, talking about the Delta variant, answering a lot of those questions and how local municipalities are going to be handling recent surges in the virus in cases. One of those states that's really struggling with a surge in cases right now is Louisiana. We're going to go out to Governor Edwards here as he is speaking live. So we'll listen in here on Live Now.
Louisianans, again, vaccinated and unvaccinated, for reasons that Joe will get into more in just a moment. But suffice it for me to say that the effectiveness on the vaccine was initially and is today measured in terms of the protection it affords against severe cases of COVID, cases that result in hospitalizations and deaths. It was not to prevent infections and infectiousness. And unfortunately, we are seeing breakthrough cases, and those breakthrough cases are infectious. And with the Delta variant, it's infectiousness to a degree that quite frankly is alarming, even in all of those individuals who don't have a severe case of the disease themselves. It can be a mild case and doesn't require hospitalization or much treatment at all, but they are very contagious. And that's what the new data is showing. That's what we're continuing to pour over. But that clearly is why masking is so important for vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. So the Delta variant is a game changer. And at this point, it's not whether we vaccinate or mask. We have to do both. You know, when the facts change and you learn new things, as in the field of epidemiology and science you do all the time, you have to change your approach. You can't keep doing the same thing and just hope for a better outcome. And that is why the Department of Health last week here in Louisiana actually recommended to me that we make that change and start recommending that individuals be masked, whether or not they are vaccinated, because the data was so compelling in what the trends were. And then earlier this week, you saw the CDC come out and do the same thing. But we're getting much more information, and it's coming in rapidly. We will be looking through all of that and make the best possible decisions going forward. I'm going to ask Joe to come up now and to speak to you all. He's obviously got a lot of information for you, and then I'll come back up once he's finished with that. I would ask you to address your questions to Joe while he's up here as best you can, and then I will take your questions in a few moments as well.
Good afternoon. Governor, on behalf of myself, Dr. Phillips, and the Department of Health, we thank you for your leadership. Continue on this. I'll tell you in complete sincerity, it is unbelievable to be back where we are right now. Literal shock, and I think some disbelief too. And it is not an over-exaggeration to say it is as bad now as it has been at any point in the pandemic. And what's scarier than that is that the trajectory really has not yet showed any signs of slowing. I think we take some comfort in knowing that we have been here 3 times before, and we know how to get out of this. And as the governor said, it's getting vaccinated, and right now, because we are in a surge, it's doing the extra steps of masking. And from the data that we're looking at, it really does seem that the only way that we are going to effectively mitigate this surge and turn this thing around is if both people who are unvaccinated and vaccinated mask. That really is what is going to be needed to stop the transmission. I'm going to go through some updated data points, give some perspective of where we are and what we're looking at, talk about the recommendations that are out there now, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions afterward. You've seen this version of the slide many times now, and I'll walk you through it again. It really does continue to be remarkable in how bad it has gotten so quickly. Yet again, I should say, in Louisiana. On the top left, you see COVID-like illness. This is the percent of ER visits this past week in the state that are attributable to people seeking care because of symptoms suggestive of COVID, like fever, cough, shortness of breath, malaise, and so forth. We are now up to 11.7% of all ER visits is somebody coming in with COVID-like symptoms. And you'll note, if you can go back to the previous slide, please, you'll note that is the highest point that we have ever been in this pandemic. We have never had more people coming into emergency departments across the state with COVID-like symptoms as we do right now. And if you reach out to anyone that works in a hospital, they will tell you they feel that. The hospitals are literally bursting at the seams right now, and this shows why that is. On the top right of this graph, you'll see incidence, which is the number of new cases of COVID diagnosed every day, smoothed out over a 7-day average. We are now, if you want to look at it over a week's average, 349 new cases per 100,000 residents of Louisiana over a 7-day period. That's up 182% over the past 2 weeks, and it's up 923% over the past month. It's now higher than the first 2 surges we had. It's not yet as high as that third surge, that Christmas and New Year's surge. But as you'll note from that graph, there's not any sign yet that it's slowing. Not a single sign yet that this very steep rate of increase is slowing. You know, with COVID, transmission begets more transmission. And we'll talk about Delta in a second, but it's more infectious. And the preliminary data coming out now suggests that one person infected with Delta will then infect an average of 6 to 10 other people. It's hard to turn that around if you don't change behavior. On the bottom left, you'll see percent positivity, which is those orange bars on the bottom. We are now at 13.2% of all COVID tests are coming back positive. And we've not been that high since January 6th of this year. The purple line on top of that is testing volume, and as you might expect, testing volume has gone up the past couple of weeks as there's been more exposures and more people have these type of symptoms. We're on track to have a decent amount over 500,000 tests conducted in the month of July, and we haven't been in that range for a good 3 or 4 months. On the bottom right, you'll see the number of patients hospitalized with COVID throughout the state, and this is really the graph that we have the most focus on because we cannot jeopardize the ability of our hospitals to provide acute care to either COVID or non-COVID patients. We cannot jeopardize that. As of today, we have 1,740 hospitalized patients with COVID throughout the state. That number has increased by a factor of 7 times higher than it was a month ago. And again, just like cases, absolutely no indication yet that it is slowing. There's no question this is due to Delta. About 83% of all new cases of COVID in Louisiana are Delta, and now the national number is pretty much the same as that. Delta has swept across this country, and I will tell you, I have very little doubt that what we are experiencing here, other states are likely to experience in the near future too. But Delta is clearly more transmissible, it's more virulent, it's more aggressive than anything that we have seen yet. I'll talk more about that in a second. But that rate of increase for hospitalizations, now higher than that summer surge where we capped out at 1,600. And in that winter surge, we capped out at just a tick above 2,000. And if we continue on the pace that we are now, we'll likely hit that point very, very early next week, within a few days. We can go to the next slide, please. To illustrate this point one more time, we have more patients presenting to hospitals with signs and symptoms suggestive of COVID. 11.7% of all ER visits in the state this past week, more than at any point in the past during this pandemic. 45 hospitals as of this morning have reached out to us for help, asking us for help with staff. You'll remember during the first surge, we were worried about ventilators and PPE. That was our limiting factor. Later in the pandemic, physical space was our limiting factor. You know, thankfully we have enough PPE, we believe, right now, and we have enough ventilators because we've invested in both of those over the past year. And we think we still have some physical space. But because it's tough to get nurses these days after a very traumatic year for nurses, hospitals are having a really hard time staffing up. And we don't have the staff that we need to meet this burden. That's why 45 hospitals reached out for help, which we are working with them closely across a range of options to bring in auxiliary staff, but it's not easy because the nursing shortage is not a state issue, it's a national issue right now. What hospitals have to do when they reach capacity is a couple things, and these are all difficult decisions that hospitals have made on their own volition. They have to cancel or postpone non-emergent procedures. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound that bad, but it really has consequences. And most non-emergent procedures are only non-emergent for so long. You put them off long enough, they become emergent procedures. And for someone who was scheduling a cancer procedure, removal of tumor, an important hip replacement that will allow them to get out of a wheelchair and walk, colonoscopies, biopsies. The postponement of these procedures have real consequences, and sometimes they're hard to measure even, but real consequences. And hospitals know 100% the consequences of these actions, and they have no other choice right now. They have to preserve capacity, staffing capacity, to care for the patients that are walking in about to die. That's the choice that they're making, and they have to make that choice, and this has real consequences. Hospitals also, the bigger tertiary referral centers, have to go on what they call diversion, which means they can no longer accept transfers. Most of the time, a transfer is not a lateral transfer. A transfer usually means that you're in a small, outlying rural hospital that does not have subspecialty care in a lot of areas. And the level of severity of a patient's illness exceeds the capacity of that small hospital to care. They don't have a neurosurgeon. They don't have a pediatric oncologist. They don't have whatever specialty it is that that patient needs, and that patient needs to be transferred in to a tertiary referral center. We are blessed with incredible hospital institutions in this state, backed by excellent academia, state-of-the-art, that are full, and the patients that need their help, that have the unfortune of living just a few miles outside of that parish, right now can't get in to receive the care that they need because, as I heard a colleague of mine say yesterday, there's no room in the inn. That has consequences too, and I think we're going to feel that more over the next week. There are some reasons why so many people are coming into the ER now with these type of symptoms, both COVID and non-COVID related. Non-COVID, we have a lot of RSV right now. RSV is a respiratory virus that we see every year, but never this early in the year. And there's a whole other conversation about why we're seeing so many cases this early. It's unusual to see that. Suffice it to say, it's taxing on hospitals, particularly children's hospitals, that are treating these patients now in greater numbers than they usually do this early in the season. We also have a lot of people that think they have COVID and very well might, coming in with relatively mild symptoms or because they need a test. And I do want to ask the people of Louisiana to be cognizant of this right now. Because hospitals are so very busy, because emergency departments are so very busy, I am asking you, if you have mild symptoms, or if all you need is a test, please try and avoid emergency departments if possible. If all you need is a test, please look at other testing options. If your symptoms are very mild, I advise you to test outside of a hospital and stay home until your symptoms get worse, particularly to preserve the ability of hospitals to care for people that are more acute, more severe. If you do not know the best place to get tested in your area, call 211. I'll tell you, almost any large commercial chain pharmacy now offers testing. Testing is available at a number of other areas, including sites operated by the Louisiana Department of Health and the National Guard. 211 can connect you. If all you need is a test, or if your symptoms are very, very mild, please avoid a hospital for those services if you can right now, until we get out of this surge. I'll also advise that the symptoms of COVID can be very vague, and sometimes you can miss them. Even good docs can miss them if they're not always thinking about COVID. And now that we're in the surge that we're in, COVID is 1, 2, and 3 on your list when you have any type of symptoms in terms of consideration. The classic symptoms of COVID are cough, fever, and shortness of breath. But there are a lot of minor symptoms that can easily be COVID that you might not realize. Sinus infection, runny nose, feeling tired, stomach aches. All of those can be COVID. Sore throat can be COVID. So I would advise people, if you have any of these symptoms at all, talk to your doctor, and physicians out there, be very broad in your testing, because the more COVID that we can identify, we can advise those individuals to be careful to quarantine and reduce the spread of that. If you are diagnosed with COVID and you are not sick enough to be in the hospital, there is a treatment available that will help keep you out of the hospital. It's called monoclonal antibodies. The main one being given now is called Regeneron. And it's very effective at keeping people who aren't that sick from needing hospitalization if it's given quickly, if it's given within the first few days of somebody having symptoms. If you are diagnosed with COVID and you're early in that process and you're not in a hospital, I strongly advise you call your doctor or your medical provider, ask if monoclonal antibodies are indicated for you. And if they are, ask for their help to get you connected. Most hospitals in the state right now offer this treatment. It's given by infusion that usually takes an hour. It is effective at keeping people out of the hospital, and we can use every hospital bed saved right now that we can get. The next slide, please. We've shown this chart many, many times. It hasn't changed in a couple of weeks. When you look out on COVID-like illness, on new cases and hospitalizations, both as a state and all 9 of our regions, we continue to increase. Not only are we at relatively historic levels, how high we are, but the rate continues to go up. Each of these 3 categories, each of the 9 regions of the state. Next slide, please. I want to talk a little bit about COVID in children, and I want to come back to this point, but Delta is different. The Delta variant is different in a number of ways. It's more transmissible, it's more powerful, it infects people in a way that makes them have up to 1,000 times more virus in their body than the prior variants did. And unfortunately, it seems to be more apt to make kids sick. We are seeing more children sick with COVID now with Delta than we have at any other point in this pandemic. And what you see here is a graph of new cases broken out by age groups. And the number 1 age group in terms of new cases, 18 through 29-year-olds, followed second by people under the age of 18. These are people who are getting COVID, spreading COVID, and in rare but growing numbers of cases, getting very sick from COVID. I'll tell you, the average age of the hospitalized COVID patient in Louisiana right now is 54, and a month ago it was 64. Next slide, please. I wanted to break up a little bit more granular these pediatric infections. So this is that same graph, just zoomed in on the age groups less than 30. Leading that is age groups 26 to 30, but just behind that is 12 to 17. And I make this point because people who are between that age group of 12 to 17 are eligible to get vaccinated. And only 12% of them across the state have right now. But we're seeing those individuals get sick. In the past 2 days, we have had 7 new cases of multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children reported to the Louisiana Department of Health. That's the largest number in the shortest period of time of any point in the pandemic. All of those 7 individuals were not fully vaccinated. 4 of those 7 individuals remain in the pediatric ICU. And these cases can get very, very severe. I fear that we're going to see more of these in the coming weeks. This variant, this Delta variant, is attacking children in a way that we have not seen at any prior point in the pandemic. The next slide, please. Yet again, we had discussed this last week. Yet again, Louisiana leads the nation in the number of new cases per capita. We are the leading state in the nation in the number of new cases per capita without any sign of slowing right now. Next slide. If you look at the whole country, the heat map here of new cases is really centered around us and Arkansas and Missouri. I have little doubt that this is going to spread to other states, and while we remain in the bottom 5 states for vaccinations, there's a whole lot of states that are only a few percentage points above us, and I don't think that's going to provide sufficient protection against this. There's going to be a lot more learned about how Delta spreads in the coming weeks. Most of that is going to come from data from Louisiana to the benefit of other states. We have been in this position before. We've been in the leading edge of these outbreaks before, and at this point, I think we know what we have to do to mitigate it. I'll tell you, the vaccines remain the single best way to protect one against the complications of COVID. Next slide, please. Over the past week, 90.4% of all new cases of COVID reported to us were in individuals who were not fully vaccinated. In that past week, 85% of all deaths, COVID deaths reported to us were in individuals who were not yet fully vaccinated. And of the 1,740 hospitalized COVID patients in the state today, 89.3% of them are not fully vaccinated. As the governor said, when you get vaccinated, you then have a 25-time reduction in your likelihood of dying from COVID, a 25-time reduction in your likelihood of being hospitalized with COVID, and an 8-time reduction in your likelihood of simply contracting COVID. I want to talk about that part a little bit more. What is different about Delta? And there is a growing body of evidence on this now, and the CDC just an hour or so ago put out a new report really honing in on what I'm going to talk about right now that we're going to spend some time reviewing over the weekend. But if you do get infected with the Delta variant, despite being vaccinated, what the data now suggests is you have an equal ability to transmit the Delta variant, the virus, to somebody else as somebody who is not fully vaccinated. In other words, of people who do get infected, and again, remember, if you're fully vaccinated, you have an 8 times reduction in your chance of getting infected. But if you do get infected, what the data suggests now is that the viral load, the amount of virus in your body, is just as high as the amount of virus in somebody who's infected with Delta and is not vaccinated. Inferring that people who are fully vaccinated and do get infected likely are able to spread it just as easily as people who are not vaccinated. That is the reason why the mask recommendation has been extended to people who are unvaccinated and vaccinated as well. Because it seems like with the preliminary data and with what was released today on very quick glance, it seems like the risk of transmission in vaccinated or unvaccinated is the same if you do get COVID. As the governor said, we saw preliminary signs of this in our own data last week, which led the state of Louisiana and the Department of Health to recommend masking regardless of vaccination status last week. The CDC did the exact same thing a few days later. The exact same thing a few days later, and the data continues to grow, pointing to equal transmissibility of people who are infected, vaccinated, and unvaccinated. You take a step back, as the governor said, the value in getting vaccinated remains extreme. There is every reason in the world to get vaccinated. It protects you against dying, it protects you against being hospitalized. But the protection is not absolute. And sometimes you need more protection. And we understand this in all types of other scenarios in life. Let me give you one example. If it's raining outside, if it's mild rain, you put on a raincoat, you go outside, you're going to be well protected against that rain.
You've been listening in to this press conference out of Louisiana as they are reporting some of their highest numbers yet in this coronavirus pandemic. We're going to step away from this COVID-19 news to head out to a live event that's going on in Houston, Texas right now. You're going to hear from the family of a woman who was involved in a violent altercation with the Harris County Sheriff's Office. That video now going viral. They're going to explain right now.
Family, also known as Iris, we got the call that she had a connection to us. Iris is a DACA recipient. She's a former DACA recipient, and because of a couple of challenges in her life, which we're about to talk about, she was unable to renew her work permit in January of this year. She was in an altercation with the Harris County Sheriff's Office Department a couple of days ago, and there is a video circling online that went viral. What we are hoping to do today is to ask once again for transparency, and we're asking once again for our families to be treated in the same manner that any other family was, and to be able to get the answers that they deserve. Up until today, up until this time, they have yet to be able to see Iris. They don't know her condition, and they have not physically been able to talk to her ever since the altercation happened. Obviously, this family is very concerned because they don't know the state of their loved one. And at the same time, we are asking the Harris County Sheriff's Office, as well as the other offices, to investigate this and to come to a full resolve for the family. The images in the video are quite disturbing because it clearly shows an excessive use of force by police officers. So what we're asking for is what led to this, and we're asking for transparency to make sure that procedure was followed when it came to Iris. We understand now, at this point, that Iris was suffering from mental health issues, and she has had mental health issues for a very long time. And because of the family's immigration status and because of a variety of factors, they have not been able to get the full support and the full resources that should be available to them. So, as always, we're giving the Harris County Sheriff's Office the benefit of the doubt. And once again, we're asking for a full investigation and for full transparency, and if need be, for either charges or disciplinary actions be taken against these officers who are clearly seen using excessive force on Iris. So, hoy tenemos a la familia en la mañana, se nos llamó por las familias de Esther González, conocida como Iris, aquí con nosotros, y ella, la familia de Isis, nos explicó que ella ha tenido problemas mentales ya por varios años. Isis es una recipiente de DACA, aunque este año por una situación, otra crisis que ella tuvo, otra falta de recursos que ella tuvo, ella no pudo renovar su permiso de trabajo. Hace unos días ocurrió un altercado con miembros de la fuerza del Harris County.
So as they go into Spanish here, just want to break in, give you a little more background information on FIEL, F-I-E-L. This is an advocacy group for immigrant families and students. They say that they advocate for just laws for immigrant youth, their families, access to higher education for people regardless of immigration status. They say that they actually knew this woman who got in this altercation. We're hoping to find a little bit of that video that, again, went viral over the internet, but it's likely that they will be showing it in this press conference, and we're going to hear from the family right now, and it does look like they're going to show the video. Let's watch.
Damn.
So as you can see, Iris is surrounded by various officers, including these officers right here, but there, she seems like she's just fighting, trying to defend herself, but she's not brandishing a weapon or anything like that. And once again, we don't know what her state of mind was leading up to that, but that's the other thing that we're hoping to see. Obviously, the family is very affected by this. And obviously they have seen this, they have been sent this video numerous times, and we are asking for clarity from the Harris County Sheriff's Office as well as other entities involved. So, obviamente este video afecta mucho a la familia, se lo han mandado ya muchísimas veces. Y lo que queremos es que ellos tengan, se pueda resolver su caso y ellos puedan tener las respuestas que ellos merecen. Vemos en el video que ISIS llega a un punto donde se está...
So we really didn't get a good look at that video. I'm going to bring it up for you right here. This is the video that they are talking about that's going viral over Instagram accounts right now. You can see Harris County Sheriff's officers on the side of this building, the corner of this building right here. We don't know what led up to this event, what happened with this woman beforehand. We are going to hear from her family members right now, though.
I can do a synopsis of her at the end. I don't know what you guys would prefer.
Cynthia Calderon.
Calderon. A synopsis at the end? Okay, so we'll have her first give her statement in Spanish, and then we'll quickly translate it into English afterwards. So no la voy a interrumpir, usted hable y diga lo que tenga que decir. Okay?
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cynthia Calderón. Primero que nada, lo que nosotros buscamos es justicia para mi hermana, que esto no se quede así, queremos llegar hasta las últimas consecuencias y también pedimos que queremos verla porque ayer fuimos a la cárcel para poderla ver y no nos dejaron entrar. Ahora venimos saliendo de la corte porque tenía corte a las 9 de la mañana y tampoco estuvo presencial porque está con el médico y pues nosotros queremos que se esclarezca todo y llegar hasta las últimas consecuencias.
¿Qué fue lo que pasó? ¿Por qué intervinieron con ella?
Pues realmente no sabemos. Nosotros solo sabemos lo que vimos en el video y pues como le digo, queremos llegar hasta las últimas consecuencias, que se esclarezca todo y queremos saber si podemos ver los videos policiales de las cámaras corporales para que se esclarezca todo.
Dicen que ella tiene algunos problemas mentales. ¿Cómo es ella? ¿Y qué problemas son estos? Y si ella podría realmente ser una amenaza para algún servidor público, ser una persona violenta de acuerdo a sus problemas mentales.
Ella padece de esquizofrenia y bipolaridad. No creo que ella sea una amenaza para un servidor público.
¿Puede contar la historia desde los 17 años?
Sí, bueno, nosotros venimos de Honduras, ¿verdad? Y pues, bueno, lo voy a contar a relucir desde los 17 años. Ella se iba de la casa, aparecía, luego se volvía a ir, y no fue hasta que la internaron en el hospital que nos dimos cuenta que ella padecía de esquizofrenia. Y a raíz de eso, hace como 4, creo, 5 años, no recuerdo, es que le diagnosticaron la esquizofrenia a ella.
¿Y bipolaridad?
Sí.
So in short, this is Isa's sister. ¿Cuál es su nombre completo?
Cynthia Calderón.
No, de Isis.
Isis Gabriela Calderón.
So her name, even though she appears in Harris County detention as Esther Gonzalez, her name is Isis Calderon. So Isis has suffered from mental health issues since she was 16, excuse me. And that's when she started kind of leaving her house, started wandering around the neighborhood. And then she's been in and out of mental health care and institution, and she's now she's at the point where we don't know what led to what happened to her in this video, but the family at this moment asks for them to be able to see footage, because up until today they still don't know what happened that led to this, and they do not know why this had to happen to begin with. I mean, we know that she had issues with police prior, but obviously, as you can see in the video, we feel once again that there's an excessive use of force when ISIS is just not doing anything, and this officer in particular continues to strike and kick ISIS. So, una de las cosas que queremos también recalcar es que queremos saber qué llevó a este punto. Sabemos que que algo puede haber pasado que nos llevó a este punto, pero lo que sí queremos hacer claro, si queremos una respuesta, es que cuando vemos que ISIS ya no está peleando, que se está tratando de proteger, este oficial en particular todavía continúa a golpear y a patear a ISIS en lo que ya se está haciendo para atrás.
So you summed up the statement, is that correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, did you answer the questions that were asked also?
So the question that was asked, ¿qué pregunta era?
¿Cuáles son sus
Oh,
padecimientos
so
y ella puede ser
what
una
she what was she diagnosed with? She was diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar, and a bipolar disorder, and the family was trying to get adequate care, but it was difficult because she kept going in and out of the system. And the second question was, okay.
Si ella podía ser una persona violenta que puede llevar a un tipo de agresión.
So ¿ustedes creen que puede ser una persona violenta?
No creo que sea una persona violenta. Y también pienso de que, o sea, no era necesario de que ellos hicieran, son 3 personas contra una sola. O sea, no creo que haya sido necesidad de ser tan violentos con ella.
So the question was asked if they believe she was a violent person, and the answer is no, we don't believe that she was a violent person, but more importantly is that if there was 3 officers there, what led them to be so violent with her at that time. And from what we understand right now, is she was indeed not brandishing a weapon. There wasn't an immediate threat that led to this result. But we don't know the full story because, once again, we have not been able to see the video. So that's one of the important things that we ask, is that the sheriff is very diligent in releasing the video so then the family and the community can get answers. So una de las cosas que queremos también esclarecer es que no sabemos qué llevó a esto, por qué ellos usaron tanta fuerza, si hasta como entendemos en este momento, ISIS no produjo ninguna pistola o arma para intimidar a los oficiales. Y lo que pedimos es que sabemos que pueden salir otros detalles, o queremos que por lo menos a la familia se le deje ver los videos para que podamos así tener las respuestas para la familia y para la comunidad.
¿Por qué 2 nombres? ¿Por qué Gabriela Esther en corte y ella se llama Isis Gabriela?
Porque ella no está bien mentalmente. Ella no recuerda su nombre.
So why the 2 names? Why does one name appear on the court docket and another name? She has another legal name because she's not well mentally, so she sometimes goes by one name or another name because she herself has trouble remembering her name or knowing who she is.
Dicen que no la han visto, fueron a la cárcel, no se la dejaron ver, pero en corte, ¿se la dejaron ver? ¿Qué pasó en corte?
No se presentó. No se presentó supuestamente porque está en el médico. Y lo que yo pienso es que a lo mejor está lastimada de su cara, por eso no quisieron que ella fuera a corte.
So today they went to court, and were they able to see her in court or at the jail? The answer is no. Today she also did not show up to court, and what we fear is that she did not show up to court. They told us she was in the infirmary, and what we fear is that she's so badly beaten that they didn't want her to show up in court that way.
Did you mention what she's charged with at court? What did they charge
No,
with?
we haven't. Sí, sabemos qué cargos tiene ella.
Sí.
Okay. ¿Qué cargos tiene ella?
Tiene por resistirse al arresto, por no presentar una identificación y por asalto a un oficial, a un servidor público.
So the charges that we know that she has so far is resisting arrest, not producing an ID, and she has a potential charge for assaulting a police officer.
Is this close to her home, what we're seeing here?
¿Esto está cerca de su casa, lo que estamos viendo aquí?
Sí.
¿Qué tan cerca está de la
Como
casa?
unos 8 minutos.
Okay, so it's about 8 minutes away from their house.
¿Qué negocio es ese?
Excuse me?
¿Esto es un negocio?
Oh, sí,
es una gasolinera.
Es una gasolinera. So this is a gasoline station that she was outside of. And there was, from what we understand from so far the information that we got from Harris County Sheriff's officers, there was a call put in by somebody inside of the store, and that's what prompted them to show up that day. So lo que entendemos ahorita es que si hubo una llamada de alguien y eso los llevó a que se presentaran ese día ahí.
También quieren saber cómo fue la llamada para que vinieran los policías.
Sí.
Y también habían mencionado que ella normalmente es el área donde anda y tal vez los policías ya
la
han tenido
conozcan.
interacción con ella antes. ¿Puedes decirlo, por favor?
Sí.
So the video that we're seeing, is that from the store?
No, that's from a bystander that was taking this as from
Does the
like
store
from the
have
parking
video?
lot. The store should have video. So I mean, obviously, and actually, you can see a camera right here in the top corner. So whether it's the camera that was at the business or the body-worn cameras, which the officers should have turned on when they were engaging with ISIS, those are the types of evidence and videos that we would like to see. And from what we know, there could be other things that come up on the video, but it's fair to say that that's what the family deserves to get, and as well as the community, because right now this video is going viral, and one of the things that we want to caution the police is that if they want to continue that relationship with the community as well as transparency, then we should be able to get the chance, or the community should be able to get the chance to see the videos that they have already gotten a chance to see.
También la pregunta es, ¿quiere saber cómo fue la llamada? ¿Para qué se les llamó a los oficiales? Y también que saben que ellas andan en el área y ya los policías los conocen.
One of the things that the family has also expressed to us is that she has had interactions with police in the area before, so they know who she is, they know, what her mental state is most of the time, or in the interactions that they've had with her. And then the other thing is that, ¿cuál es la otra cosa de
la llamada?
Oh yes, in what manner was the call made with? So when we say that, we're asking, was the call made to the actual sheriff's office, or was it made to the mental health unit? Because in other cases that we've handled, they get called to the mental health unit, but because of one thing or another, our actual law enforcement comes out, and that's one of the things that we would also like to get clarity
I
on.
missed the date when this actually happened.
¿Cuándo fue que pasó esto?
El 28.
28 de julio.
Sí.
So this happened on Wednesday, July 28th. So esto pasó el miércoles 28 de julio.
¿Y lo de la llamada lo puede decir en español?
So es importante, queremos también saber en la manera que se hizo la llamada, si se le habló a las personas de la salud mental o si fue una llamada de criminal que se hizo directamente a la oficina del alguacil.
César, ¿ella es beneficiaria de DACA?
Ella es elegible para DACA y es beneficiaria de DACA, pero ella, cuando sus hermanas trataron de llamarle para preguntarle si había renovado su DACA, ella dijo que sí ya lo había hecho, pero nos damos cuenta un tiempo después que ella efectivamente no lo hizo, pero creemos que fue también confusión de ella o de que a lo mejor pensó que ya lo había hecho o que se confundió que ya lo había hecho anteriormente. So she is a DACA beneficiary, she is a DACA recipient. When her sisters called her, it actually expired in January. When her sisters called her to ask her if she had done the renewal procedure, she said yes. So we fear that it was just their state of mind, that she thought, she was confused that she had already done it, even though she had done it in the past. And we came to find out a couple of months later that she was actually out of the program because her work permit had expired. And she's been with us since the program originated in 2012. And I was actually looking through her file. I found out that I was the first person to actually do her paperwork. So, este caso sí puede tener consecuencias migratorias para ella si es encontrada culpable de algo. So vamos a estar trabajando también con nuestro equipo de abogados para ver qué tipo de ayuda le podemos brindar. Aunque si se esclarece o si se ve que ella sí fue víctima de un crimen, también podría potencialmente aplicar para una visa U. So one of the things that she's been here doing her DACA with us since 2012. We have worked with her and her family on a variety of cases. And then the other thing what we fear also from this is if the charges do go through and she gets put in the criminal system, this could have immigration consequences for her. So we're going to be working with our team of attorneys to make sure that we get to the bottom of that as well, because we would not like to see her get deported if she shouldn't. And for a lot of people who fall into the system or who are diagnosed with mental health issues, this is one of the biggest issues that if they get put charges on them, this could potentially lead to a deportation for them.
So did you say bond had been set, or?
We don't know. The bond has not been set because they haven't. She didn't show up to court, so they rescheduled her court for next Thursday. So ahorita todavía no se le ha puesto una fianza porque le movieron la corte para el próximo jueves.
¿Cómo se siente la familia al ver esto y que eso pudiera llevarla a una deportación a Honduras? ¿Cómo se sienten?
Indignados y tristes, también con mucho enojo, porque, o sea, no pensamos.
So as they go into Spanish right here again, we are talking about a violent altercation between a woman and Harris County Sheriff's officers. Went viral on the internet. You can see it on the screen right behind them. This is the family of her. She goes by Iris, also goes by Esther. They say that she has mental health issues, suffers from schizophrenia, and is bipolar as well. So this is a continuing conversation, a press conference being held by community advocates and the family. We'll see you back here in just 2 minutes as we keep our eyes on this event in Texas, but also keeping our eyes on severe weather across the country. Here is a live look out of Bucks County in Pennsylvania as we have had Skyfox overhead, just kind of surveying the damage that was caused overnight. Just yesterday, an EF3 tornado coming through, ripping through. You can see that house right there, totally damaged in the back quarter. Some car dealerships also damaged, 6 people injured. So we'll be getting the details from down on the ground when we come back here on LiveNOW.
And thank you for coming.
I just have one question. Yes. So what is the status right now? They haven't been able to see her at all?
No, they have not been able to see her. Physically, they have not been able to see her or talk to her. No han hablado con ella tampoco, ¿verdad? No. So they haven't been able to talk to her or see her since this happened on Wednesday. So it's been now 2 days, and they don't know if they're asking to see her before the next court date, which is next Thursday.
So are you being told anything?
We have not been told anything yet, so we're asking the sheriff's office to let the family know of the well-being of and we're also asking for them to clarify what the procedure is in these cases. Because if I had a family member that was in the sheriff infirmary, I would be very worried about them too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can you
Damn.
So that's going to do it for that event out of Harris County, Houston, Texas. Again, this is that video in full here across the screen. As you heard from the family, they still have not seen their sister, daughter, and friend since Wednesday when the altercation happened. Didn't show up in court today. So we'll be following this story alongside our team in Houston, Texas. But let's go out to some of that weather damage that we were following you. I showed you this picture of this house. This is just one of several homes that was destroyed in Bucks County due to, obviously, that EF3